Hello everyone, and welcome back to Potter Fanfic Hub. Get ready to step into a world where every choice rewrites destiny, ancient magic awakens, and impossible legends become reality. Today's story is: what if Harry's ancient magic violently rejected Ginny's kiss, exposing Hogwarts' biggest love potion conspiracy? If you love original Harry Potter what if stories, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Kiss That Triggered Ancient Magic. The Gryffindor common room erupted in chaos. Harry Potter stood at the center of it all, his glasses slightly askew, his Quidditch robe still clinging to his sweat-dampened skin. The golden snitch in his fist gleamed in the firelight, but he barely noticed it anymore. Around him, students were screaming, laughing, crying, the raw, unfiltered euphoria of a house that had just won the Quidditch Cup for the first time in nearly a decade. The final match against Ravenclaw had been brutal. Their seeker, Cho-Chang, had been fast, blindingly fast, but Harry had caught the snitch in a death-defying dive that had nearly ended with him eating the pitch. But he'd won. He'd won. And now, the chosen one. Potter. 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 The chant vibrated through the stone walls, through the ancient portraits that had come alive to join the celebration, through the very air itself. Harry felt hands grabbing at him, patting his back, ruffling his hair. Someone thrust a butterbeer into his hand. He took a sip, barely tasting it. His eyes scanned the crowd, searching for familiar faces. Ron was somewhere to his left, engaged in what appeared to be a victory dance with Seamus Finnegan. Hermione was tucked into a corner with Ginny, both of them laughing at something. The twins, Fred and George, had somehow conjured a banner that read, "Potter for Minister," and were floating it above the crowd. For one perfect moment, Harry allowed himself to feel it. The joy. The belonging. The sheer, overwhelming victory of it all. Harry. He turned at the sound of Ginny's voice. She had broken away from Hermione and was pushing through the crowd toward him, her red hair wild around her face, her eyes bright with something that made his stomach do an odd little flip. "Congratulations," she said, reaching him. "That was." "I know," he said, grinning. "I can't believe it. I thought Cho had me at the end, but—" "Harry," Ginny interrupted, stepping closer. "Shut up." And then she kissed him. It wasn't a gentle kiss. It wasn't tentative or questioning. It was fierce, claiming, the kind of kiss that came from somewhere deep and desperate. The kind of kiss that promised things Harry wasn't sure he was ready for. The common room erupted into cheers. But Harry couldn't hear them anymore. The moment Ginny's lips touched his, something snapped inside him. Not in his chest, not in his heart, but deeper. Somewhere in the core of his being. Somewhere he'd never even known existed. The golden light came first. Not soft, like the glow of a warming charm, but blinding, searing, angry. It exploded from his skin in waves, radiating outward in concentric rings of pure, ancient power. Ginny was thrown backward. Harry watched it happen in slow motion. Her body lifted off the ground, her red hair fanning out like a halo, her eyes wide with shock. She hit the wall 20 feet away with a sickening crack, then slunk to the floor, unconscious. But that wasn't what Harry was staring at. He was staring at the red mist that had been burning off her skin. Crimson and viscous, it rose from her body in twisting tendrils, writhing like living things before dissipating into the air. For one horrifying moment, Harry could have sworn he saw faces in it. The outlines of people. The faint impression of hands reaching for him. The golden light continued to pulse from his body, and with each pulse, the strange crimson mist grew thicker, darker. It filled the common room like smoke, and everyone who touched it, everyone who breathed it in, stumbled backward, coughing, choking. Harry felt his knees buckle. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was the faces of his friends. Ron, frozen mid-cheer, his expression morphing from confusion to horror. Hermione, already running toward him, her wand raised. Hermione, whose face was streaked with tears. And behind them all, standing in the doorway of the common room, was Professor Dumbledore. His blue eyes were fixed on Harry, and for the first time in Harry's life, the ancient wizard looked afraid. The world came back in fragments. First, the smell. Sterile and sharp, like antiseptic and something else, something he couldn't quite identify, but that made his skin crawl. Then, the sounds. The crackling of a fireplace. The soft whisper of robes. A woman's voice, tense and controlled, saying words he couldn't quite understand. Finally, the sight. White curtains. A high ceiling. The familiar shape of hospital beds arranged in neat rows. Harry blinked. The hospital wing. He was in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, he's waking up. Hermione. That was Hermione's voice. Harry turned his head carefully, everything felt heavy, like he was moving through water, and found her standing at his bedside. Her face was pale, her eyes red-rimmed, but she was trying to smile. "Harry," she said softly. "How do you feel?" He tried to speak, but his throat was dry. Someone pressed a glass of water to his lips. Ron, he realized, Ron, whose hand was shaking so badly that some of the water sloshed onto Harry's chin. "Mate," Ron said, his voice cracking. "Mate, you were unconscious for 2 hours. We thought." "Ron," Hermione said sharply. Don't what? Don't tell him what happened. He has a right to know." "What happened?" Harry managed. The words came out like gravel, scraping against his throat. "Ginny, is Ginny?" "She's fine," Ron said quickly. "Well, she's not fine, she hit her head pretty hard, and Madame Pomfrey said she's got a concussion, but she's going to be okay. She woke up about an hour ago." Harry closed his eyes, and the memory came rushing back. The kiss. The golden light. The crimson mist rising from Ginny's skin. "What happened to me?" he whispered. Neither of them answered. Harry opened his eyes and saw them exchange a look. The kind of look that meant they'd discussed something and decided not to tell him. The kind of look that made his blood run cold. "Tell me," he said, and this time his voice was stronger. "Whatever it is, I need to know." Hermione took a deep breath. "Harry, when you and Ginny," she swallowed hard. "Something happened. Something we've never seen before. Your magic," it erupted. "Not like a spell. Not like accidental magic. It was something else. Something ancient." "I remember the light," Harry said. "And the red stuff. Coming off Ginny." Hermione's face went even paler. "That," she said carefully, "was what we were hoping you'd explain. Madame Pomfrey has been running tests all night. She says whatever came off Ginny wasn't natural magic. It was," she stopped, clearly struggling for words. "It was like a residue. Like something had been attached to her. Something that your magic recognized as a threat." "A threat?" Harry frowned. "But Ginny, she would never." "Of course she wouldn't," Ron interrupted, his voice angry. "Ginny wouldn't hurt anyone. She's my sister, Harry. She'd never do anything to." "Ron, no one's saying she would," Hermione said gently. "But there's something else going on here. Something we don't understand yet." Harry sat up slowly, ignoring the way his head spun. "Where is she? Can I see her?" "Harry, I don't think." "Can I see her, Hermione?" Hermione hesitated, then nodded. "She's just behind the curtain." "But Harry, she's scared." "We're all scared. What happened in the common room, everyone saw it. The entire house saw your magic throw her across the room." "The entire house?" Harry felt sick. "Word has spread," Ron said grimly. "Everyone's talking about it. The portrait of the fat lady probably blabbed to every painting in the castle by now. By morning, the whole school will know. Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed. His body protested, every muscle screaming in protest, but he forced himself to stand. I need to see her. Harry, wait. But he was already moving, pushing aside the white curtain that separated his bed from the next one. Ginny was sitting up, her back against a mountain of pillows. Her hair was a tangled mess, and there was a purple bruise forming on her temple, but her eyes were open, and when she saw him, she flinched. The flinch hit Harry harder than any spell ever had. Ginny, he said, stepping closer. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened, I didn't mean to. I know, she said quickly. Harry, I know. It wasn't your fault. Then what was it? He sank onto the edge of her bed, desperate for answers. The red stuff, what was that? Why did my magic? I don't know, Ginny said. There were tears in her eyes, and she was trying very hard not to let them fall. 1 minute we were kissing, and the next, she shuddered. I felt it. Inside me. Like something was being torn out. And then everything went white. Harry reached for her hand, but she pulled away. I'm sorry, she said, not meeting his eyes. I can't, not right now. Every time I think about it, I feel, she pressed a hand to her chest. I feel dirty, Harry. Like something was inside me that wasn't supposed to be there. Harry's stomach twisted. Ginny. Please, she said quietly. I need some time. Just go. He opened his mouth to argue, but Ron was there, grabbing his arm and pulling him back. Give her space, mate, Ron said. She's been through a lot. Harry let himself be led back to his own bed, his mind reeling. Something had happened tonight. Something big. Something that had left his best friend terrified of him and his girlfriend. Could he even call her that anymore, feeling like she'd been violated? But what? Mr. Potter. Harry looked up to find Madame Pomfrey standing over him. Her face was stern, her lips pressed into a thin line. We need to talk, she said. Madame Pomfrey's office was small but orderly, filled with shelves of potions and medical texts. Harry sat in a chair across from her desk, feeling like a student who'd been called to the headmaster's office. I've run every diagnostic spell I know, Madame Pomfrey said, flipping through a sheaf of parchment. Your magical core is unstable. Not damaged, exactly, but volatile. The energy I detected tonight was unlike anything I've ever seen in a student. In any wizard, for that matter. Harry stared at her. What does that mean? It means, said a voice from the doorway, that we have some questions for you. Harry turned to find Professor Dumbledore standing in the doorway, his expression grave. Behind him were Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick, all of them looking equally concerned. Professor, Harry said, standing. I don't know what happened. I don't know how to explain it. That is precisely why we're here, Dumbledore said, stepping into the room. The other professors followed, arranging themselves around Madame Pomfrey's small office. It was far too crowded for the space, but no one seemed to care. The display of magic in the common room tonight was unprecedented. I have lived for well over a century, and I have never seen anything quite like it. Nor have I, Professor Flitwick added. The magical signature I detected was ancient, Harry. Incredibly ancient. It predates most known forms of magic. It felt like a defensive ward, Professor Snape said, his voice flat. But far more powerful than any ward I've ever encountered. It detected something, some presence, and attacked it. Attacked? Harry repeated. It felt like an attack to me too. But why would my magic attack Ginny? The professors exchanged glances. That, Dumbledore said slowly, is the question we hoped you could answer. I don't know. Harry said, frustration building. I don't know why my magic did that. I don't know anything about ancient magic or defensive wards, he ran a hand through his hair, tugging at it in frustration. I kissed Ginny. That's all I did. And then my magic threw her across the room. Your magic threw her across the room because it detected something, Professor McGonagall said. Something that triggered a reaction in your magical core. That reaction was purely defensive. Your body was protecting itself from a perceived threat. A threat, Harry repeated. But Ginny. We're not suggesting that Miss Weasley was the threat, Dumbledore said gently. But something in that moment triggered your magic's protective instinct. Something your body recognized as dangerous. The red stuff, Harry said suddenly. The mist that came off her. What was that? The professors exchanged another glance, this one more significant. The residue we collected from Miss Weasley's person, Madame Pomfrey said carefully, has been sent to the Department of Mysteries for analysis. We don't have a full picture yet. But preliminary tests suggest irregularities. Irregularities, Harry repeated flatly. Harry, Dumbledore said, moving to stand in front of him. I need you to trust me. What happened tonight was not an accident. It was not a random magical malfunction. Something has been happening to you, something you may not even be aware of, and tonight was a turning point. What are you talking about? Harry demanded. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was heavy with a weight Harry had never heard before. I have suspected for some time that there was more to your magic than we knew, the old wizard said. Your mother's sacrifice, the way you survived the killing curse, it left marks on you. Deep marks. Marks that went far beyond the scar on your forehead. My ancient magic, Harry said, the words coming out unbidden. You called it ancient magic. Like the magic that protected me from you-know-who. Yes, Dumbledore said. But I believe that magic was only the beginning. I believe there is something deeper within you, Harry. Something that has been there since the day you were born. Something that is only now beginning to wake up. Harry's mind was spinning. Ancient magic. Defensive. Wards. Something inside him that had been sleeping, waiting for the right moment to wake. Is this because of Voldemort? He asked. Because of the Horcrux? We don't know, Professor Flitwick admitted. The connection to Lord Voldemort may be part of it. But I suspect the source is something older. Something that predates even him. Harry opened his mouth to ask another question, but before he could, the door to Madame Pomfrey's office burst open. Professor Dumbledore. Professor Sprout stood in the doorway, her face flushed. You need to see this. There's been another incident. In the Chamber of Records. The Chamber of Records was one of the oldest parts of Hogwarts, a vast underground space filled with ancient artifacts and even more ancient texts. It was normally sealed off to students, accessible only by professors with special permission. As Harry walked through its stone corridors, he couldn't help but feel like he was walking through a tomb. Dust coated everything, and the air was thick with the smell of age and decay. Over here, Professor Sprout said, leading them toward the back of the chamber. Harry's eyes widened as he saw it. A section of the wall had moved. The stone had shifted outward, revealing a dark opening behind it. And on the floor in front of the opening, glowing runes had appeared, runes that pulsed with the same golden light he'd seen erupt from his body in the common room. What is it? He whispered. It's responding to you, Dumbledore said, his voice strange. The castle itself is responding to you. Harry stepped forward, drawn by something he couldn't explain. The runes pulsed brighter as he approached, and he could feel them like he'd felt the golden light. Like they were part of him. Harry, don't, Hermione said, grabbing his arm. We don't know what it is. But Harry didn't stop. He couldn't stop. The runes were calling to him, and he walked toward them like a man in a dream. When he reached the opening in the wall, he looked inside. What he saw made his breath catch. It wasn't a room. It was a vault, a massive, circular vault filled with ancient artifacts. Books bound in leather so old it had turned to dust. Swords that gleamed with an otherworldly light. Jeweled goblets and silver amulets and things he couldn't even begin to identify. And at the center of it all, sitting on a pedestal of black stone, was a book. Harry reached for it. His fingers touched the cover. And the world exploded into light. Hogwarts. Founded 990 AD. 4 founders. 4 houses. 4 pillars of magic. The voice came from everywhere at once. It resonated in Harry's bones, in his blood, in the very core of his being. But beneath the houses, beneath the magic of the founders, there is older magic. Magic that was here before the castle was built. Magic that has been waiting for its heir. Harry saw images flashing before his eyes. Godric Gryffindor raising his sword. Helga Hufflepuff tending her garden. Rowena Ravenclaw reading from a book of ancient lore. Salazar Slytherin standing alone in a dark room, speaking to someone Harry couldn't see. The magic of the founders was great. But it was not the first magic. And it will not be the last. When the heir of ancient magic walks these halls, the castle will know. And the castle will protect its own. The images shifted. Now Harry saw himself as he was now, but also as he could be. Power blazing from his hands. Enemies falling before him. Friends standing at his side. And then he saw Ginny. But she looked wrong. Her eyes were empty. Her skin was pale. And rising from her chest was the same crimson mist he'd seen earlier. Foreign enchantment detected. Soul manipulation rejected. The words echoed through the vault, through Harry's mind, through his very soul. The heir of ancient magic cannot be bound. Cannot be controlled. Cannot be manipulated. The magic of the founders will protect its own, and any who seek to enslave its heir will face the judgment of the ancients. And then it was over. Harry gasped, stumbling backward. His hands were shaking. His whole body was shaking. Harry. Hermione was there, grabbing him, holding him upright. What happened? What did you see? I don't, he shook his head, trying to clear it. I don't understand. It was showing me things. Ancient things. And it said, he looked up at Dumbledore, his eyes wide. It said I was the heir of ancient magic. It said the magic of the founders would protect me. And it said. He stopped, the words dying in his throat. It said what, Harry? Dumbledore pressed. Harry swallowed hard. It said I couldn't be manipulated. That my magic would reject any attempt to force me into something. That the castle itself would protect me. He looked at Ginny, who had followed them down to the Chamber of Records. But that means, the red stuff on Ginny, that was an attempt to manipulate me. Wasn't it? Ginny's face went white. Harry, I didn't. I know you didn't, he said quickly. Whatever happened, you didn't do it. You wouldn't do it. But someone did. Someone put something on you. Something my magic recognized as a threat. The room was silent. And then Dumbledore spoke, his voice heavy with a weight Harry had never heard before. Someone, the old wizard said slowly, has been using dark magic to manipulate you, Harry. And Hogwarts, the ancient magic of the founders, has just declared war on them. The next few hours were chaos. Professors rushed around the Chamber of Records, examining the vault, documenting the artifacts, trying to make sense of what had happened. Harry was asked 1,000 questions he couldn't answer. Hermione was given a stack of ancient texts to translate. Even Snape seemed shaken. But through it all, Harry couldn't stop thinking about what the voice had said. Asterisk, foreign enchantment detected. Soul manipulation rejected. Asterisk. Someone had tried to manipulate him. Someone had tried to control him. And his magic, his ancient magic, had fought back. But who? And why? Ginny had been sitting in a corner of the chamber, wrapped in a blanket Madame Pomfrey had given her. She was still pale, still shaking, and every time Harry looked at her, he felt a mix of anger and guilt. Anger at whoever had done this to her. Guilt because it had been his magic that had hurt her. "Harry, can we talk?" He looked up to find Ginny standing beside him. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but there was something else in them now. Something determined. "Ginny, I'm so sorry." "Stop apologizing," she said, sitting down beside him. "It wasn't your fault. You didn't ask for this to happen. Neither did I." "Do you know what they found?" Harry asked. "On you? The red stuff?" Ginny shook her head. "No. But everyone's being very secretive about it. I heard Professor McGonagall say something about it being particularly troubling, and that they needed to bring in outside experts." "Outside experts?" "From the Ministry," she said, lowering her voice. "I think the Aurors might be getting involved." Harry felt his stomach drop. The Aurors. If the Ministry got involved, that meant everything was about to get much, much worse. "Harry," Ginny said, reaching for his hand. "Whatever happens, I don't want you to blame yourself. You didn't know this would happen. None of us did." "I should have." "You couldn't have done anything," she interrupted. "Whatever magic was on me, it was there for a reason. Someone wanted to use me to get to you. And if you'd been anyone else, it probably would have worked. But I'm not anyone else," Harry said bitterly. "I'm the chosen one. The boy who lived. The heir of ancient magic. Whatever that means." Ginny squeezed his hand. "It means you're special, Harry. It always has. And tonight, that specialness saved you. It might have saved both of us." Harry looked at her, really looked at her. She was beautiful, even. With a bruise on her temple and dark circles under her eyes, but more importantly, she was brave. Braver than he'd ever given her credit for. "Ginny," he said slowly. "About what happened in the common room. About what my magic did to you. I told you, I don't blame you." "I know," he said. "But I can't help feeling, if I hadn't." "Harry." She turned to face him fully. "Listen to me. Whatever happened tonight, it wasn't your fault. It wasn't my fault. It was the fault of whoever put that magic on me. The magic that was trying to control you." "But who?" Harry asked. "Who would do something like that?" Ginny was silent for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was barely above a whisper. "Harry, think about it. The magic that was on me, it was designed to manipulate you. To control your emotions. To make you feel things you otherwise wouldn't. That's not the kind of magic someone just stumbles across. That's a plan. A careful, deliberate plan." Harry's blood ran cold. "You mean?" "I mean," Ginny said slowly, "that this wasn't an accident. Someone wanted you to fall in love with me. Or at least, they wanted you to think you were in love with me. And they've been planning it for a long time." Harry opened his mouth to respond, but no words came. Because suddenly, everything was starting to make a horrible kind of sense. The way he'd felt around Ginny. The way his feelings had seemed to develop so quickly. The way he'd gone from seeing her as Ron's little sister to wanting to everything. It had never felt quite right. He'd always thought that was just because he was still getting over Cho. But what if it was something else? What if it was the magic? What if he'd never really had a choice at all? "Ginny," he said, his voice cracking. If you're right, if someone really has been using magic to manipulate me, then that means. He couldn't finish the sentence. I know, she said softly. It means everything you thought you felt for me might not have been real. Harry's world tilted. Everything he'd felt, the attraction, the affection, the deep and abiding fondness he'd developed for Ginny, it had all been a lie. His feelings had all been manufactured. No, he said, shaking his head. That can't be right. I know what I feel. I know. But even as he said the words, doubt crept in. How could he be sure? How could anyone be sure, when magic was involved? When someone had been clever enough to plant feelings inside him like seeds? I don't know what to think, he admitted. I don't know what's real anymore. Ginny's eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. It's not your fault, he said automatically. Isn't it? She laughed bitterly. I was the one who kissed you. I was the one who pushed. I was the one who wanted. Ginny. He grabbed her hand, forcing her to look at him. It doesn't matter who kissed who. What matters is that someone's been manipulating us. And I'm going to find out who. But how? She asked. We don't even know where to start. Harry looked at the glowing runes on the chamber floor. At the ancient vault behind them. At the professors, still examining artifacts and whispering among themselves. I don't know, he admitted. But I have a feeling we're about to find out. The Aurors arrived the next morning. Harry watched them through the window of the hospital wing, where he'd been confined for observation. Madame Pomfrey had insisted on keeping him overnight, despite his protests. Something about the instability of his magical core, and the need for monitoring. He felt fine. Well, as fine as someone could feel when they just discovered their entire life might have been manipulated by dark magic. The Aurors were led by a stern-faced woman Harry recognized as Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Behind her came a team of investigators, all of them carrying enchanted equipment that hummed with power. Dumbledore met them at the castle gates, and Harry could see the two of them engaged in what appeared to be a very tense conversation. He wished he could hear what they were saying. Harry. He turned to find Hermione at his side, a thick book tucked under her arm. I've been reading the texts from the Chamber of Records, she said, her voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. Harry, it's incredible. The ancient magic, it's not just defensive. It's also. She stopped, glancing over her shoulder. What is it? Harry asked. Hermione lowered her voice. The ancient magic is also responsive. It's connected to the castle itself. To the earth beneath Hogwarts. To the very foundations of this place. And it's been dormant for centuries. Until you came. Until me. Because of what you are, Harry. The heir of ancient magic. The castle has been waiting for you. And now that it's recognized you, she shook her head. I don't think you understand what this means. Then explain it to me. Hermione took a deep breath. It means you're not just a wizard anymore, Harry. You're something more. Something that hasn't existed since the founders themselves. You're a magical guardian. The word echoed in Harry's mind. Guardian. Like a protector, he asked. Exactly like a protector, Hermione said. The ancient magic is bonded to you now. It will protect you. And it expects you to protect it in return. To protect Hogwarts. To protect the magic that makes this place special. Harry looked down at his hands. They looked ordinary. Unremarkable. But they had done extraordinary things last night. They had unleashed a power that had sent a room full of witches and wizards flying. Wait, he said suddenly. If the magic is bonded to me, if it's protecting me, then the red stuff on Ginny. The magic that was manipulating me. Does that mean? The magic may have a way to track it, Hermione said, catching on immediately. Harry, if you can learn to control the ancient magic, if you can use it to sense deception, then I can find out who's been doing this, Harry finished. I can find out who's been using love potions on me. He felt a surge of determination. For the first time since the chaos of the previous night, he had a goal. A purpose. Someone had been using magic to control him, and he was going to find out who. He was going to make them pay. Harry, Hermione said, her voice full of warning. I know what you're thinking. But we need to be careful. The ancient magic is powerful, but we don't understand it yet. We don't know what it can do. And we don't know who's behind this. I know, Harry said. But I'm tired of being a victim. I'm tired of people trying to control me. My whole life, my whole damn life, someone has been pulling the strings. Voldemort, Dumbledore, the Ministry, and now this. Whoever it is, they think they can use me. They think they can manipulate me. But they're about to find out they made a very big mistake. Hermione's eyes widened. What are you going to do? Harry smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. It was the smile of a predator who just caught the scent of its prey. I'm going to find out who's been playing with my life, he said. And then I'm going to show them exactly what happens when you try to control the boy who lived. Behind them, the door to the hospital wing burst open, and Ron came running in, his face pale. Harry. Hermione. You need to see this. The great hall was in chaos. Harry pushed through the crowd of students, Hermione and Ron close behind him. Everyone was gathered around the main doors, where a team of Aurors had set up a magical perimeter. What happened? Harry demanded, grabbing a nearby fifth year. The Aurors found something, the girl said, her eyes wide with fear. In the dungeons. A secret room. And inside. She never finished the sentence. Because at that moment, a group of Aurors emerged from the dungeons, carrying something between them. It was a potion cauldron. But it was like no cauldron Harry had ever seen. It was made of black stone, etched with runes that pulsed with a faint, sickly light. And inside it, bubbling and hissing, was a liquid that glowed a terrible shade of crimson. The same crimson he'd seen burning off Ginny's skin. Move aside. Madame Bones shouted, pushing through the crowd. This is a crime scene. Everyone back. But Harry couldn't move. He was frozen in place, staring at the cauldron, at the bubbling liquid, at the runes that seemed to be calling to him. And then he heard it. The voice from the Chamber of Records, echoing in his mind. Asterisk, foreign enchantment detected. Soul manipulation rejected. The air of ancient magic cannot be bound. Cannot be controlled. Cannot be manipulated. Asterisk. Harry's hands clenched into fists. Whoever you are, he whispered under his breath. Whatever you think you're doing. It ends now. The cauldron exploded. The shockwave threw everyone backward, students, Aurors, professors, all of them sent flying like leaves in a hurricane. But Harry stood his ground. The golden light was back, pulsing from his skin, wrapping around him like a shield. And in that moment, he felt it. The ancient magic. The castle's power. Coursing through him like a river of fire. He raised his hand. And the runes on the cauldron began to glow. They glowed brighter and brighter, writing themselves in the air around him. Symbols Harry had never seen before, but somehow understood. Words he'd never learned, but could read. Asterisk, the guardian awakens. The magic remembers. The enemy hides. But soon, asterisk. The runes faded, and Harry felt the power drain out of him. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Harry. Hermione and Ron were there, grabbing him, helping him up. Are you okay? What happened? Harry opened his mouth to answer, but no words came. Because as he stared at the ruined cauldron, at the crimson liquid spreading across the stone floor, he realized something horrible. The love potions that had been used on him, the magic that had been meant to control him, they weren't recent. The traces in the cauldron were old. Years old. Someone had been doing this for a long time. Someone had been trying to control him for years. And they were still out there. Still free. Still plotting. Harry looked up at the ancient walls of Hogwarts, at the castle that had just declared itself his protector. "I'm coming for you," he whispered. "Whatever you are. Whoever you are. I'm coming for you. And when I find you, you're going to regret ever messing with the boy who lived." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, The Ancient Magic's Warning. The golden light didn't fade. That was the first thing Harry noticed when he opened his eyes in the hospital wing for what felt like the 100th time. It was there, pulsing beneath his skin like a second heartbeat, a constant reminder that something fundamental had changed inside him. The second thing he noticed was the runes. They were everywhere. Spreading across his arms like tattoos of fire, tracing patterns up his neck, curling around his fingers. They glowed with the same ancient light that had erupted from him in the common room, and when he moved, they shifted and rearranged themselves, as if they were alive. "Harry, don't move." Madame Pomfrey's voice was sharp with concern. She was standing over him, her wand pointed at his chest, muttering diagnostic spells under her breath. Behind her, Harry could see the worried faces of Ron, Hermione, and, to his surprise, Professor Snape. "What happened?" Harry managed. His throat was raw, his voice barely above a whisper. "The cauldron," Hermione said, stepping forward. "When it exploded, the magic, it didn't just react to you. It merged with you. The runes, they're not just on your skin, Harry. They're part of you now." Harry looked down at his arms again. The runes were still there, pulsing gently. They didn't hurt, exactly. But they felt strange. Foreign. Like something that didn't belong but had decided to stay anyway. "Can you remove them?" he asked Madame Pomfrey. The Medowitch shook her head, her expression grim. "I've tried every counterspell I know. The runes are immune to magical intervention. They've bonded to your magical core at a fundamental level." "What does that mean?" Ron demanded. "Is he going to be okay?" "The physical effects appear to be benign," Madame Pomfrey said carefully. "But the magical implications," she glanced at Snape, who had moved closer. "Professor Snape, perhaps you should explain." Snape's face was unreadable, but Harry could see something flickering in his dark eyes. Concern? Fear? It was hard to tell. "Potter," Snape said, his voice flat. "What happened in the Chamber of Records, the message you received? Can you recall it exactly?" Harry closed his eyes, trying to remember. The voice echoed in his mind, ancient and powerful. Foreign enchantment detected. Soul manipulation rejected. "I remember," he said. It said foreign enchantment. Soul manipulation. And then it said something about the air of ancient magic. That I couldn't be bound or controlled. Anything else? Snape pressed. Anything about the source of the enchantment? The perpetrator? Harry shook his head. No. Just the warning. And then the runes appeared. Snape and Madame Pomfrey exchanged a look that Harry couldn't interpret. "The ancient magic is more than just a defensive mechanism," Snape said slowly. "It's a sentient force. It recognizes threats, and it acts to neutralize them. What happened with Miss Weasley was a warning, a demonstration of what happens when someone tries to manipulate the air of ancient magic." "Then why are the runes still here?" Hermione asked. "If the threat has been neutralized, why hasn't the magic receded?" "Because the threat hasn't been fully neutralized," Snape said. The magic isn't just protecting Potter from immediate danger. It's protecting him from future threats. The runes are a permanent ward, a magical tattoo that will alert him, and the castle, whenever someone attempts to manipulate him again. Harry stared at his arms. The runes were still pulsing, still shifting. They were beautiful, in a strange way. Intricate and complex, like a language he almost understood but couldn't quite read. "Can I walk?" he asked. "I need to see Ginny." "Miss Weasley is sleeping," Madame Pomfrey said. "She needs rest." "As do you." "I don't need rest," Harry said, sitting up. "I need answers. Someone has been using love potions on me for years." "Years, Madame Pomfrey. And I need to find out who." "You need to stay in bed," she said firmly. "Your magical core is still stabilizing. If you push yourself too hard." "I've been pushing myself my whole life," Harry interrupted. "I've survived Voldemort, Death Eaters, the Triwizard Tournament. I think I can handle a few runes." Madame Pomfrey opened her mouth to argue, but Snape cut her off. "Let him go," the potions master said. "The ancient magic will protect him. And if there's anyone who can uncover the truth of what's been happening at this school, it's Potter." Harry stared at Snape, genuinely surprised. Since when had the man ever supported him? Snape caught his gaze and held it. "The ancient magic chose you, Potter. For better or worse, you are its heir. And that comes with responsibilities. Finding out who tried to enslave you is one of them." Ginny was awake when Harry reached her bed. She looked better than she had the night before. The bruise on her temple had faded to a sickly yellow, and there was some color back in her cheeks, but she still flinched when she saw the runes on his arms. "Harry," she breathed. What happened to you?" "The magic from the cauldron," he said, sitting on the edge of her bed. "It merged with me. The runes won't come off." "Can you feel them?" Harry nodded. "It's like having another heartbeat. Or like being watched by something. That's always there. I don't know how to explain it." Ginny reached out hesitantly, her fingers hovering over the runes on his forearm. "Can I touch them?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I don't know what they'll do." Ginny's fingers made contact with the glowing symbols. The reaction was immediate. The runes flared bright gold, and Harry felt a surge of warmth spread through his body. Not painful, the opposite, actually. It felt like being wrapped in sunlight on a cold day. Safe. Protected. Ginny gasped and pulled her hand back. They're hot. But not in a bad way. Like a warming charm." "They didn't hurt you?" Harry asked, concerned. "No," she said slowly. "They felt protective. Like they were checking me. Making sure I wasn't a threat." "Makes sense," Harry said. "The magic is designed to protect me from manipulation. It must have been scanning you to see if you've been enchanted again." "Did it find anything?" Harry concentrated. The runes on his arms were still pulsing, still shifting, but they seemed calm. "Content." "No," he said. "Whatever magic was on you before, it's gone now. The ancient magic destroyed it." Ginny let out a shaky breath. "That's good. That's really good." "Ginny," Harry said, taking her hand. "I need to ask you something. And I need you to be completely honest with me." She tensed. "What is it? Have you ever felt strange around me? Like your emotions weren't quite your own? Like something was pushing you to feel things you wouldn't normally feel?" Ginny was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "Yes," she admitted. "At first, I thought it was just the way I felt about you. I've had a crush on you since I was 10, Harry. Everyone knows that. But when we started spending more time together, after the Chamber of Secrets, something changed. The crush became something else. Something almost obsessive. Harry's stomach turned. Obsessive? Ginny nodded miserably. I couldn't stop thinking about you. Couldn't stop planning ways to be near you. I started writing you letters, stupid, embarrassing letters, and I don't even remember writing half of them. It was like I was possessed. Maybe you were, Harry said grimly. Not by a ghost or a Horcrux. But by magic. By love potions. Ginny's face went white. But I've never taken love potions. I swear, Harry. I would never. I know, he said quickly. I know you wouldn't. But what if you didn't know you were taking them? What if someone was slipping them to you without your knowledge? Ginny stared at him, her eyes wide with horror. That's possible. Love potions are subtle. They don't make you act completely differently. They just amplify existing feelings. Twist them slightly. Make them stronger. Exactly, Harry said. Someone wanted you to feel more for me than you otherwise would. And someone wanted me to feel more for you. It was a setup. A way to control both of us. But why? Ginny asked. What's the point of making us fall in love? It's not like, she stopped, her cheeks flushing. It's not like you could control me through it, Harry finished. Not directly. But love makes people do stupid things. It makes them vulnerable. If someone had managed to make me fall completely in love with you, they could have used you to manipulate me. To get me to do things I wouldn't otherwise do. Like what? I don't know, Harry admitted. Maybe to influence me politically. Or to get information. Or just to have leverage over the boy who lived. Ginny was silent for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was thick with emotion. This is all my fault, she whispered. I was so caught up in my feelings for you, in the crush I'd had for years, that I didn't notice what was happening to me. I didn't realize something was wrong. I let them use me. Ginny, no. Harry squeezed her hand. You're a victim in this. We both are. Whoever did this, they're the ones at fault. Not you. But if I'd just been more careful. How could you have been? Harry asked. Love potions are subtle. They're designed to go unnoticed. Even Dumbledore didn't spot what was happening until the ancient magic exposed it. Dumbledore, Ginny repeated, her expression shifting. Harry, what does Dumbledore know about all of this? Does he know who's behind it? I don't think so, Harry said. But he's been acting strange. More secretive than usual. And he's been spending a lot of time with Madame Bones. The head of the Aurors. Harry nodded. They've been investigating all night. According to Hermione, they found traces of illegal love potions in several parts of the castle. Someone's been brewing them on a large scale. Ginny sat up straighter. Large scale? How large? Years of production, Harry said grimly. Enough to affect dozens of students. Maybe hundreds. Ginny's face crumpled. This is a nightmare. A complete nightmare. The investigation intensified over the next several days. Aurors swarmed the castle, their presence making the students nervous. The Great Hall was abuzz with rumors, love potions, secret organizations, ancient magic, Harry Potter's mysterious power. No one knew the full truth, but everyone had a theory. Harry, Hermione, and Ron spent most of their time in the library, trying to make sense of the ancient texts from the Chamber of Records. Hermione had become obsessed with translating the runes, convinced that they held the key to understanding what was happening. The language is incredibly old, she explained, spreading a tattered parchment across the table. It predates modern magical writing by at least 1,000 years. But I'm starting to piece it together. Can you read it? Ron asked, peering at the runes. Some of it, Hermione said. The part about the air of ancient magic is relatively clear. But there's another section, a warning, that I'm struggling with. A warning? Harry leaned forward. What kind of warning? Hermione bit her lip. It mentions something called the first magic. It's not clear whether it's a person or a thing, the language is ambiguous. But it says that if the first magic is awakened, something will be awakened with it. The ancient enemy, Harry said, the words coming unbidden. Hermione stared at him. How did you know that? I don't know, Harry admitted. The words were there. In my head. Like the voice in the Chamber of Records. Maybe the runes are speaking to you, Hermione suggested. The ancient magic is connected to you now, Harry. Maybe it's communicating through you. Harry looked down at his arms. The runes were pulsing gently, warm against his skin. They seemed to be waiting for something. Listening. There's more, Hermione said, turning back to the parchment. The text also talks about love potions specifically. It says that the ancient magic considers them a form of magical assault, a violation of free will. The founders apparently agreed. There are records of students being expelled for using them. The founders had rules about love potions? Ron asked, surprised. Strict ones, Hermione said. According to this, love potions were banned at Hogwarts from the very beginning. The founders considered them a form of dark magic, not because of the potions themselves, but because of what they did to the victim's mind. So the ban on love potions isn't just ministry policy, Harry said. It's part of the founders' legacy. Part of the ancient magic of this castle. Exactly, Hermione said. And that means the ancient magic has the power to enforce that ban. It can detect love potions, track their use, and punish the perpetrators. Harry felt a surge of hope. So if we can learn to use the ancient magic, we can find out who's been making these potions. We can find out who's behind everything. Theoretically, yes, Hermione said. But the magic is unpredictable. It's tied to you, Harry, which means its strength depends on your emotions and intentions. If you're not in the right mindset, you won't be able to control it. Then I'll learn to control it, Harry said firmly. I'll do whatever it takes. The training started the next day. Dumbledore had arranged for Harry to meet with Professor Flitwick in the Room of Requirement, a space that, as the ancient magic grew stronger, had begun to change in unexpected ways. The room now looked like a vast training ground, complete with enchanted targets and protective barriers. Your ancient magic is different from ordinary magic, Harry, Flitwick explained, his voice high and excited. It's instinctual rather than learned. You won't need to cast spells or use incantations. The magic will simply respond to your thoughts, to your feelings. How do I control it? Harry asked. Flitwick smiled. You don't. Not in the traditional sense. You have to trust it. Let it guide you. The magic knows what it's doing. It chose you for a reason. Harry closed his eyes, trying to feel the ancient magic. It was there, pulsing beneath his skin, warm and alive. Trust it, he thought. Let it guide you. He thought about the kiss with Ginny. The golden light that had erupted from him. The runes that now covered his arms. He thought about the love potions, the manipulation, the years of being controlled without knowing it. His anger surged. The runes on his arms flared bright gold. Power exploded from him, not violent, not destructive, but strong. So strong. It filled the room, crackling in the air like lightning. Good, Harry. Flitwick called. Very good. Now focus that energy. Direct it toward the target. Harry opened his eyes. The enchanted target was across the room, a shimmering silver figure. He raised his hand, and the power surged forward, striking the target with a force that sent it flying across the room. Harry gasped, the runes on his arms dimming. The power was still there, but it had receded, waiting for his next command. That was incredible. Hermione exclaimed, appearing from behind a protective barrier. You didn't even use a spell. I didn't need to, Harry said, staring at his hands. The magic just knew what I wanted. And it did it. Your instinct, Flitwick said approvingly. You used your instinct. The ancient magic is tied to your deepest desires, your strongest emotions. When you felt angry, the magic responded. When you wanted to attack, the magic attacked. So I can control it, Harry said. I just have to. To let go, Flitwick said. To trust yourself. To trust the magic. It's not easy, but with practice. I don't have time for practice, Harry interrupted. Whoever's behind this, they're still out there. They're still free. And I need to find them before they do any more damage. Harry, you can't just rush into this, Hermione said. You need to train. You need to understand the magic before you can use it effectively. I understand enough, Harry said, his voice hard. I understand that someone's been controlling me for years. I understand that they almost succeeded in ruining my life. And I understand that the magic inside me is the only thing that can stop them. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, but Ron cut her off. He's right, Hermione. Harry's been a victim his whole life. Voldemort, the Dursleys, the Ministry, everyone's always trying to control him. And now this? Someone trying to make him fall in love with my sister. Ron's face was red with anger. That's not just wrong. That's twisted. But he needs to be careful. He's been careful his whole life, Ron said. Look where it's gotten him. Harry felt a surge of gratitude toward Ron. His best friend might not always understand the nuances of magical theory, but he understood the important things. He understood loyalty. He understood friendship. He understood standing up for what was right. Thanks, Ron, Harry said quietly. Ron nodded. Anytime, mate. The training continued for the rest of the week. Harry practiced every day, learning to channel the ancient magic through his emotions. He discovered that fear made the magic defensive, anger made it aggressive, and love, real love, made it protective. The runes on his arms responded to his feelings, pulsing and shifting in response. He also discovered something else: the ancient magic could detect deception. It happened during a training session with Professor McGonagall, who had come to observe his progress. She was testing his reflexes, throwing spells at him that he had to deflect with the ancient magic. Good, Potter, she said, firing another curse at him. Your reflexes are improving. But you're still too slow. You need to anticipate the attack before it happens. Harry concentrated, feeling the magic surge within him. But instead of deflecting the spell, something else happened. The runes on his arms flared, and he felt a sudden, overwhelming certainty. She's lying. She's holding back. She's not telling you everything, Professor, Harry said, lowering his hands. Is there something you're not telling me? McGonagall's eyes widened. What do you mean? About the investigation, Harry said. About the love potions. About who's behind them. You know something, don't you? The silence stretched between them. I don't know what you're talking about, McGonagall said, but her voice wavered. Harry felt the magic surge again. She's lying. She knows something. She's trying to protect you, but she's also hiding something, Professor, Harry said, stepping closer. I'm not just a student anymore. I'm the heir of ancient magic. And I can tell when someone's lying to me. McGonagall's face went pale. Potter, you don't understand. There are things I'm not at liberty to discuss. Things that are above my pay grade? Harry asked bitterly. I've heard that before. From Dumbledore. From the ministry. From everyone who's ever tried to control me. Harry. I'm tired of being kept in the dark, Harry said, his voice rising. Someone's been using love potions on me for years. Someone's been manipulating my life. And you want me to just sit back and let you handle it? McGonagall was silent for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was heavy with regret. There are suspects, Harry. Several of them. But the evidence is inconclusive. There are gaps in our knowledge. Gaps that seem to have been deliberately created. Deliberately created? Harry repeated. What does that mean? It means someone is erasing evidence, McGonagall said. Memories have been altered. Witnesses have been silenced. Every time we get close to the truth, something gets in the way. Harry felt a cold dread settle in his stomach. Someone inside the castle. McGonagall nodded grimly. Someone with access. Someone with power. Someone who's been covering their tracks for a very long time. But you don't know who. No, McGonagall admitted. Whoever it is, they're brilliant at hiding their identity. And they seem to have access to magic that even the Aurors can't trace. Harry's mind raced. Someone with power. Someone with access to old magic. Someone who'd been erasing evidence for years. Professor, he said slowly. The ancient magic, it can detect magic. Manipulation. Could it detect whoever's been covering up the evidence? McGonagall's eyes lit up. It might. The ancient magic is connected to the castle itself. If you could use it to scan the school, to search for traces of magical tampering. I could find the source, Harry said. I could find whoever's been doing this. The search began that night. Harry stood in the center of the room of requirement, the ancient magic pulsing through him like a second heartbeat. He closed his eyes and reached out with his senses, feeling the castle around him. The stones. The walls. The thousands of years of magic that had been woven into Hogwarts itself. And beneath it all, something darker. Traces of deception. Faint echoes of magical tampering. The residue of someone who'd been working very hard to hide their tracks. There, Harry thought, focusing on one particularly strong trace. Asterisk someone was there. In the dungeons. About a week ago. They used a memory charm on someone, asterisk. Harry's eyes snapped open. The dungeons. Someone used a memory charm on a student. Just before the investigation started. Can you tell who? Hermione asked, her voice tense with excitement. Harry concentrated again, trying to feel the magical signature. It was faint, deliberately obscured, but he could make out the edges of it. I don't know, he admitted. But I can feel the magic. It's old. Powerful. And it's been used recently. Then let's go, Ron said, grabbing his wand. Let's find this bastard Anne. Ron, wait. Harry held up a hand. If we confront them directly, we could tip them off. We need to be smart about this. Then what's the plan? Ron demanded. Harry looked at the runes on his arms. They were pulsing steadily, warm against his skin. They felt eager. Hungry. Like they wanted to be used. The plan, Harry said slowly, is to use the ancient magic to draw them out. To make them think they've won. To make them so confident that they slip up. How? Hermione asked. Harry smiled. We need to let them know that the investigation is going nowhere. That the Aurors are confused. That the evidence is inconclusive. And then? Then we wait, Ron said, catching on. We wait for them to make a mistake. Exactly, Harry said. And when they do, I'll be ready. The next morning, Harry made a show of being frustrated. He stomped through the hallways, complaining loudly about the investigation. He told anyone who would listen that the Aurors were useless, that the evidence had been destroyed, that they'd never find out who was behind the love potion scheme. His performance was convincing. By lunchtime, the rumor had spread through the entire school. Harry Potter was giving up. The investigation was dead. Whoever had been using love potions had gotten away with it. But Harry wasn't giving up. Far from it. That night, when the castle was quiet, he snuck into the dungeons with Hermione and Ron. The ancient magic was pulsing strongly, guiding him toward the source of the magical tampering. "It's this way," he whispered, leading them through a maze of corridors. "I can feel it. The memory charm, it was used in this area." They turned a corner and found themselves in a dead-end passage. Harry frowned, looking around. There was nothing here. No doors. No secret passageways. Just old stone walls. "Are you sure this is the right place?" Hermione asked. Harry concentrated. The ancient magic was pulsing strongly, but it seemed confused. As if the signal was being blocked. "Someone's cast a concealment charm," he said. "A powerful one. I can feel the edges of it, but I can't break through. Can I try?" Hermione asked, raising her wand. "No." Harry shook his head. "If we use traditional magic, whoever cast the charm will know. But if I use the ancient magic..." He reached out with his senses, letting the power flow through him. The runes on his arms flared bright gold, and the magic surged forward, probing the edges of the concealment charm. And then it broke. The wall shimmered and dissolved, revealing a hidden door. Behind it was a small room, filled with potions equipment. Cauldrons. Ingredients. And a book, a leather-bound journal that looked very old. Harry stepped into the room, his heart pounding. This was it. This was where the love potions had been brewed. "Look at this," Hermione said, picking up the journal. "It's a log. Dates, names, quantities." "Read it," Harry urged. "Read the names." Hermione flipped through the pages, her face going pale. "Oh, Harry," she whispered. "These names, some of them are students. Students who've been here for years. But others." "Others what?" Ron demanded. "Others. Our professors," Hermione said, her voice shaking. "Several of them. And ministry officials. And," she stopped, her eyes going wide. "And one of them is Dumbledore." The room went silent. "That's impossible," Ron said. "Dumbledore wouldn't, he's the headmaster. He's protected us. He's always protected us." "Keep reading," Harry said, his voice dangerously calm. "There has to be an explanation." Hermione continued, her hands shaking. "The entries are coded. I can't read everything. But the patterns, whoever's been using these potions has been controlling people for years. Influencing decisions. Manipulating relationships. Controlling the ministry." Ron asked, his voice rising. "Yes," Hermione said. "The entries mention ministry officials. Officials who've been making decisions that favor," she stopped again. "That favor the war." "The war," Harry repeated. "The war against Voldemort." Hermione nodded slowly. I think someone was trying to control the outcome of the war. Through manipulation. Through love potions. Through me," Harry said. "Because if you control the boy who lived, you control the war." The realization hit him like a physical blow. This wasn't just about love potions. This wasn't just about Ginny. This was about something much bigger. Someone had been trying to control him for years. Not for personal gain, but for political reasons. To influence the war. To shape the future of the wizarding world. And they'd almost succeeded. "Harry," Hermione said, her voice trembling. What are we going to do? Harry looked at the journal, at the evidence of years of manipulation and control. He thought about Ginny, about the kiss that had triggered the ancient magic. He thought about Dumbledore, who had been hiding something. I'm going to find out the truth, Harry said. All of it. No more secrets. No more lies. And then he looked at the runes on his arms, glowing bright gold in the darkness. And I'm going to use the ancient magic to make sure that no one ever controls me again. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Secrets Hidden in the Chamber of Records. The journal was a revelation. Harry sat in the dim light of the Room of Requirement, the leather-bound book spread open on his lap. Hermione and Ron flanked him, their faces pale in the glow of the enchanted candles. They'd been reading for hours, piecing together the fragments of a conspiracy that had been decades in the making. The entries go back 30 years, Hermione said, her voice hoarse from reading aloud. Whoever kept this journal, they were meticulous. They recorded every potion they brewed, every person they targeted, every outcome they achieved. 30 years, Ron repeated, shaking his head. That's before we were even born. Harry traced the faded ink with his finger. The handwriting was elegant, precise, the handwriting of someone who was used to keeping secrets. Someone who had been doing this for a very long time. There's a pattern here, he said slowly. Look at the names. The people who were targeted. They're all connected. Either to the Ministry, or to Hogwarts, or to, he stopped, his throat tightening. Or to you, Hermione finished. The entries about you, there are dozens of them. Starting from your first year. Someone was monitoring you from the very beginning. Harry felt sick. His first year. He'd been 11 years old, a scared orphan who just discovered he was a wizard. And someone had already been planning to use him. What does it say? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Hermione hesitated, then began to read. September 1st, 1991. Subject HP has arrived at Hogwarts. Early indications suggest he is unaware of his potential. The prophecy remains unfulfilled. Monitoring will continue. The prophecy, Harry said. They knew about the prophecy. December 25, 1992. Subject HP has demonstrated unusual resistance to magical influence. The basilisk incident has confirmed his connection to Voldemort. This connection may prove useful in future manipulations. Suggest additional measures. Harry felt the runes on his arms pulse, a surge of protective warmth. The ancient magic was responding to the threat, even now. June 20, 1994. The Triwizard Tournament has been arranged. Subject HP has been entered against his will. The Dark Lord's agents are in position. If all goes according to plan, Subject HP will be delivered to his master within the year. The Triwizard Tournament, Ron said, his voice sharp with anger. That wasn't just Voldemort. Someone else was involved. Someone who wanted Harry delivered to him. June 24, 1994. Unexpected development. Subject HP has escaped. The Dark Lord's plans are temporarily thwarted. However, the manipulation protocols can be adapted. Suggestion: employ Love Potion Network to establish emotional control. Subject HP's grief over Cedric Diggory's death creates vulnerability. They used my grief, Harry said, his voice hollow. They knew I was hurting, and they used it against me. October 12, 1995. Operation Amortentia has commenced. Multiple agents have been deployed. The Weasley girl has been identified as the primary vector. Her proximity to Subject HP makes her ideal for emotional manipulation. Potion integration is proceeding as planned. Ginny, Ron breathed. They've been dosing my sister for years. Without her knowing. Hermione continued reading, her voice growing more strained with each entry. February 14, 1996. Valentine's Day operation successful. Subject HP has shown increased interest in the Weasley girl. The Love Potion network is functioning optimally. Suggest continued monitoring and adjustment. May 2, 1997. War has intensified. Subject HP is in hiding. Protocol adjustments required. Suggestion: use the Weasley girl to locate subject HP. Emotional attachment should facilitate compliance. September 1, 1998. Subject HP has returned to Hogwarts. The war is over, but the manipulation must continue. The true objective remains: control the boy who lived. Control the future of the wizarding world. Harry closed his eyes, the weight of the words pressing down on him. All those years. All that manipulation. And he'd never known. He'd never suspected. Who wrote this? He asked, opening his eyes. Who's been doing this? Hermione shook her head. The entries are unsigned. And the handwriting isn't distinctive enough to identify. Whoever it is, they were careful to cover their tracks. But we have the journal, Ron said. We can take it to Dumbledore. To the Aurors. Harry shook his head. Not yet. If we take this to the authorities, whoever's behind this will know we're onto them. They'll cover their tracks even more thoroughly. So what do we do? Ron demanded. We keep reading, Harry said. We find out everything we can. And then we use the ancient magic to expose them. The next day, Harry returned to the Chamber of Records. The ancient vault was still open, still pulsing with the same golden light that had first appeared when he touched the book. The professors had sealed it off, but Harry found that the ancient magic allowed him to pass through the barriers without difficulty. The artifacts inside were unlike anything he'd ever seen. Weapons that shimmered with enchanted light. Jewelry that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. Books bound in materials that had long since vanished from the wizarding world. But what drew his attention was the pedestal at the center of the vault. On it sat a stone tablet, covered in runes that glowed with the same golden light as the marks on his arms. Harry approached it slowly, the ancient magic pulsing in response. "Hello," he said softly. "I know you can hear me. I know you can sense the magic inside me." The runes on the tablet flared bright, and the voice from before echoed through the chamber. Asterisk, the heir of ancient magic has returned. The castle recognizes you. Harry Potter. The founders recognize you. Asterisk. Then tell me, Harry said. Tell me who's been trying to control me. Tell me who's been using love potions on me and my friends. The truth is hidden in the foundation of Hogwarts itself, the voice replied. Asterisk, the founder's legacy endures. Seek the Chamber of Records' deepest secrets. The answers you seek lie within. Asterisk. Harry looked around the vault. There were dozens of artifacts, hundreds of books. How was he supposed to find the truth in all of this? But then he felt it. A pull. A tug at his magical core, guiding him toward a specific corner of the vault. Harry followed it, his heart pounding, until he reached a small alcove hidden behind a tapestry. Inside was a book. It wasn't like the others in the vault. It was smaller, plainer, bound in simple leather that had long since lost its color. But the moment Harry touched it, the ancient magic surged, and the book flew open to a page marked with a single rune. The magic of the founders is strong, the voice said. Asterisk, but the magic that protects Hogwarts is older still. Deep beneath the castle, there is a place where the most ancient magic of all resides. A place known only to the heirs of the founders. Asterisk. Harry looked down at the page. It was covered in diagrams and symbols, depicting a maze of tunnels and chambers beneath the castle. The Chamber of Secrets, he said. You're talking about the Chamber of Secrets. No, the voice said. Asterisk, the Chamber of Secrets is but one of many hidden places within Hogwarts. The place I speak of is older. Darker. It is the Chamber of Record's deepest chamber, a place where the Founder's most dangerous secrets were buried. Asterisk. Dangerous secrets? Harry repeated. What kind of secrets? Secrets about love potions, the voice said. Asterisk. Secrets about the attempts to control the heirs of ancient magic. Secrets about those who sought to enslave the very magic that protects this school. Asterisk. Harry's blood ran cold. The love potion. Conspiracy. It's connected to the Founders. It began long before you were born, Harry Potter, the voice said. Asterisk. The desire to control the heir of ancient magic is as old as the magic itself. Many have tried. Some have nearly succeeded. But the ancient magic has always protected its own. Asterisk. How do I get there? Harry asked. To the deepest chamber. You must follow the path of the Founders, the voice said. Asterisk. The key lies within the 4 houses. The artifacts of the Founders, Gryffindor's sword, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin's locket, each holds a piece of the truth. You must find them all to unlock the way. Asterisk. Harry's heart sank. But the cup is destroyed. The diadem is gone. The locket. Some artifacts have been lost, the voice agreed. Asterisk. But their essence remains. The Founder's magic is not confined to physical objects. It is woven into the very fabric of Hogwarts. You must find the echoes of the artifacts, the traces they left behind. Asterisk. Echoes, Harry repeated. What are echoes? The Founders' power left permanent marks on the places they loved most, the voice said. Asterisk. Gryffindor's courage. Hufflepuff's loyalty. Ravenclaw's wisdom. Slytherin's ambition. These qualities are not just ideals, they are magical imprints that can be accessed by the heir of ancient magic. Asterisk. Harry frowned. So I just think about courage. And the magic will respond? It is not that simple, the voice said. Asterisk. You must prove yourself worthy of each Founder's trust. You must demonstrate the qualities they valued most. Only then will the echoes reveal their secrets. Asterisk. How do I prove myself? You must face a trial for each Founder, the voice said. Asterisk. A challenge that will test your heart, your mind, and your soul. Only the true heir of ancient magic can pass all 4 trials. Asterisk. Harry felt the runes on his arms pulse in response. They were eager, hungry for the challenge. Where do I start? He asked. The first trial is Gryffindor's, the voice said. Asterisk. Gryffindor valued courage above all else. To prove your worth, you must face your greatest fear and conquer it. Asterisk. Harry's mind went immediately to Voldemort. To the fear that had haunted him his entire life. Face Voldemort? He asked, his voice trembling slightly. No, the voice said. Asterisk. Voldemort is not your greatest fear. Your greatest fear is far more personal. It is the fear of being controlled. Of losing yourself to someone else's will. Of becoming a puppet. Asterisk. Harry felt the truth of the words like a physical blow. Gryffindor's trial, the voice continued, asterisk, will force you to confront that fear. You must enter a place where your worst nightmares become reality. Where your will is tested to its breaking point. If you emerge victorious, you will be worthy of Gryffindor's trust. Asterisk. Where is this place? Harry asked. It lies beneath the castle, the voice said. Asterisk. In a chamber called the Hall of Mirrors. The walls are made of enchanted glass that shows you the truth of your heart. But beware, the glass also shows you your deepest fears. And in that chamber, those fears can become real. Asterisk. Harry took a deep breath. Then I'll go. Tonight. There is one more thing, the voice said. The Hall of Mirrors is guarded by a creature of Gryffindor's own creation, a lion made of pure magical fire. It will test your courage, your resolve, and your ability to face danger without flinching. A lion made of fire, Harry repeated. Great. The creature will not harm you unless you show fear, the voice said. But if you falter, if you let your fear consume you, it will destroy you. Harry felt his heart race. But he forced himself to remain calm. I can do this, he said. I've faced worse. Have you? The voice asked. Have you faced a creature that feeds on your deepest fears? Have you faced a monster that cannot be defeated by magic, only by courage? Harry didn't answer. Because the truth was, he wasn't sure. But he was going to try. The Hall of Mirrors was hidden beneath the 7th floor, in a section of the castle that Harry had never seen before. The entrance was concealed behind a tapestry depicting the Battle of Hogwarts, a grim reminder of what he'd lost and what he'd survived. Harry stood at the entrance, the ancient magic pulsing through him. Hermione and Ron were beside him, their wands drawn. Are you sure about this, mate? Ron asked. I mean, a lion made of fire, that sounds like something out of a nightmare. I have to do this, Harry said. The answers are in the deepest chamber. And the only way to get there is through the trials. Then we're coming with you, Hermione said firmly. We'll face the lion together. Harry shook his head. The voice said I have to do this alone. The trial is for the heir of ancient magic. You can't help me. But Harry. Stay here, he said. If I don't come back in an hour, go get Dumbledore. And promise me you'll keep reading the journal. No matter what happens. Hermione's face was pale, but she nodded. Be careful, Harry. Please. Harry turned and stepped through the tapestry. The chamber beyond was vast and circular, its walls made entirely of enchanted glass. The mirrors reflected him from 1,000 angles, 1,000 different versions of himself, each one distorted slightly, as if showing a possible future. Welcome, Harry Potter. The voice came from everywhere at once. Harry spun around, searching for the source. But there was no one else in the room. I am the guardian of Gryffindor's trial, the voice continued. I have been waiting for you for a very long time. Show yourself, Harry said, his voice steady. The mirrors shimmered, and a figure emerged from one of them. It was a lion, but not like any lion Harry had ever seen. It was made of golden fire, its mane flickering with flames, its eyes burning with an ancient intelligence. You have come to prove your courage, the guardian said. To face your greatest fear and conquer it. Are you prepared, heir of ancient magic? I'm ready, Harry said. The lion roared, and the chamber exploded into light. The world shifted. Harry found himself in a familiar room, the Gryffindor common room. But something was wrong. The fire was out. The portraits were empty. And standing in the center of the room was a figure he recognized all too well. Voldemort. But it wasn't Voldemort. Not exactly. This was a version of Voldemort that was twisted, warped, a nightmare version that was more terrible than the real thing. Harry, the nightmare said, his voice a soft hiss. I've been waiting for you. You're not real, Harry said, his heart pounding. Am I not? The nightmare stepped closer. I have always been with you. In your nightmares. In your fears. In every moment of doubt. I am the part of you that fears being controlled. Harry felt the ancient magic surge within him, but he held it back. This was a test. He had to face his fear, not destroy it. You can't control me, he said. You've tried, and you've failed. I'm not your puppet. Not yet, the nightmare said. But I will be. Eventually, you will fall. You will give in to the darkness. You will become what I always knew you would be. Never, Harry said, his voice rising. I would never. Wouldn't you? The nightmare smiled, and it was a terrible thing to see. What about the love potions? What about Ginny? How do you know your feelings for her are real? How do you know any of your feelings are real? Harry felt the words strike him like physical blows. The doubt. The uncertainty. It was everything he'd been trying to suppress. I know, he said, forcing himself to be strong. I know because I feel it. In my heart. The ancient magic, it wouldn't have reacted if my feelings were fake. It would have let the love potion work. The nightmare laughed. You poor, foolish boy. You think the ancient magic is on your side? It's using you. Controlling you. You're just a puppet in a different set of strings. That's not true, Harry said, but his voice wavered. Isn't it? The nightmare stepped closer, its eyes burning with red light. The ancient magic chose you for a reason. It needs you to protect Hogwarts. To serve its will. You're nothing but a tool, Harry. Just like you've always been. Harry felt his knees buckle. The words were too true, too close to his deepest fears. You're nothing but a tool. Harry. The voice was soft, familiar. Harry looked up to see another figure emerging from the mirrors. This one was wearing Gryffindor robes, his sword gleaming in the dim light. Godric Gryffindor, Harry breathed. The fear you feel is natural, the founder said. But it is also a lie. The ancient magic does not seek to control you. It seeks to protect you. And to be worthy of that protection, you must believe in yourself. But how? Harry asked. How can I believe in myself when everything I've known has been a lie? Gryffindor smiled. Because you are not defined by what others have done to you. You are defined by how you respond. You have faced Voldemort. You have faced death. And you have always chosen to do what is right. That is courage, Harry. That is the heart of a true Gryffindor. Harry felt the words sink into him, filling the emptiness inside. He was not a puppet. He was not a tool. He was a fighter. A survivor. Someone who had never given up, no matter how impossible the odds. He rose to his feet, the ancient magic surging through him. I am not afraid of you, he said to the nightmare. You are nothing but a shadow. A remnant of my darkest fears. And I will not let you control me. The nightmare screamed. It lunged at him, but Harry didn't flinch. He stood his ground, his heart beating steady. And then the nightmare dissolved, replaced by golden light. The chamber was quiet when Harry opened his eyes. He was lying on the stone floor, the ancient magic pulsing gently through his veins. The mirrors were still there, but they were no longer showing his fears. Instead, they reflected a version of himself that seemed stronger. More confident. You have passed the trial, the guardian said, stepping out of the mirrors. You have faced your fear and conquered it. Gryffindor's echo now recognizes you as worthy. Harry rose slowly to his feet. What happens now? The next trial awaits, the guardian said. Hufflepuff's trial will test your loyalty. Are you ready to continue? Harry took a deep breath. Yes. I'm ready. The guardian nodded. Then follow the path of the founders. The next trial lies in the room of hidden things, a room where Hufflepuff's cup once rested. Seek out the echo of her loyalty, and prove yourself worthy of her trust. Harry turned to leave, but the guardian's voice stopped him. One more thing, Harry Potter. The deeper you go, the more dangerous the trials become. The ultimate chamber, the place where the founders' most dangerous secrets lie, is guarded by something far more terrible than lions made of fire. Are you certain you wish to continue? Harry looked at the runes on his arms. They were pulsing steadily, warm against his skin. I have to, he said. For everyone who's been hurt by this conspiracy. For everyone who's had their free will stolen. I have to find the truth. The guardian bowed its head. Then go, heir of ancient magic. And may courage guide your path. Harry emerged from the tapestry to find Hermione and Ron waiting anxiously. Harry. Hermione rushed to him. Are you okay? What happened in there? I passed the trial, Harry said. Gryffindor's trial. But there are 3 more. 3 more. Ron's eyes widened. Mate, you look exhausted. You need to rest. I can't rest, Harry said. The answers are down there. In the deepest chamber. And the longer I wait, the more chance whoever's behind this has to cover their tracks. But you can't do it alone, Hermione said. If the trials are this dangerous, you need help. The voice said I have to do them alone, Harry said. But it didn't say I couldn't have help with the investigation. While I'm facing the trials, you two need to keep reading the journal. Find out everything you can about the conspiracy. And if we find out who's behind it? Ron asked. Don't confront them, Harry said. Just gather evidence. When I've passed all the trials, we'll use the ancient magic to expose them. Ron nodded grimly. We'll do whatever it takes, mate. You know that. Harry looked at his 2 best friends. They'd been through so much together. The war, the loss, the pain. And now this, a conspiracy that threatened everything they'd fought for. Thank you, he said quietly. I couldn't do this without you. Don't get all sappy on us, Ron said, but his voice was thick with emotion. Harry smiled. I won't. Not until I've found out the truth. The next trial was Hufflepuff's. The Room of Hidden Things was a vast chamber filled with centuries of accumulated objects, furniture, books, magical artifacts that had been lost and forgotten. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on the pedestal was a golden cup. Harry approached it slowly, the ancient magic pulsing in response. Hufflepuff's cup, he breathed. Or rather, the echo of it. As he touched the pedestal, the room shifted. Suddenly he was no longer in the Room of Hidden Things. He was in a different place, a field, green and beautiful, with a castle in the distance. Harry. He turned to find a woman standing behind him. She was wearing yellow robes, her face kind and warm. Helga Hufflepuff, Harry said. The founder smiled. You've come far, young one. But the hardest trials are still ahead. Hufflepuff's trial will test your loyalty. Are you willing to prove that you value friendship above all else? I am, Harry said. Hufflepuff nodded. Then face the challenge that lies before you. The field vanished. Harry found himself in the Great Hall, but it was different, empty. Dark, and filled with a sense of dread. And then he saw them. His friends. His family. Everyone he loved, tied to chairs in the center of the room, their faces twisted with fear. Harry. Hermione screamed. Don't let them. Choose, said a voice from the shadows. One life or another. You must choose who lives and who dies. Harry felt the ancient magic surge, but he held it back. This was a test. A test of loyalty. I won't choose, he said. I won't sacrifice anyone. Then they all die, the voice said. I said I won't choose, Harry repeated, his voice growing stronger. Because there's always another way. There's always a way to save everyone. The shadows laughed. You're naive, boy. The world doesn't work that way. It will, Harry said. Because I'll make it work that way. I'll never stop fighting for the people I love. Not ever. The shadows dissolved, and Hufflepuff appeared, smiling. You have passed the trial, she said. You have proven that your loyalty is unwavering. Hufflepuff's echo now recognizes you as worthy. The third trial was Ravenclaw's. Harry found the echo of Ravenclaw's diadem in the room where the diadem had once been hidden, a small alcove in the room of requirement. The echo glowed with a blue light, and when Harry touched it, he was transported to a library unlike any he'd ever seen. "Wisdom," said a voice. "That is what Ravenclaw valued most. To prove your worth, you must answer a single question. A question that has no easy answer." "Ask it," Harry said. The voice spoke. "What is the greatest threat to the wizarding world?" Harry thought about Voldemort. About the war. About the conspiracy that had been trying to control him for years. "The greatest threat," he said slowly, "is not Voldemort. It's not dark magic. It's the willingness to sacrifice freedom for safety. To let others control us because it's easier than fighting for ourselves." The voice was silent for a long moment. "You have answered correctly," it said. "Ravenclaw's echo now recognizes you as worthy." The fourth trial was Slytherin's. Harry found the echo of Slytherin's locket in the Chamber of Secrets, a place that still held dark memories for him. The echo glowed with a green light, and when Harry touched it, he was transported to a throne room. "Ambition," said a voice. "That is what Slytherin valued most. To prove your worth, you must answer a single question. What is your greatest ambition?" Harry thought about all the things he'd wanted over the years. To defeat Voldemort. To survive. To find a family. "My greatest ambition," he said, "is to protect. To protect the people I love, and to make sure no one ever suffers the way I did. To be the guardian that Hogwarts needs." The voice was silent for a long moment. "You have answered wisely," it said. "Slytherin's echo now recognizes you as worthy. The path to the deepest chamber is open." Harry stood in the center of the Chamber of Records, the runes on his arms pulsing with golden light. The echoes of the four founders surrounded him, their voices blending together in a single chorus. "You have passed all four trials," they said. "You are truly worthy of the ancient magic. The deepest chamber is now open to you." The floor beneath Harry's feet began to shift, opening to reveal a spiral staircase that descended into the darkness below. "The secrets of the founders await," the voices said. "Go, Harry Potter. And discover the truth that has been hidden for centuries." Harry took a deep breath and began to descend. The deepest chamber was unlike anything Harry had ever seen. It was vast, ancient, filled with a power that made his skin prickle. At the center of the chamber was a stone altar, and on the altar lay a single artifact, a golden crown, set with jewels that glowed with an inner light. "The crown of the first magic," whispered the voices. "The source of the founder's power. It was hidden here to protect it from those who would misuse it." Harry approached the crown slowly, the ancient magic surging through him. The crown was beautiful, but there was something about it that made him uneasy. A darkness lurking beneath the surface. "The truth," Harry said. "You promised me the truth about the love potion conspiracy." The voices were silent for a long moment. Then, one of them spoke, a voice that Harry recognized. "Harry." It was Dumbledore. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, The investigation begins. The voice echoed through the ancient chamber, sending chills down Harry's spine. Dumbledore. But it couldn't be. The headmaster was above, in his office, dealing with the horrors and the chaos of the investigation. And yet the voice was unmistakable, the same calm, measured tone that had guided Harry through so many trials. "Professor?" Harry called out, his voice bouncing off the stone walls. "Is that you?" Silence. Then the voice spoke again, but it wasn't Dumbledore's voice anymore. It was something older, something that resonated with the power of the ancient magic itself. "The crown of the first magic holds many secrets, Harry Potter. Among them are the echoes of those who have touched it before. Albus Dumbledore touched this crown 70 years ago, when he was a young man seeking answers. His echo remains. Harry stared at the crown. 70 years. Dumbledore had been here, in this chamber, seeking the same answers Harry was seeking now. What did he find? Harry asked. Albus Dumbledore discovered that the love potion conspiracy was older than Hogwarts itself. It began in the time of the Founders, when a faction of wizards sought to control the heirs of ancient magic. Their goal was to create a puppet ruler, a wizard who would do their bidding while appearing to lead the wizarding world. Harry's blood ran cold. A puppet ruler. They wanted to control the boy who lived so they could control the ministry. The conspiracy has evolved over the centuries, the voice continued. Different factions have taken up the mantle. Different methods have been employed. But the goal has always remained the same: control the heir of ancient magic, and you control the future of wizard kind. And they've been doing this for centuries, Harry said slowly. Using love potions, manipulation, whatever it takes to get what they want. Yes, the voice said. The conspirators are patient. They play the long game. They embed themselves in positions of power and wait for the right moment to strike. Like the journal, Harry said. The one Hermione found in the dungeon. It had entries going back 30 years. The journal is but a fragment of the conspiracy, the voice said. The true network is far larger. It includes members of the ministry, professors at Hogwarts, and even some of the most respected families in the wizarding world. Harry felt the ancient magic pulse within him, responding to his anger. Who are they? Give me names. The crown of the first magic does not reveal names, the voice said. Names change. Loyalties shift. The conspiracy is a hydra, cut off one head, and two more grow in its place. To defeat it, you must understand its structure. Its methods. Its weaknesses. How do I do that? By using the ancient magic, the voice said. The magic that flows through your veins can detect manipulation, uncover deception, and reveal the truth that others have tried to hide. But you must learn to use it. You must train your senses to recognize the signs of magical tampering. I've already started, Harry said. I can feel when someone's lying. I can sense the residue of love potions. That is the beginning, the voice said. But there is much more you can do. The ancient magic can also track magical signatures, trace the origin of enchantments, and penetrate the most powerful concealment charms. With practice, you will become an investigator unlike any the wizarding world has ever seen. Harry felt a surge of hope. Then teach me. Show me how to use the magic to find the truth. The voice was silent for a long moment. Then the crown of the first magic began to glow, and the chamber filled with light. Harry emerged from the deepest chamber hours later, exhausted but exhilarated. The crown of the first magic had taught him more than he could have ever imagined. He had learned to sense magical signatures, to feel the unique fingerprint of each witch or wizard's magic. He had learned to trace enchantments back to their source, following the threads of power like a spider following its web. And he had learned to detect the residue of love potions, even when they'd been masked by concealment charms. But there was more. So much more. The crown had shown him visions of the conspiracy, fragments of a puzzle that stretched back centuries. He had seen the faces of the conspirators, though they were always shrouded in shadow. He had heard their whispered plans, their schemes to control the heirs of ancient magic. And he had seen the name that kept appearing, over and over again. Azkaban. Not as a place of punishment, but as a source of power. The conspirators had connections to the prison. They were using the Dementors, the prisoners, the very darkness of the place to fuel their manipulations. Harry didn't understand it. Not yet. But he knew he had to find out. Hermione and Ron were waiting for him in the room of requirement, their faces pale with worry. Harry. Hermione rushed to him. You've been gone for hours. We were starting to think. I'm fine, Harry said, collapsing into a chair. The deepest chamber, it was incredible. I learned so much. Like what? Ron demanded. Harry told them everything. The crown of the first magic. The visions. The name that kept appearing. Azkaban, Hermione repeated, her face troubled. That doesn't make sense. The Dementors were working for Voldemort. Why would the conspirators be connected to them? I don't know, Harry admitted. But the crown showed me something else. Someone in the Ministry has been covering up the conspiracy for years. Erasing evidence, altering memories, silencing witnesses. The journal, Ron said. Someone's been erasing evidence from the journal too. The entries are incomplete, there are gaps where whole sections should be. Gaps? Harry sat up straighter. What kind of gaps? Hermione pulled out the journal, flipping through the pages. There are pages missing. Sections that have been torn out. And some of the entries are illegible, like someone tried to burn them. Can the ancient magic read them? Ron asked. I mean, if it can detect love potions, maybe it can. Harry reached out, touching the journal. The runes on his arms flared, and he felt the ancient magic surge forward, probing the pages. They've been magically sealed, he said. Whoever wrote this didn't want anyone reading the full entries. But, he concentrated, pushing the magic deeper. I can feel the edges of the original text. It's still there, just hidden. Can you reveal it? Hermione asked eagerly. Harry shook his head. Not yet. The concealment charm is too strong. But with more practice, I might be able to break through. Then we need to practice, Ron said. We need to figure out who's behind all of this before they figure out we're onto them. Harry nodded. The urgency was clear. Every moment they wasted was another moment for the conspirators to cover their tracks. Tonight, he said. I'll practice with the ancient magic tonight. And tomorrow, we start investigating properly. The next morning, Harry woke with a sense of purpose he hadn't felt in years. The investigation was officially underway. He had the tools, the ancient magic, the journal, the knowledge from the crown. Now he just needed to use them. He met Hermione and Ron in the library before breakfast, the journal spread out on the table between them. Where do we start? Ron asked. The Ministry, Harry said. The crown showed me that. Someone in the Ministry is connected to the conspiracy. We need to find out who. How? Hermione asked. We can't exactly walk into the Ministry and start asking questions. We don't have to, Harry said. The ancient magic can track magical signatures. If I can get close enough to someone who's been involved in the conspiracy, I might be able to sense it. That's risky, Hermione said. If they realize what you're doing. They won't, Harry said. The magic is subtle. They won't even know I'm using it. Unless they're also using ancient magic, Ron pointed out. Harry hadn't thought of that. Do you think they could be? The Crown said the conspiracy has been around for centuries. They might have access to magic we don't know about. It's possible, Hermione said. If they've been studying the ancient magic for centuries, they might have found ways to counter it. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. The conspirators were patient, clever, and resourceful. Underestimating them would be a fatal mistake. Then we need to be careful, he said. We need to gather information without tipping them off. What about the potions? Ron asked. The ones you found in the dungeon. Can you trace them back to their source? Harry nodded. The Crown taught me how to trace magical signatures. If we still have some of the potion residue from the dungeon, I might be able to follow it to whoever brewed it. I saved some, Hermione said, pulling a small vial from her bag. I thought it might be useful. Harry took the vial, holding it up to the light. The liquid inside was clear, almost invisible, but when he focused the ancient magic on it, he could see the faint shimmer of enchantment. Whoever brewed this was good, he said. Really good. The magic is almost completely concealed. Can you still trace it? Ron asked. Harry closed his eyes, letting the ancient magic flow through him. He felt the signature of the potion, a unique blend of magical energy that was as distinctive as a fingerprint. Yes, he said, opening his eyes. I can feel it. But it's faint. Like it's been deliberately muddled. Meaning they knew someone might try to trace it, Hermione said grimly. Exactly, Harry said. But I can still follow it. It'll just take longer. The first stop was the dungeons. Harry led Hermione and Ron through the winding corridors, following the thread of magical energy that the potion had left behind. The trail was faint, but the ancient magic made it visible, a golden thread that only Harry could see. It's leading this way, he said, turning a corner. Into the Slytherin common room. The Slytherin common room? Ron's voice rose with disbelief. You think a Slytherin is behind all of this? The conspiracy isn't limited to one house, Harry said. The Crown showed me that. People from all 4 houses have been involved over the centuries. Still, Hermione said, the Slytherin common room is where the most suspicious activity tends to happen. Harry didn't answer. He was too focused on the thread. It was growing stronger now, pulsing with a dark energy that made his skin prickle. Just ahead, he said. Behind that tapestry. He pushed aside the tapestry to reveal a hidden passage. The thread led through it, into a small room that was filled with potions equipment. This is it, Harry said, stepping into the room. This is where they're brewing the love potions. The room was small but well equipped. Cauldrons bubbled on enchanted burners. Ingredients lined the shelves, everything from moonstone to powdered dragon claw. And in the center of the room, sitting on a table, was a book that looked very familiar. Harry picked it up, flipping through the pages. It was another journal, this one more recent than the one Hermione had found. Operation Valentine, he read aloud. Target, Harry Potter. Vector, Ginny Weasley. Potion, Amortentia variation. Results, successful. Another journal, Ron said, his voice shaking with anger. How many of these are there? I don't know, Harry said. But this one, he flipped to the back. It has names. Actual names. Hermione leaned over his shoulder, reading the entries. Professor Slughorn. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones's predecessor. And, she stopped, her face going pale. And Kingsley Shacklebolt. Kingsley. Ron's jaw dropped. Kingsley's one of the good ones. He fought with us in the war. Maybe he was being manipulated, Harry said. The entries say he was under a love potion at the time. He might not have known what he was doing. Or maybe he's part of the conspiracy, Ron said darkly. You can't trust anyone, Harry. Not anymore. Harry felt the truth of those words like a blow. Trust. It was what had kept him going all these years, the belief that there were good people in the world, people who would stand with him no matter what. Now that belief was crumbling. We need more evidence, he said. The journal isn't enough. We need to find out who's behind this. Who's been orchestrating everything? How? Ron asked. The trail ends here. Harry looked at the room, at the equipment and the journals. And then he felt it, a faint pulse of magical energy, coming from somewhere beneath his feet. There's something else, he said. Something beneath the room. He knelt down, touching the stone floor. The ancient magic surged, and the floor shimmered, revealing a hidden trapdoor. Another level? Hermione asked. But this is already in the dungeons. Another chamber, Harry said. Deeper than the dungeons. The magic is older down there. Much older. The trapdoor led to a narrow staircase that spiraled down into the darkness. Harry led the way, the ancient magic lighting his path. The runes on his arms were pulsing steadily, warm against his skin. They seemed to be guiding him, pulling him deeper into the earth. "Harry, I don't like this," Hermione said, her voice echoing in the narrow space. "This feels wrong." "I know," Harry said. "But we have to see what's down here." They emerged into a chamber that was unlike anything Harry had ever seen. It was round, its walls covered in ancient runes that glowed with a sickly green light. In the center of the chamber was a stone altar, and on the altar sat a golden chalice. "The Hufflepuff cup," Harry breathed. "The real one. Not the echo." "But the cup was destroyed," Hermione said. "We saw it in the Battle of Hogwarts. It was melted down." "This isn't the original," Harry said, stepping closer. "It's a replica. But it's been enchanted with powerful magic. Very powerful." He reached out to touch the chalice, and the moment his fingers made contact, the room exploded into chaos. Visions flooded his mind. Images of the founders, of ancient battles, of wizards and witches who had tried to control the heirs of ancient magic. And then, clearer than anything, he saw a face. A woman's face. Beautiful, with dark hair and eyes that glittered with cold intelligence. "Bella," he whispered. "Bellatrix Lestrange." "Harry, what are you talking about?" Ron's voice sounded distant, muffled. "Bellatrix was part of the conspiracy," Harry said. "She wasn't just working for Voldemort. She was working for something else. Something older." "The conspiracy," Hermione said. "It's connected to the Death Eaters." "Connected, but not the same," Harry said. "The Death Eaters were just one faction. The conspiracy is bigger than them. It's been around for centuries. And Bellatrix was involved." "She was a key player," Harry said, the vision still playing in his mind. "She was tasked with controlling me. With making sure I fell in love with the right person. With making sure I was vulnerable to manipulation." "But Bellatrix is dead," Ron said. "She died in the Battle of Hogwarts." "Her followers aren't," Harry said grimly. "The conspiracy is still active. And they're still trying to control me." They returned to the room of requirement with more questions than answers. The journal from the hidden chamber had been filled with entries about the conspiracy, its goals, its methods, its members. But the entries were coded, written in a language that even Hermione couldn't decipher. "Old English," she said, shaking her head. "But not the kind we're familiar with. This is a dialect that hasn't been spoken for centuries." "Can you translate it?" Harry asked. "I can try," Hermione said. "But it'll take time. And we don't have much of that." "What about the ancient magic?" Ron asked. "Can't you use it to translate?" Harry closed his eyes, letting the magic flow through him. He touched the journal, feeling the words written on the pages. "I can feel the meaning," he said slowly. "But it's not coming through clearly. The magic is trying to protect the secret." "Protect it from who?" Ron asked. "From me," Harry said. "The conspiracy knows about the ancient magic. They've found ways to ward against it." "So they knew you'd come," Hermione said, her voice hushed. "They've been expecting you." Harry nodded grimly. "And they've been preparing." The investigation continued over the next several days. Harry used the ancient magic to trace the magical signatures of love potions throughout the castle. He found traces in the Great Hall, in the classrooms, in the common rooms. The potions were everywhere, embedded in the very fabric of Hogwarts. He also found traces in the students themselves. "It's subtle," he told Hermione and Ron, after a particularly long session. "Most of the students don't even know they've been dosed. But the magic is there, sitting in the back of their minds, waiting to be activated." "Activated?" Ron repeated. "What do you mean, activated?" "Love potions are like seeds," Harry explained. "Once they're planted, they just need the right trigger to grow. A look, a touch, a particular combination of words. That's when the manipulation takes hold. And the conspirators know the triggers, Hermione said. They've been studying us. Learning our weaknesses. Exactly, Harry said. They've had years to plan this. They know everything about us. How do we fight that? Ron asked, his voice defeated. Harry looked at the runes on his arms. They were pulsing steadily, warm against his skin. We fight it by using the ancient magic, he said. By protecting ourselves and everyone we care about. By finding the conspirators and exposing them. And how do we do that? By trusting the magic, Harry said. And by trusting each other. That night, Harry had a dream. He was standing in the great hall of a castle, surrounded by shadows. In the center of the room was a throne, and on the throne sat a figure shrouded in darkness. You've done well, Harry, the figure said. But you're still just a child playing at being a hero. Who are you? Harry demanded. Why are you doing this? Because it's necessary, the figure said. Because the wizarding world needs a strong leader. Someone who can unite us. Someone who can guide us into the future. I won't be your puppet, Harry said. Not a puppet, the figure said. A partner. Together, we can achieve greatness. I don't want greatness, Harry said. I want the truth. Then find it, the figure said. Find the truth, and you'll find me. But be careful what you wish for, Harry. The truth can be a terrible thing. The investigation expanded. Harry, Hermione, and Ron began interviewing students, asking subtle questions about their experiences with love potions. Most of the students were unaware of the manipulation, but some had noticed strange things, emotions that didn't make sense, relationships that seemed forced, memories that were hazy or incomplete. It's happening to everyone, Hermione said, after compiling the interview notes. Not just you, Harry. Students across all 4 houses have been affected. Targeted or random? Harry asked. Both, Hermione said. Some of the students seem to have been deliberately targeted, the ones with influential families, the ones who could be useful to the conspiracy. But others were just collateral damage. Collateral damage, Harry repeated, the phrase leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. They're treating people like chess pieces. Moving them around, using them up, discarding them when they're no longer useful. We need to stop them, Ron said. We need to expose this conspiracy. We will, Harry said. But first, we need more evidence. Solid, undeniable proof that will stand up to any challenge. Where do we find that? Ron asked. Harry looked at the runes on his arms. They were pulsing steadily, warm against his skin. In the Chamber of Secrets, he said. The founders left their secrets there. And I'm going to find them. The investigation had officially begun. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood in the room of requirement, surrounded by stacks of journals and evidence. The ancient magic was pulsing through Harry's veins, guiding him, protecting him. Are you ready for this? Hermione asked. Harry nodded. Ready. He closed his eyes and let the magic flow through him. The runes on his arms flared bright gold, and the room shifted. He was no longer in the room of requirement. He was in the Chamber of Secrets, but not the one he'd visited before. This was deeper, darker, more dangerous. Welcome, Harry Potter, said a voice. I've been waiting for you. Harry opened his eyes to find himself face to face with a massive serpent, its scales glittering in the dim light. Salazar Slytherin's basilisk, he breathed. But it's dead. I killed it. This is an echo, the voice said. A shadow of the real thing. But it is no less dangerous. Harry reached for his wand, but the basilisk laughed. You cannot fight me, heir of ancient magic. You must outsmart me. Prove that you are worthy of Slytherin's trust. Like I proved myself to the other founders? Harry asked. Precisely, the basilisk said. But Slytherin's trial is different. Slytherin values cunning and resourcefulness. You must prove that you can be deceptive when necessary. That you can think on your feet and outmaneuver your enemies. How do I do that? Harry asked. You must find the hidden truth, the basilisk said. Among all the secrets in this chamber, one of them holds the key to stopping the conspiracy. Find it, and you will pass Slytherin's trial. Harry looked around the chamber. It was filled with artifacts, books, and scrolls, centuries of secrets hidden away from the world. This could take forever, he muttered. The magic will guide you, the basilisk said. Trust it. Harry closed his eyes, letting the ancient magic flow through him. He felt it pulling him toward a book on a shelf in the corner. He walked over and picked it up. It was a journal, like the others, but this one was different. The leather binding was old, cracked, and the pages were yellowed with age. He opened it to the first page. And found himself staring at a letter. To the heir of ancient magic. Asterisk if you are reading this, then you have found the truth. The conspiracy that has plagued the wizarding world for centuries is real. It is powerful. And it is still active, asterisk. Asterisk I have spent my life trying to stop it. I have gathered evidence, interviewed witnesses, and exposed countless conspirators. But I have failed, asterisk. Asterisk the conspiracy is too powerful. Too well connected. It has agents everywhere, in the ministry, in Hogwarts, in the highest ranks of wizarding society, asterisk. Asterisk but there is hope. You. The heir of ancient magic. You have powers that no one else possesses. You can see through the lies. You can detect the manipulation, asterisk. Asterisk use your powers, Harry. Find the truth. Expose the conspiracy. And save the wizarding world from the darkness that threatens to consume it, asterisk. I believe in you. Yours in hope. Asterisk a friend. Asterisk. Harry stared at the letter, his heart pounding. Who wrote this? He asked the basilisk. A witch who came before you, the basilisk said. A woman who dedicated her life to exposing the conspiracy. Her name was Isadora. Isadora, Harry repeated. Like the Isadora who invented the love potion network. The very same, the basilisk said. She created the network to control the heirs of ancient magic. But she later regretted it. She spent the rest of her life trying to undo the damage she had done. She's the original conspirator? Harry asked, shocked. Yes, the basilisk said. And she was the first to realize the truth, the conspiracy cannot be destroyed, only contained. It is a hydra with 1,000 heads. Cut off one, and 2 more will grow in its place. Then how do I stop it? Harry asked. You don't, the basilisk said. You can only fight it. Use your powers to protect yourself and those you love. Expose the conspirators when you can. But always be vigilant. The conspiracy will never truly die. Harry closed the journal, his mind reeling. He had more answers now, but also more questions. The conspiracy was bigger than he'd ever imagined. It stretched back centuries, involved countless people, and had corrupted the very institutions that were supposed to protect the wizarding world. But he also had hope. The ancient magic. The trust of the founders. The determination to fight for what was right. I won't give up, he said to the basilisk. I'll fight this conspiracy for as long as it takes. I'll protect Hogwarts and everyone I love. The basilisk nodded. Then you have passed Slytherin's trial. The ancient magic recognizes you as worthy. Harry felt the runes on his arms pulse, and the chamber shifted. He was back in the room of requirement, Hermione and Ron standing beside him. Harry. What happened? Hermione asked. You were gone for hours. Harry looked at the journal in his hands. "I found something," he said. "Something important." He told them everything: the basilisk, Isadora, the letter, the truth about the conspiracy. "The conspiracy can't be destroyed," he said. "Only contained. But that doesn't mean we give up. That doesn't mean we stop fighting." "What do we do then?" Ron asked. Harry looked at the journal, at the words written by a woman who had lived centuries ago. "We find the people who are part of the conspiracy now," he said. "We expose them. And we make sure they can never hurt anyone again." The investigation intensified. Harry used the ancient magic to track the conspirators, following the threads of magical energy that connected them to the Love Potion network. He found traces in the Ministry, in Hogwarts, in the homes of wealthy pure-blood families. He also found something else, a pattern. "They're not just targeting me," he told Hermione and Ron. "They're targeting everyone who could oppose them. Politicians, journalists, professors, anyone with influence." "So they're building a network," Hermione said. "A web of control that reaches across the entire wizarding world." "Exactly," Harry said. "And they're using the love potions to do it." "How do we stop them?" Ron asked. "We find the source," Harry said. "The person at the top of the network. The one who's been orchestrating everything." "And how do we do that?" Harry looked at the runes on his arms. They were pulsing steadily, warm against his skin. They seemed to be guiding him, pulling him toward something. "I don't know yet," he admitted. "But I have a feeling we're going to find out soon." End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, The Impossible Evidence. The morning light streamed through the windows of the Room of Requirement, casting long shadows across the stacks of evidence that had accumulated over the past week. Harry sat at the center of it all, his eyes bloodshot from sleepless nights, the runes on his arms pulsing with a steady, rhythmic glow. He'd been working non-stop since the discovery of Isadora's journal. The ancient magic had become second nature to him now, a constant companion that hummed beneath his skin, alerting him to the faintest traces of magical manipulation. He could sense love potions from across the room, detect the residue of memory charms on old documents, and track magical signatures through the castle's ancient stones like a bloodhound following a scent. But the evidence he'd uncovered was impossible. "Harry, you need to eat something." Hermione's voice was gentle but firm. She set a plate of toast beside him, her brow furrowed with concern. "You've been at this for 12 hours straight." "I'm not hungry," Harry said, not looking up from the parchment in his hands. "Hermione, look at this." She leaned over his shoulder, reading the faded ink. It was a letter, dated 1976, addressed to a young professor at Hogwarts. Asterisk, the subject continues to show resistance to standard love potion protocols. Suggested approach, escalate to phase 3. Use the Weasley connection to establish emotional vulnerability. The boy's friendship with Arthur Weasley's sons makes him susceptible to familial manipulation. Asterisk. 1976, Hermione breathed. "That's the year your parents graduated. Whoever wrote this, they were planning this before you were even born." "Read the signature," Harry said, his voice hollow. Hermione squinted at the bottom of the letter. The handwriting was elegant, precise, the same handwriting that filled Isadora's journal. But the signature was different. "Mm. Hermione repeated. Who could that be? Harry didn't answer. He was already reaching for another document, a ministry record dated 1980, the year he was born. It was a report on magical births, listing the names of children born to wizarding families. Asterisk, Potter, Harry James. Born July 31, 1980. Parents, James and Lily Potter. Magical potential, exceptional. Notes, subject has been flagged for monitoring. Known connection to the prophecy. Love Potion Network has been activated. Asterisk. Activated, Harry repeated. They were watching me from the moment I was born. Harry, Hermione's voice cracked. This changes everything. The conspiracy didn't just start when you came to Hogwarts. It started before you were even born. And it wasn't just about controlling me, Harry said slowly. It was about controlling my parents too. About making sure I was born at the right time, to the right people, with the right vulnerabilities. He felt the ancient magic surge within him, responding to his anger. The runes on his arms flared bright gold, and the documents on the table began to vibrate. Harry, calm down, Hermione said urgently. You're going to. I can't calm down. Harry shouted, slamming his fist on the table. Don't you see, Hermione? They've been planning this for decades. They wanted to create the perfect puppet. And they almost succeeded. Ron burst through the door, his wand raised. What's happening? I heard shouting. Harry found more evidence, Hermione said quickly. Evidence that the conspiracy goes back further than we thought. Ron's face went pale as he read the documents. This is insane. They were planning this before we were born. It looks that way, Harry said, forcing himself to take deep breaths. The magic was still pulsing, but he was getting control of it now. They wanted to create the boy who lived. They wanted to control him from the very beginning. But your parents, Ron started. My parents were pawns, Harry said bitterly. Just like me. They fell in love, had a child, and that child was supposed to be the weapon the conspirators needed to control the wizarding world. But your mother's sacrifice was real, Harry said. I know that. But the conspirators didn't expect it. They didn't expect her to sacrifice herself to save me. That was the one thing they couldn't control. The investigation took on a new urgency. Harry used the ancient magic to trace the magical signatures on the documents, following the threads of power that connected them to the present day. The trail led him through the ministry, through Hogwarts, through the homes of wealthy pure-blood families. And then he found something that made his blood run cold. It was a letter, dated just 3 months ago, addressed to someone in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Asterisk, the heir of ancient magic has returned to Hogwarts. The Love Potion Network is operational, but there have been complications. The Weasley girls' potion integration was incomplete. The subject's magic is rejecting the enchantment. Suggest immediate escalation to Phase 4. Asterisk. Phase 4, Harry repeated. What does that mean? There's an entry in Isadora's journal, Hermione said, flipping through the pages. Phase 4 was the final stage of the Love Potion Network. It involved binding the heir of ancient magic to a specific person, creating a permanent emotional attachment that couldn't be broken. Like a marriage bond? Ron asked. Worse, Hermione said. It would have made Harry completely dependent on the person he was bound to. He would have done anything they asked, believed anything they told him. He would have been their puppet for the rest of his life. Harry felt sick. And they were planning to do this to me. To bind me to someone so they could control me forever. That's why they were using Ginny, Ron said slowly. She was supposed to be the one you were bound to. They were using her to trap you. But it didn't work, Harry said. The ancient magic rejected the potion. It threw Ginny across the room and exposed everything. Which means the conspirators are desperate, Hermione said. They've been planning this for decades, and now their plan is falling apart. They're going to do something reckless. Like what? Ron asked. Harry looked at the documents spread across the table. The evidence was overwhelming, but it was also incomplete. There were gaps, holes in the timeline that he couldn't fill. I don't know. He admitted. But I have a feeling we're about to find out. The evidence continued to accumulate over the next several days. Harry found love potion traces in the most unexpected places, in the food served at the welcome feast, in the drinks served at Quidditch matches, in the candies sold at Honeyduke's. The conspirators had been clever, hiding their potions in plain sight, making them almost impossible to detect. He also found evidence of memory charm usage. Students and professors alike had been affected, their memories altered to hide the truth of what had been done to them. The scale of this is incredible, Hermione said, shaking her head. They've been manipulating the entire wizarding world for generations. But how? Harry asked. How did they keep it a secret for so long? Because they were careful, Hermione said. They used love potions to create emotional attachments, memory charms to erase inconvenient memories, and, she stopped, her face paling. And what? Harry pressed. And they used the Imperius Curse, Hermione said, her voice barely above a whisper. The documents mention it. They used it on high-profile targets to ensure their cooperation. Harry felt the ancient magic surge, responding to his anger. The Imperius Curse. They used one of the unforgivable curses to control people. It's worse than that, Hermione said. The documents suggest they've been using the Imperius Curse on ministry officials for decades. They've been controlling the government from the shadows. And no one noticed? Ron demanded. How could no one notice? Because the curse is subtle, Hermione said. It doesn't make people act completely differently. It just nudges them. Influences their decisions. Makes them more suggestible. So they've been controlling the ministry, Harry said slowly. Controlling the government, the schools, the media. Everything, Hermione said. They've been controlling everything. And they've been doing it for generations. Harry decided to confront Dumbledore. The headmaster was in his office when Harry arrived, surrounded by the strange, whirring instruments that had always fascinated and unnerved him in equal measure. Harry, Dumbledore said, looking up from his desk. I was expecting you. You knew, Harry said, his voice flat. You knew about the conspiracy, and you never told me. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with regret. I suspected, he admitted. For many years, I suspected that there was more to the attacks on you than met the eye. The Love Potion Network, the Imperius Curse, the memory charms, I knew something was wrong. But I could never prove it. So you just let it continue? Harry demanded. You let them keep manipulating people, keep controlling the wizarding world. I tried to stop it, Dumbledore said, his eyes flashing with something that might have been anger. I spent years investigating the conspiracy. I interviewed witnesses, examined evidence, traced the source of the love potions. But every time I got close to the truth, the evidence disappeared. The witnesses recanted their testimonies. The trail went cold. Because they were using memory charms, Harry said. And Imperius curses. And love potions. Yes, Dumbledore said. The conspirators are very skilled at covering their tracks. They have access to magic that most wizards can only dream of. And they have been doing this for a very long time. But you're Dumbledore, Harry said. You're the most powerful wizard in the world. How could you not stop them? Dumbledore's face was grave. Power is not enough, Harry. To stop the conspiracy, I would have needed to know who was behind it. And despite all my efforts, I never found the mastermind. Harry stared at him. You never found the mastermind? But you just said you investigated for years. I did, Dumbledore said. And I discovered many things. I discovered that the conspiracy is organized. Like a hydra, cut off one head, and two more grow in its place. I discovered that it has infiltrated every level of the wizarding world. But I never discovered who was pulling the strings. But you knew someone was, Harry said. You knew about the love potions, the Imperius curses, the memory charms. And you still let it continue. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper. Sometimes, Harry, the best we can do is to minimize the damage. To protect those we can protect, even when we cannot save everyone. Harry felt the ancient magic surge within him, responding to his anger and frustration. That's not good enough, he said. That will never be good enough. The evidence continued to mount. Harry found love potion traces in the official records of the ministry, embedded in the very language of the laws and regulations that governed the wizarding world. The conspirators had been using their influence to shape the law, to create loopholes that protected them, to ensure that their crimes would never be investigated. They've built a system that protects them, Harry said, showing the evidence to Hermione and Ron. They've corrupted the ministry, the schools, the media. They've made it impossible to stop them. Then how do we fight them? Ron asked. Harry looked at the runes on his arms. They were pulsing steadily, warm against his skin. They seemed to be waiting for something. By using the ancient magic, he said. By exposing the truth in a way that can't be covered up. How? Hermione asked. The conspirators will just use memory charms to erase the evidence. Not if the evidence is embedded in the magic itself, Harry said. The ancient magic can create a permanent record, a magical imprint that can't be erased or altered. You mean, you want to use the ancient magic to expose the conspiracy? Hermione asked. Harry nodded. I want to show everyone the truth. All of it. The love potions. The Imperious curses, the memory charms. I want to broadcast it to the entire wizarding world. That's impossible, Ron said. You can't just broadcast magic. Maybe I can, Harry said. The ancient magic is connected to Hogwarts. To the very foundations of the castle. If I can tap into that power. Harry, that's incredibly dangerous, Hermione said. You don't know what will happen if you try to channel that much magic. I don't care, Harry said. I need to stop the conspiracy. I need to make sure no one ever controls anyone else like this again. The evidence was impossible, but it was also undeniable. Harry had found records stretching back decades, centuries even. He had discovered the names of conspirators, the dates of their crimes, the methods they had used to manipulate the wizarding world. He had traced the love potion network from its origins in the time of the founders to its current incarnation, hidden in the shadows of the ministry. And he had found proof that the conspiracy was still active, still growing, still poisoning the world he was trying to protect. It's everywhere, Harry said, his voice hollow. The love potions, the memory charms, the Imperious curses. They've been doing this for generations, and no one has stopped them. But you can stop them, Hermione said. You're the heir of ancient magic. You have powers they can't counter. Can I? Harry asked. The ancient magic is powerful, but it's also unpredictable. I don't know if I can control it enough to do what needs to be done. You can, Ron said firmly. You've done impossible things before, Harry. You've faced Voldemort and won. You've survived when everyone thought you would die. You can do this too. Harry looked at his friends. They had been with him through everything, the war, the losses, the heartbreak. They had stood by him when everyone else had turned away. Thank you, he said quietly. Both of you. I don't know what I'd do without you. You'll never have. To find out, Ron said. We're with you all the way. The investigation reached a turning point when Harry found the letter. It was hidden in the deepest chamber of Hogwarts, in a compartment that had been sealed for centuries. The parchment was old, yellowed with age, but the handwriting was still clear. To the heir of ancient magic. Asterisk if you are reading this, then you have found the truth. The conspiracy is real. It is powerful. And it is still active, asterisk. Asterisk I am writing this letter to warn you. The conspirators are not just trying to control you, they are trying to destroy you. They have been planning your downfall since before you were born, asterisk. Asterisk but you have a weapon they don't expect. You have the ancient magic. The magic that flows through your veins, the magic that connects you to Hogwarts itself. Use it. Fight back. Never let them win, asterisk. Asterisk I believe in you, Harry Potter. I always have, asterisk. Yours in hope. Asterisk a friend. Asterisk. Harry stared at the letter, his heart pounding. Who wrote this? He asked aloud. Who knew about the conspiracy before me? The ancient magic pulsed, and he felt a presence in the room with him. A familiar presence. Lily, he breathed. Mum. A figure materialized in the corner of the chamber, a woman with red hair and green eyes, her face full of love and sorrow. Harry, she said, her voice soft and warm. You found my letter. Your letter. Harry repeated, stunned. You wrote this? I knew the conspiracy was real, Lily said. I knew they were trying to control you. That's why I gave my life to protect you. I thought, I hoped, that my sacrifice would break their hold on you. It did, Harry said, tears streaming down his face. Your sacrifice saved me. It always has. But the conspiracy didn't end with Voldemort, Lily said. It's still out there, still trying to control you. That's why I left you this letter. I wanted you to know the truth. Harry stepped forward, reaching for her, but she faded away. Don't go, he begged. Please don't go. I have to, Lily said. But I'll always be with you, Harry. In your heart. In your magic. In everything you do. And then she was gone. Harry emerged from the deepest chamber with new determination. His mother had known about the conspiracy. She had tried to protect him. And now it was his turn to protect others. I'm going to expose them, he told Hermione and Ron. All of them. The conspirators, the people who've been controlling the wizarding world for generations. I'm going to show everyone the truth. How? Ron asked. I'm going to use the ancient magic, Harry said. I'm going to broadcast the truth to everyone in the wizarding world. The evidence will be embedded in the magic itself, unerasable, unalterable, undeniable. But the ministry, Hermione started. I don't care about the ministry, Harry said. They're part of the conspiracy. I'm going to expose them too. Harry closed his eyes, letting the ancient magic flow through him. The runes on his arms flared bright gold, and the power surged, filling the room with blinding light. And then, in the minds of every witch and wizard in the wizarding world, the truth appeared. The love potions. The Imperius curses. The memory charms. The decades of manipulation and control. It was all there, every detail, every name, every crime. The wizarding world would never be the same. When the broadcast ended, Harry collapsed, exhausted. The ancient magic had taken everything out of him, but it had worked. The truth was out there now. Everyone had seen it. Harry. Harry, are you okay? Hermione was at his side, her face pale with worry. I'm fine, Harry said, forcing a smile. Just tired. Tired? Ron laughed, but there was no humor in it. Mate, you just changed the world. Harry looked at the runes on his arms. They were still pulsing, but faintly now, as if they were also exhausted. I had to, he said. They've been controlling us for too long. It had to stop. And it has, Hermione said. The evidence is out there. They can't cover it up now. Harry nodded, closing his eyes. It was over. The conspiracy was exposed. The criminals would be brought to justice. But even as he thought that, a small voice in the back of his mind whispered a warning. Asterisk the conspiracy is a hydra. Cut off one head, and two more grow in its place, asterisk. Harry pushed the thought aside. For now, he had done what he could. He had exposed the truth. What happened next would be up to the rest of the wizarding world. The investigation had revealed the impossible. The love potion conspiracy was real. It was vast. And it had been controlling the wizarding world for centuries. But Harry had exposed it. He had used the ancient magic to broadcast the truth to everyone. The conspirators could no longer hide. Now, all that remained was to bring them to justice. Harry looked at the runes on his arms, pulsing gently in the dim light. "This isn't the end," he said softly. "This is just the beginning." And somewhere in the distance, he could have sworn he heard his mother's voice, whispering in his ear. "I believe in you, Harry. I always have." End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, The Founder's Judgment. The castle was alive. Harry could feel it in the stones beneath his feet, in the ancient tapestries that fluttered despite the absence of wind, in the portraits that whispered frantically to one another as he passed. Hogwarts was responding to what he had done, to the broadcast of truth that had shaken the wizarding world to its core. The runes on his arms were burning. Not painfully, not exactly. But they were hot, vibrant, pulsing with a golden light that seemed to be growing stronger with every passing moment. The ancient magic was awake in a way it had never been before. It was aware. And it was angry. "Harry, slow down." Hermione called, struggling to keep up with his pace. "Where are we going?" "I don't know," Harry admitted, his voice strained. "The magic is pulling me somewhere. I can't fight it." Ron grabbed his arm. "Mate, you need to stop. You look like you're about to collapse." "I can't stop," Harry said. "The castle, it's calling me. It needs me." They rounded a corner and found themselves in a corridor Harry had never seen before. It wasn't part of the regular Hogwarts layout, he was certain of that. The walls here were older, rougher, covered in runes that glowed with the same golden light as the marks on his arms. "The Founder's Corridor," Hermione breathed. "I've read about this. It only appears when the castle itself is in danger. Or when the heirs of ancient magic need to answer a summons," Harry said, the words coming unbidden. He walked forward, his footsteps echoing in the ancient corridor. The runes on the walls pulsed in time with his heartbeat, guiding him toward a massive door at the end of the hall. The door was made of stone, carved with the symbols of all four houses, the lion, the badger, the eagle, the serpent. They were intertwined in a pattern that seemed to shift and move as Harry watched. "Open," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The door swung open, revealing a chamber that took Harry's breath away. It was circular, like the Chamber of Secrets, but far larger. The walls were lined with portraits, not ordinary portraits, but ones that seemed to be alive in a way Harry had never seen before. The figures in them moved and spoke, their voices blending together in a chorus that was both welcoming and ominous. And at the center of the chamber stood four figures. Harry recognized them immediately. He had seen their echoes in the trials, felt their magic in the ancient runes. But this was different. This was them, the real them, or as real as they could be after 1,000 years. Godric Gryffindor. Helga Hufflepuff. Rowena Ravenclaw. Salazar Slytherin. The founders of Hogwarts. "Welcome, Harry Potter," Gryffindor said, his voice booming through the chamber. "We have been waiting for you." Harry felt his knees go weak. You're real. The real founders." "We are what remains of them," Ravenclaw said, her voice cool and measured. "Our mortal bodies have long since turned to dust. But our essences endure, bound to the castle we built, to the magic we created." "The ancient magic," Harry said. "You created it." "We discovered it," Hufflepuff corrected gently. "The ancient magic was here long before we were. It is the magic of the land itself, of the earth, the stone, the very air that surrounds this castle. We merely learned to channel it. And to protect it," Slytherin added, his voice cold and calculating. The ancient magic is the heart of Hogwarts. It is what makes this castle special. Without it, Hogwarts would be just another school. Harry took a step forward. You know about the conspiracy, don't you? You know who's been using love potions to control the heirs of ancient magic. The founders exchanged glances. It was Gryffindor who spoke first. We know, he said. The conspiracy has existed since the founding of Hogwarts. It is a shadow that has followed the ancient magic through the centuries. A shadow? Harry repeated. What kind of shadow? Those who seek to control the heir of ancient magic, Ravenclaw said. They are not just enemies of Hogwarts. They are enemies of the ancient magic itself. They want to twist it to their purposes, to use it for their own gain. And you've been watching them, Harry said. All this time. We have, Hufflepuff said. But we are bound. We cannot act directly. The ancient magic flows through us, but it does not belong to us. Only the true heir can wield it. That's why you've been testing me, Harry said. The trials. The echoes. You wanted to see if I was worthy. Gryffindor nodded. The ancient magic is not a toy. It is a responsibility, the greatest responsibility any wizard can bear. Only those who are truly worthy can be trusted with it. And you've decided I'm worthy. You have passed all 4 trials, Ravenclaw said. You have shown courage, loyalty, wisdom, and cunning. You have faced your fears and conquered them. You have proven that you are willing to fight for what is right, even when the odds are against you. The ancient magic recognizes you as its heir, Hufflepuff added. And now, Hogwarts itself will recognize you. The ceremony was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The founders raised their hands, and the chamber filled with golden light. The runes on Harry's arms flared bright, and he felt the ancient magic surge through him, more powerful than ever before. Harry James Potter, Gryffindor intoned. You have been judged worthy. The ancient magic flows through your veins. You are the heir of all that we have built. The castle knows you, Hufflepuff added. The stones remember your footsteps. The walls have witnessed your courage. You are no longer just a student, you are a guardian. With this power comes great responsibility, Ravenclaw said. You must protect Hogwarts. You must protect the ancient magic. You must protect the innocent from those who would use the magic for evil. Will you accept this burden? Slytherin asked. Will you become the guardian of the ancient magic? Harry felt the weight of their words. The ancient magic was surging through him, filling him with power he had never imagined. But it wasn't just power, it was purpose. A purpose that had been waiting for him since the day he was born. I accept, he said, his voice steady. I will protect Hogwarts. I will protect the ancient magic. I will protect the innocent. The founders raised their hands again, and the golden light intensified. Then let it be done, Gryffindor said. Hogwarts acknowledges its guardian. The ancient magic acknowledges its heir. The light exploded outward, washing over Harry in a wave of warmth and power. He felt the castle respond, felt its ancient stones hum with approval, felt the magic that had been sleeping for centuries finally awaken. And then, in the center of his chest, a new mark appeared. It was a golden sigil, a combination of all 4 house symbols, intertwined in a pattern that seemed to glow with its own light. It was warm against his skin, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. The mark of the guardian. When the light faded, Harry found himself alone in the chamber. The portraits of the founders were still there, but they were silent now, their eyes watching him with something that might have been approval. Harry looked down at the sigil on his chest. It was beautiful, a perfect blend of lion, badger, eagle, and serpent, each symbol merging seamlessly into the others. The mark of the guardian, he murmured. What does it mean? It means you are no longer just the boy who lived, said a voice from behind him. Harry spun around to find Dumbledore standing in the doorway of the chamber. The old wizard's face was pale, his eyes filled with an emotion Harry couldn't identify. "Professor," Harry said. "How did you?" "The castle invited me," Dumbledore said. "The Founder's Chamber only reveals itself to those who are needed here." "You knew about this place," Harry said. "You knew about the Founder's judgment." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I suspected. The ancient magic, I have felt its presence since I first came to Hogwarts. But I never fully understood it. I was never meant to. But I am," Harry said. "The Founders chose me." "They did," Dumbledore said. "And now you bear the mark of the Guardian. The weight of Hogwarts rests on your shoulders, Harry." Harry looked at the sigil on his chest. It was still pulsing gently, warm against his skin. "I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I'm strong enough." Dumbledore smiled, and for the first time in weeks, there was a glimmer of warmth in his eyes. "You have always been stronger than you think, Harry. That is what makes you worthy." The news of Harry's guardianship spread quickly through the castle. By the time he emerged from the Founder's Chamber, the whispers had already begun. Students stared at him as he walked through the corridors, their eyes drawn to the golden sigil that now glowed on his chest. "Is it true?" a third-year asked, her voice trembling with excitement. "Are you really the guardian of Hogwarts?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I think so. The castle told us," another student said. "The portraits, they've been talking about it. They say you're the most powerful wizard to walk these halls since the Founders themselves." Harry felt a surge of discomfort. "I'm not, I didn't ask for this. It just happened." "Whether you asked for it or not, it has happened," said a voice from behind him. Harry turned to find Professor McGonagall approaching, her expression grave. "Professor," Harry said. "I can explain." "There is no need to explain, Potter. The castle has made its choice. And I, for one, am not surprised." She paused, her eyes meeting his. "I have always known there was something special about you. Now we know what it is." "But I didn't do anything special," Harry said. You just exposed a conspiracy that has been poisoning the wizarding world for centuries," McGonagall said. "You just used the ancient magic to broadcast the truth to everyone. You just became the guardian of Hogwarts. That is more than most wizards achieve in a lifetime." Harry opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, a commotion at the end of the corridor caught his attention. Students were gathered around the entrance to the Great Hall, their voices rising with excitement and fear. Harry pushed through the crowd to find the doors wide open, revealing the massive chamber beyond. And on the walls of the Great Hall, new paintings had appeared. They were ancient, far older than any of the portraits that usually hung in the castle. They depicted scenes from the founding of Hogwarts, but with a darker edge. Images of love potions being brewed. Memories being erased. Witches and wizards being controlled by invisible strings. "The Founder's judgment," Hermione breathed, appearing at Harry's side. "They're showing everyone the truth." "Not just the truth," Harry said, staring at the paintings. "They're showing the consequences. They're showing what happens when people try to control the ancient magic." One of the paintings caught his eye, a portrait of a woman in Slytherin robes, her face twisted with rage. Beneath her, a caption read, "Isadora, the first conspirator." "That's her," Harry said. "That's the woman who started the Love Potion Network." "Isadora," a voice said from behind him. "But she was a hero. She helped the Founders build this castle." Harry turned to find a Slytherin student staring at the painting, her face pale. "She did," Harry said. "But she also betrayed them. She wanted to control the ancient magic, to use it for her own purposes. And she's been doing it for centuries." The student shook her head. "No. That's not possible. Isadora is one of the greatest witches in history. She wouldn't. She did, Harry said. The founders have judged her. And they've judged everyone else who's been part of the conspiracy. The ceremony continued for hours. The founders' paintings spread throughout the castle, revealing the truth of the conspiracy in vivid detail. Love potions. Memory charms. Imperious curses. The evidence was overwhelming, and by the time the sun set, no one in Hogwarts could deny what had been done. Students wept in the corridors. Professors stood in stunned silence, their faces pale with shock. And the portraits of the founders watched it all from their new positions of honor. Harry, Ron said, appearing beside him. Mate, this is insane. The whole castle is talking about it. Everyone knows. I know, Harry said. That was the point. But they're not just talking about the conspiracy, Ron said. They're talking about you. The Guardian of Hogwarts. The heir of ancient magic. They're saying you're the most powerful wizard of the century. Let them say what they want, Harry said. I don't care about power. I just want to make things right. Harry. Hermione's voice cut through the crowd. You need to see this. There's a new painting in the headmaster's office. Harry pushed through the crowd, following Hermione up the stairs to Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle statue stepped aside without prompting, recognizing Harry as the Guardian. Inside, Dumbledore was standing in front of a massive new painting. It depicted the founders in all their glory, Gryffindor with his sword, Hufflepuff with her cup, Ravenclaw with her diadem, Slytherin with his locket. But there was something different about this painting. The founders weren't just sitting still. They were moving. And they were looking directly at Harry. Harry Potter, Gryffindor said. We have been watching. Watching what? Harry asked. The conspirators, Ravenclaw said. They have not stopped. They have seen what you have done, and they are preparing to strike back. Harry felt a cold dread settle in his stomach. What do you mean? I exposed them. Everyone knows the truth. The truth does not always bring justice, Slytherin said. The conspirators are powerful. They have allies in the ministry, in the wizarding world, in places you have not yet discovered. They will not give up easily. Then what do I do? Harry asked. You must protect the ancient magic, Hufflepuff said. You must protect Hogwarts. And you must protect the innocent from those who would use the magic for evil. How? Harry demanded. How can I protect everyone? The founders exchanged glances. Then Gryffindor spoke. By using your authority as the Guardian, he said. Hogwarts will respond to you now. The castle itself will protect you. And it will protect those you choose to protect. Harry felt the sigil on his chest pulse, warm against his skin. You mean I can use the castle's magic to protect people? Not just to protect, Ravenclaw said. To judge. To punish. The ancient magic is a weapon as well as a shield. You must learn to wield both. But how? Harry asked. I don't know anything about. The castle will teach you, Hufflepuff said. You need only ask. The days that followed were a blur of activity. Harry spent every spare moment learning to use his new powers. The castle responded to him in ways it never had before. Doors opened at his approach, staircases rearranged themselves to suit his needs, and the very stones seemed to hum with approval when he walked the corridors. He also discovered that he could sense the presence of dark magic in the castle. Love potions, memory charms, imperious curses, they all left traces that he could now detect with ease. And he could track them back to their sources, following the threads of power to the people who had cast them. This is incredible, Hermione said, watching as Harry identified a group of Slytherins who had been using love potions on their classmates. You can sense the potions from across the room? I can feel them, Harry said. It's like a buzzing in my head. Like they're trying to get my attention. And you can trace them back to the source. Sometimes, Harry said. It depends on how old the potion is, and how strong the magical signature is. But I'm getting better. That's amazing, Ron said. You're like a human lie detector. Harry smiled grimly. Something like that. But the investigation wasn't just about tracking love potions. It was about finding the mastermind. Harry used the ancient magic to search through the castle's records, digging through centuries of accumulated knowledge. He found references to the conspiracy going back to the time of the founders, mentions of secret meetings, coded messages, and shadowy figures who had been pulling the strings for generations. The conspiracy is organized. Like a pyramid, Harry explained to Hermione and Ron. At the bottom are the people who actually brew the love potions and cast the memory charms. In the middle are the people who give orders and oversee operations. And at the top, he paused, his voice dropping. At the top is one person. The mastermind. Who is it? Ron asked. Do you know? Harry shook his head. The records are protected by powerful magic. I can feel the mastermind's signature, but I can't identify them. It's like they're wearing a mask. A mask, Hermione repeated. So they're hiding their identity. They're hiding everything, Harry said. The conspiracy is designed to protect the mastermind. Even the people in the middle don't know who's at the top. Then how do we find them? Ron asked. Harry looked at the sigil on his chest. It was pulsing gently, warm against his skin. By using the ancient magic, he said. The magic can see through masks. It can reveal the truth that others have tried to hide. The breakthrough came on the night of the full moon. Harry was in the room of requirement, practicing his ability to sense love potions, when he felt something different. A trace of dark magic that was unlike anything he'd encountered before. It was old. Very old. And it was coming from somewhere beneath the castle. Harry. Hermione appeared in the doorway, her face pale. Is everything okay? I don't know, Harry said. But I need to go down there. Down where? Beneath the castle, Harry said. There's something ancient and dark. And I need to find out what it is. He led Hermione and Ron through the twisting corridors of Hogwarts, following the thread of dark magic to its source. They descended deep into the earth, past the dungeons, past the Chamber of Secrets, into a part of the castle that had been sealed for centuries. And there, in a chamber that hadn't been opened in 1,000 years, they found it. The first magic. It was a crystal, massive, beautiful. Pulsing with a light that was both golden and dark. It sat on a pedestal in the center of the chamber, and Harry could feel its power radiating outward, filling the room with an energy that made his skin prickle. The first magic, Hermione breathed. I thought it was a myth. It's real, Harry said, stepping closer. And it's been here all along. He reached out to touch the crystal, and the moment his fingers made contact, the chamber exploded into light. Visions flooded his mind. Images of the founders. Images of the conspiracy. Images of the mastermind, their face hidden behind a mask of shadows. And then, clearer than anything, Harry saw the truth. The mastermind was someone he knew. Someone he trusted. Someone who had been with him since the beginning. Harry gasped, pulling his hand away from the crystal. Harry. Hermione rushed to his side. What happened? What did you see? Harry didn't answer. He couldn't. The truth was too shocking, too terrible to comprehend. The mastermind, he finally managed. I saw who it is. And it's. He couldn't finish the sentence. Because the truth was impossible. Unthinkable. And it changed everything. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Hogwarts turns into a crime scene. The morning after Harry's discovery in the chamber of the first magic, Hogwarts transformed. It began with the Aurors. Dozens of them poured through the castle gates, their robes billowing, their wands raised. They moved with military precision, fanning out across the grounds, sealing off entrances and exits, establishing a perimeter that no one could breach without authorization. Amelia Bones led them, her face grim, her presence commanding. She'd been summoned by the founders themselves, called through the ancient magic that now pulsed through Hogwarts stones. The evidence Harry had uncovered had been broadcast not just to the wizarding world, but to the ministry's highest authorities. And now the reckoning had begun. Mr. Potter. Madam Bones approached Harry in the entrance hall, her voice crisp and professional. The founders have requested that you assist with the investigation. Your unique abilities will be invaluable. Harry nodded, the sigil on his chest pulsing warmly. What do you need me to do? First, we need to secure the castle, Bones said. The conspirators are still here, Mr. Potter. They've been hiding in plain sight for decades, and they'll try to destroy the evidence before we can gather it. The ancient magic can help with that, Harry said. I can sense the traces of love potions, memory charms, imperious curses. I can show you where they've been used. Excellent. Bones turned to her team. You'll work with Mr. Potter. He'll guide you to the locations where illegal magic has been detected. We'll catalog everything, every potion, every charm, every piece of evidence. The investigation began immediately. Harry led the Aurors through the castle, the ancient magic guiding his steps. The runes on his arms pulsed steadily, leading him toward the places where dark magic had been used. Here, he said, stopping in front of a tapestry in the 7th-floor corridor. There's a hidden room behind this. Someone's been brewing love potions here for years. The Aurors moved swiftly, revealing the concealed chamber. Inside were cauldrons, ingredients, and dozens of journals filled with meticulous records. Sweet Merlin, one of the Aurors breathed. This is massive. There's more, Harry said, already moving to the next location. Follow me. They moved through the castle like a wave, uncovering hidden chambers, secret laboratories, and concealed stashes of potions. Each discovery was more damning than the last, revealing the depth and scale of the conspiracy. The entire castle is compromised, Bones said, her voice tight with barely suppressed fury. This isn't just a few rogue wizards. This is a coordinated operation that's been running for decades. Centuries. Harry corrected. The conspiracy started in the time of the founders. It's been evolving ever since. Bones stared at him. Centuries. You're telling me this has been going on for centuries? Harry nodded grimly. The Love Potion Network, the memory charms, the imperious curses, they've been using them to control the wizarding world for generations. The founders tried to stop them, but the conspiracy was too deeply embedded. They've been building their power base for 1,000 years. The search continued through the day and into the night. Harry's abilities grew stronger with each passing hour. The ancient magic was becoming more responsive, more precise, allowing him to detect traces of dark magic that had been hidden for centuries. This way, he said, leading the Aurors into the dungeons. There's something down here. Something old. They followed him into the depths of the castle, past the Slytherin common room, past the Chamber of Secrets, into a network of tunnels that Harry had never seen before. The castle is full of hidden passages, he explained. The founders built them as escape routes. But the conspirators have been using them to hide their operations. They emerged into a vast underground chamber, a space that had been hollowed out of the rock beneath the castle. It was filled with row after row of potion vats, massive cauldrons that bubbled with a sickly red liquid. The production facility, Bones breathed. This is where they've been manufacturing the love potions. Harry stepped forward, the ancient magic surging through him. He could feel the evil in this place, decades of dark magic that had soaked into the stones, leaving an indelible stain. There's something else, he said. Something deeper. He led them through the production facility, following a thread of dark magic that seemed to be calling to him. It led to a small room at the back of the chamber, a room that was lined with bookshelves filled with ancient texts. "This is where they kept their records," Harry said. "Everything they've been doing for the past 1,000 years is in here." The Aurors descended on the room like vultures, gathering the texts with reverence. Harry watched them work, his mind racing with the implications. The conspiracy was exposed. The evidence was overwhelming. And yet, the mastermind was still out there, still hiding, still planning their next move. "We need to find the mastermind," Harry said to Bones, "before they destroy the evidence." "We're working on it," Bones said. "But the evidence is just the beginning. We need to identify the people involved. We need to bring them to justice." "I can help with that," Harry said. "The ancient magic can reveal magical signatures. I can identify the people who've been using these potions." Bones nodded. "Then let's get started." The identification process was painstaking but revealing. Harry touched each journal, each file, each piece of evidence, and let the ancient magic flow through him. The magical signatures revealed themselves like fingerprints, unique to each witch and wizard who had handled them. "Professor Slughorn," he said, reading a signature. "He's been involved for years. He was in charge of brewing the potions." "Slughorn." Bones's face went pale. "But he's one of the most respected potions masters in the world." "He was being manipulated," Harry said. "The love potions, he was dosed with them himself. He didn't know what he was doing." Bones shook her head. "Even if he was manipulated, he still committed crimes. He still helped the conspiracy." "I know," Harry said. "But there are others. People who weren't manipulated. People who joined the conspiracy willingly." He touched another journal, and a new signature revealed itself. "Lucius Malfoy," he said. "He's been involved since before the war. He was using the love potions to gain influence in the ministry." "Malfoy," Bones said, her voice heavy with disgust. "That figures. He's always been a snake." "There are others," Harry said, continuing to read the signatures. "Members of the Wisengamot. Officials in the ministry. People we trusted." He stopped, his blood running cold. "Harry?" Hermione asked, stepping closer. "What is it?" Harry didn't answer. He was staring at a signature that he recognized. A signature he would have known anywhere. "Harry, who is it?" Ron demanded. Harry looked up, his face pale. "It's the mastermind," he said. "I found them." "What?" Bones rushed to his side. "Who is it? Give me a name." Harry opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Because the truth was too terrible to say aloud. The investigation continued, but Harry's discovery hung over everything like a dark cloud. The conspirators were being arrested, dozens of them, including Lucius Malfoy and his wife Narcissa. But the mastermind remained elusive, hidden behind layers of magical protection that even Harry's ancient magic couldn't penetrate. "We need more evidence," Bones said, frustration clear in her voice. "The magical signatures are important, but they're not enough to convict someone. We need physical proof." "The Founder's Chamber," Harry said suddenly. "The first magic crystal. It showed me a vision. It showed me the truth. Can you access the vision again?" Bones asked. Harry nodded slowly. "I think so. But I'll need to go back to the chamber. I'll need to touch the crystal again." "That's dangerous," Hermione warned. "The first magic is unpredictable. It could hurt you." "I don't have a choice," Harry said. "The mastermind is still out there. They're still planning. And they'll destroy the evidence before we can stop them." The journey to the chamber of the first magic was tense and silent. Harry led the way, the ancient magic guiding his steps. The runes on his arms were pulsing faster now, responding to the proximity of the crystal. They descended into the depths of the castle, past the production facility, past the hidden chambers, until they reached the door to the chamber. Harry pushed it open, and the golden light washed over him. The crystal was pulsing, calling to him. He walked toward it, his footsteps echoing in the silent chamber. "Harry, be careful," Hermione said. Harry nodded, reaching out to touch the crystal. The moment his fingers made contact, the visions returned. He saw the founders, building Hogwarts. He saw the first conspirators, plotting in the shadows. He saw centuries of manipulation and control, all leading to this moment. And then he saw the mastermind. The face was still hidden, but the signature was clear. Harry could feel it, the magical fingerprint of the person who had orchestrated everything. He knew them. He knew them well. But the truth was impossible. Unthinkable. Harry pulled his hand away from the crystal, gasping for breath. "Harry! What happened?" Hermione grabbed his arm. "Who is it? Who's the mastermind?" Harry looked at her, his eyes filled with pain. "I can't tell you," he said. "Not yet. I need to be sure." "Sure of what?" Ron demanded. "Mate, you just saw the mastermind. You know who it is." "I know who the signature belongs to," Harry said. "But it doesn't make sense. It can't be them. They would never." "Harry, who is it?" Bones stepped forward, her voice firm. "I need a name." Harry looked at the crystal, at the visions that were still playing in his mind. "Professor Dumbledore," he said. "The magical signature belongs to Professor Dumbledore." The chamber went silent. "That's impossible," Bones said, shaking her head. "Dumbledore has been fighting the conspiracy for years. He's been helping us investigate." "I know," Harry said. "But the signature doesn't lie. The ancient magic doesn't lie." "Maybe he was manipulated," Hermione suggested. "Like Slughorn. Maybe someone was using love potions on him." Harry shook his head. "The signature is too old. It goes back decades. Whoever this is, they've been doing this for a very long time." "Then how do we explain it?" Ron demanded. "How can Dumbledore be the mastermind of a conspiracy he's been trying to stop?" Harry was silent for a long moment. "There's something I'm missing," he said. "Something the vision didn't show me. I need to go back." "Back?" Hermione's voice rose with alarm. "Harry, you just touched the crystal. You collapsed. You can't go back again." "I have to," Harry said. "The mastermind, I need to see their face. I need to know who they really are." Harry reached for the crystal again, ignoring Hermione's protests. This time, the vision was different. He saw the mastermind's face. Not Dumbledore's, not exactly. It was someone else. Someone who had been wearing Dumbledore's face like a mask. A woman. A woman with dark hair and cold eyes. A woman who smiled with the confidence of someone who had been playing the game for a very long time. "Who is she?" Harry breathed. "Who is that?" The vision shimmered, and a name appeared in his mind. "Isadora." "Isadora?" Bones repeated. "But she's been dead for centuries." "She's not dead," Harry said. "She's been alive this whole time. The first magic, it's been keeping her alive. She's been controlling the conspiracy from the shadows." "That's impossible," Bones said. "No one can live that long." "The first magic can," Harry said. "It's the source of all magic. It can do things that no other magic can. And she's been using it to control the wizarding world," Hermione said slowly. "For centuries. She's been wearing Dumbledore's face," Harry said. "I don't know how, polyjuice potion, maybe, or some kind of glamour. But she's been pretending to be him for years. That's why the investigation was never successful, Bones said. Dumbledore, or whoever was pretending to be Dumbledore, was sabotaging it from the inside. Harry nodded. And now she knows we're onto her. She's going to try to destroy the evidence. We need to stop her, Bones said. We need to find her before she... The ground beneath them shook. What was that? Ron demanded. The chamber walls began to tremble, and Harry felt the ancient magic surge in response. Something was happening. Something terrible. We need to get out of here, Harry said. Now. They fled from the chamber, the ground shaking beneath their feet. The tunnels were collapsing, stones falling from the ceiling, blocking their path. The castle, Harry gasped. She's trying to destroy the castle. How? Bones demanded. The first magic, Harry said. She's using it to. He stopped as a massive explosion echoed through the tunnels. The production facility was gone. The evidence was gone. Everything they'd uncovered was gone. She's destroying the evidence, Harry said. She's trying to escape. We need to find her, Bones said. We need to. But it was too late. The tunnels were collapsing, and they were trapped. They emerged from the tunnels hours later, bruised and exhausted. The castle was in chaos. Students were running in the corridors, their faces pale with fear. Professors were trying to maintain order, but it was a losing battle. What happened? McGonagall demanded, rushing toward them. The entire castle shook. The conspiracy, Harry said. She's trying to escape. She destroyed the evidence. She. McGonagall's eyes widened. Who is she? Isadora, Harry said. The original conspirator. She's been alive this whole time. McGonagall's face went white. That's impossible. She died centuries ago. She used the first magic to stay alive, Harry said. And she's been controlling the conspiracy from the shadows. She's been wearing Dumbledore's face. Where is she now? McGonagall demanded. I don't know, Harry said. But she's still in the castle. I can feel her magic. Harry closed his eyes, letting the ancient magic flow through him. He felt Isadora's presence, a cold, dark thread of power that wound through the castle like a serpent. She's in the Chamber of Secrets, he said. She's going to. A massive explosion rocked the castle. The floor beneath them buckled, and Harry grabbed Hermione and Ron, pulling them to safety. She's trying to destroy the chamber, Harry said. She's trying to destroy the first magic. We need to stop her, Bones said. We need to. But it was too late. A massive shockwave erupted from beneath the castle, and the ancient magic surged in response. The Chamber of Secrets was collapsing. The first magic was dying. Harry ran. He ran through the corridors, through the chaos, through the devastation. The ancient magic was surging through him, guiding him toward the Chamber of Secrets. He burst through the entrance just as Isadora raised her wand. Harry Potter, she said, her voice cold and amused. How nice of you to join me. Stop, Harry said. I won't let you destroy the magic. You can't stop me, Isadora said. The first magic is mine. It's always been mine. She raised her wand, and the chamber exploded with light. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, The Potion Network. The blast of light was blinding. Harry threw up his arms, the ancient magic surging in response, creating a golden barrier that deflected the worst of the explosion. But the force of it still sent him staggering backward, his ears ringing, his vision swimming. When he finally blinked the spots from his eyes, he saw Isadora standing at the center of the Chamber of Secrets, her wand raised, her dark hair whipping around her face like a living shadow. She was beautiful in a terrible way, ageless, powerful, radiating a cold confidence that made Harry's blood run cold. "Impressive," Isadora said, her voice carrying an amused lilt. "The ancient magic truly does respond to you. I'd almost call it devotion." "You're the one who started all of this," Harry said, his voice shaking with barely suppressed rage. "The love potions. The memory charms. The imperious curses. You've been controlling the wizarding world for centuries." "Controlling is such an ugly word," Isadora said, tilting her head. "I prefer guiding. Shaping. Ensuring that things unfold as they should." "Things unfolded because you manipulated them," Harry shot back. "You made people fall in love with the wrong people. You erased memories of crimes. You used the imperious curse on innocent witches and wizards. And the wizarding world is better for it," Isadora said. "Think of the chaos that would have ensued without my guidance. The wars that would have been fought. The lives that would have been lost." "You're not a savior," Harry said. "You're a tyrant." Isadora laughed, a cold, brittle sound that echoed through the chamber. "How very Gryffindor of you. So noble. So righteous. But tell me, Harry Potter, what makes you so certain that your way is the right way? You've been manipulated your entire life, and you didn't even know it. How can you trust your own judgment?" Harry felt the ancient magic surge within him, responding to her words. She was trying to undermine him, to plant seeds of doubt. "Because I'm not alone," he said. "I have people who believe in me. People who've stood by me even when everything was falling apart." "Ah, yes." Isadora smiled. "Your friends. Your precious Hermione and Ron. How touching. But tell me, how do you know they haven't been manipulated too? How do you know their loyalty is real?" The question hit Harry like a physical blow. He pushed the doubt aside, forcing himself to focus. "I know," he said firmly. "Because the ancient magic, it can sense deception. And it senses nothing but love from them." Isadora's smile faltered. "The ancient magic doesn't sense love, Harry. It senses intent. And intent can be ambiguous." "I don't care what you say," Harry said. "I trust them. And that's all that matters." Isadora's eyes narrowed. "Stubborn. Just like your mother." She was stubborn too, refused to see reason, refused to accept her place in the world. And look where it got her. Harry felt the sigil on his chest pulse with rage. "Don't talk about my mother." "I'm merely stating facts," Isadora said, stepping closer. "Your mother was a brilliant witch, but she was also foolish. She gave her life for you, a child who would have been far more useful to the world as a controlled instrument of my will." Harry's hand tightened on his wand. "You're insane." "Insane?" Isadora laughed again. "No, Harry. I'm the sanest person you've ever met. I've watched wizards and witches tear each other apart for 1,000 years. I've seen the damage that free will can do. And I've done what needed to be done to prevent it." "By making people puppets?" Harry demanded. "By stealing their choices, their emotions, their lives. By giving them purpose," Isadora said. "By ensuring that their choices aligned with the greater good. You think the wizarding world is better off with chaos and conflict? Look around you, Harry. Look at the wars that have been fought. The lives that have been lost. All because people couldn't be trusted to make the right decisions." Harry shook his head. "That's not how it works. People need to make their own choices, even if they're wrong. That's what makes us human." "Human," Isadora repeated, the word dripping with contempt. "Such a fragile concept. So easily broken. But I've been working to transcend it, to become something more. Something that can guide humanity toward a better future. By using the first magic," Harry said. "That's what you're after. You want to use the first magic to control everyone. Isadora smiled. Finally, you understand. The first magic is the source of all power. With it, I can reshape the world. I can eliminate suffering. I can create a utopia. At the cost of free will, Harry said. That's not a utopia. That's a prison. Perhaps, Isadora said. But it would be a beautiful prison. One where no one starves. No one fights. No one suffers. Except you, Harry said. You'd be the warden. You'd be the one in control. Isadora inclined her head. A small price to pay for peace. The ground shook again, and Harry felt the ancient magic surge in response. The Chamber of Secrets was still collapsing, stones falling from the ceiling, cracks spreading across the walls. You're destroying the castle, Harry said. You're destroying Hogwarts. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, Isadora said. Hogwarts was built by the founders to protect the ancient magic. But they were fools. They didn't understand what the magic could really do. They were afraid of its power. They were right to be afraid, Harry said. You're using it for evil. Evil is a matter of perspective, Isadora said. To the people I've saved, I'm a hero. To the people I've guided, I'm a benefactor. Only to those who would resist my vision am I a villain. Harry felt the ancient magic pulsing through him, demanding action. But he held back, trying to understand. Why are you telling me all of this? He asked. Why are you explaining your plans? Isadora smiled. Because I want you to understand, Harry. I want you to see that I'm not the monster you think I am. I'm a visionary. A pioneer. And when the time comes, I want you to join me. You're insane if you think I'd ever join you, Harry said. Insane? Isadora laughed. No, Harry. I'm patient. I've been patient for 1,000 years. And I can be patient for 1,000 more. You'll see the truth eventually. They always do. She raised her wand, and the ancient magic surged in response. But it wasn't her magic. It was Harry's, the sigil on his chest pulsing with golden light. Surrender, Harry said. It's over. The Aurors are on their way. You can't escape. Isadora laughed again. Escape? I've been escaping for 1,000 years, Harry. I've survived wars, betrayals, assassinations. I've outlived everyone who's tried to stop me. You think a few Aurors can change that? I'm not just anyone, Harry said. I'm the guardian of Hogwarts. The heir of ancient magic. And I won't let you destroy what the founders built. Isadora's eyes flashed with something that might have been respect. You are the most powerful wizard of your generation, Harry. Perhaps the most powerful wizard since the founders themselves. But you're still young. Still inexperienced. And you have no idea what the first magic can really do. She raised her wand, and the crystal at the center of the chamber pulsed with dark light. The battle began. Isadora moved like water, casting spells with a speed and precision that Harry had never seen. He barely deflected her first attack, a bolt of dark energy that would have killed him instantly. You're fast, Isadora said, almost approvingly. But speed alone won't save you. Harry raised his wand, channeling the ancient magic. Golden light erupted from his hands, forming a shield that deflected her second attack. Impressive, Isadora said. You've learned to use the ancient magic defensively. But can you use it offensively? She threw another spell, and Harry countered with a blast of golden light. The two forces met in midair, crackling with power. You're strong, Isadora said, her voice strained with effort. But I've been practicing this for 1,000 years. She released another wave of dark energy, and Harry felt himself being pushed back. The sigil on his chest was pulsing wildly, the runes on his arms burning with intensity. Harry! Hermione's voice cut through the chaos. We're here. We're coming. Harry glanced toward the entrance to see Hermione and Ron rushing in, their wands raised. But Isadora saw them too. "Ah," she said, smiling. "You're friends. How wonderful." She raised her wand, and a bolt of dark energy shot toward Hermione. "No!" Harry screamed, throwing himself in front of the spell. The dark energy struck him in the chest, and he felt his body explode with pain. The ancient magic surged in response, golden light erupting from his skin, pushing back the darkness. But Isadora was faster. She grabbed the crystal, and the chamber began to shake. "The first magic," she said, her voice triumphant. "It's mine. All mine." Harry tried to push himself up, but his body wouldn't respond. The dark energy had sapped his strength, leaving him weak and helpless. "Harry." Ron was at his side, helping him stand. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Harry said, forcing himself to focus. "The crystal, we need to stop her." "Too late," Isadora said. "The first magic is awakening. And when it does, the world will change." The chamber exploded with light. When Harry opened his eyes, everything was different. He was in a different chamber, a circular room filled with ancient runes. The walls were lined with bookshelves, and at the center of the room stood a pedestal with a stone tablet. "Where are we?" Hermione asked, appearing beside him. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "The crystal, it must have transported us." "Us?" Ron's voice came from behind them. "What about Isadora?" Harry looked around the chamber. Isadora was nowhere to be seen. "She must have escaped," Harry said. "She has the crystal. She has the first magic." "Which means she's more powerful than ever," Hermione said grimly. "We need to find her. We need to stop her before she..." "Before she what?" Ron demanded. "What can she do with the first magic?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know. But I can't imagine it's good." The search for Isadora began immediately. Harry used the ancient magic to track her magical signature, following the thread of dark energy through the castle. But the trail was faint. Isadora was using the first magic to mask her movements. "She's heading toward the Forbidden Forest," Harry said. "I can feel her presence moving in that direction." "Then what are we waiting for?" Ron demanded. "Let's go after her." "Wait," Hermione said. "If she has the first magic, she's incredibly powerful. We need to be smart about this." "Then what do you suggest?" Ron asked. "We need to get the Aurors," Hermione said. "We need to." "There's no time," Harry interrupted. "If she reaches the Forbidden Forest, she'll be able to disappear. We need to stop her now." Harry moved toward the chamber entrance, but Hermione grabbed his arm. "Harry, listen to me. You're exhausted. You've been through a battle. You can't just..." "I have to," Harry said. "She has the first magic. If she uses it to control the wizarding world, then we'll stop her," Hermione said firmly. "But we'll do it together. Ron and I are coming with you." Harry looked at his friends. They were terrified, he could see it in their eyes. But they were also determined. They would follow him into the heart of darkness, no matter what. "Thank you," Harry said quietly. "Both of you. I don't know what I'd do without you." "You'll never have to find out," Ron said. "Now let's go get that witch." They raced through the castle, following the thread of dark magic that Isadora had left behind. The ancient magic was surging through Harry, giving him strength, guiding his steps. "She's in the forest," Harry said. "Near the Centaur territory." They reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and Harry felt the dark magic intensify. Isadora was close, very close. "There," Hermione said, pointing toward a clearing. "I can see her." Isadora was standing in the center of the clearing, the crystal glowing in her hands. She was chanting in a language Harry didn't recognize, and the air around her was crackling with power. "Stop!" Harry shouted, raising his wand. "I won't let you do this." Isadora turned, her eyes glowing with dark light. "Foolish boy. You still don't understand, do you?" "I understand plenty," Harry said. "You're a monster. And I'm going to stop you." "You can't stop me," Isadora said. "The first magic is mine now. And with it, I will reshape the world." She raised the crystal, and the dark magic surged toward Harry. Harry raised his wand, channeling the ancient magic. The two forces met in midair, golden light against dark. "You're strong," Isadora admitted. "But you're still just a child. A child playing at being a hero." "I'm not playing," Harry said. "I'm fighting." The ancient magic surged within him, and he felt the sigil on his chest pulse with power. The runes on his arms flared bright, and the golden light intensified. "Isadora," Harry said, his voice filled with power. "I am the guardian of Hogwarts. The heir of ancient magic. And I will not let you destroy what the founders built." "Then die," Isadora said. She released the dark magic, and Harry felt himself being overwhelmed. The ancient magic was strong, but Isadora had the first magic, a power that was older and more ancient than anything he had ever known. But even as he felt himself faltering, he heard a voice. "Together," it said. The ancient magic is not your power alone. It is the power of the castle. The power of the founders. The power of everyone who has ever loved Hogwarts. Harry closed his eyes, and he felt the magic of the castle flow through him. The stones of Hogwarts. The walls. The very ground beneath his feet. "Together," he said. The golden light erupted from him, not just from his body, but from the castle itself. The ancient magic of Hogwarts surged forward, meeting Isadora's dark magic head-on. "No!" Isadora screamed. "This is impossible." The two forces clashed, and Harry felt the world explode into light. When Harry opened his eyes, Isadora was gone. The crystal lay on the ground, shattered. And in its place was a small, glowing orb. "What happened?" Ron asked, stumbling to his feet. "Where did she go?" "She's gone," Harry said, his voice hollow. "The first magic, it destroyed her. It couldn't handle the purity of the ancient magic." "So it's over?" Hermione asked. "The conspiracy is over?" Harry shook his head slowly. "No. The conspiracy isn't over. Isadora may be gone. But the network is still intact. The people she controlled, the institutions she corrupted, they're still out there. But without her leadership. They'll continue without her," Harry said. "The conspiracy is a hydra. Cut off one head, and two more grow in its place. That's what Isadora always said." "Then what do we do?" Ron demanded. Harry looked at the runes on his arms. They were still pulsing, still glowing. "We fight," he said. "We expose the truth. We bring the conspirators to justice. And we make sure that no one, ever again, has their free will stolen." The investigation continued in the days that followed. Harry used the ancient magic to track the members of the Love Potion Network, following the threads of magical signatures that Isadora had left behind. He identified dozens of witches and wizards who had been involved in the conspiracy, from low-level brewers to high-ranking ministry officials. And he found something else, the evidence that Isadora had tried to destroy. "Hidden chambers," Harry said, showing Hermione and Ron the ancient texts he'd uncovered. "The conspirators have been hiding evidence for centuries. The first magic was only the tip of the iceberg. So there's more?" Hermione asked. "There's always more," Harry said. "But we're going to find it all. We're going to expose every single person who was involved in the love potion network. How? Ron asked. Harry smiled grimly. By using the ancient magic. And by trusting each other. The network was vast. Harry spent days poring over the documents, following the threads of magical signatures that connected the conspirators. He found evidence of love potions being used on politicians, journalists, professors, and even members of the Wisengamot. It's everywhere, he said. The conspiracy has infiltrated every level of the wizarding world. But we can stop them, Hermione said. We can expose them all. It's not that simple, Harry said. The conspirators have been covering their tracks for centuries. They've used memory charms, imperious curses, and love potions to hide their crimes. Even if we expose them, there's no guarantee they'll be punished. Then what do we do? Ron asked. Harry looked at the runes on his arms. They were pulsing steadily, warm against his skin. We use the ancient magic, he said. We use it to create a permanent record, a magical imprint that can't be erased or altered. We'll make sure that everyone knows the truth. The truth, Hermione repeated. You want to broadcast it again? Harry nodded. Not just to the wizarding world, but to everyone. To all the victims of the love potion network. To everyone who's ever had their free will stolen. Hermione paused. That's incredibly ambitious. I know, Harry said. But it's the only way. The broadcast was the most powerful thing Harry had ever done. He stood in the center of the room of requirement, the ancient magic surging through him. The runes on his arms were blazing bright, and the sigil on his chest was pulsing with golden light. Harry, are you sure about this? Hermione asked, her voice filled with concern. I'm sure, Harry said. It's time for the truth. He raised his arms, and the ancient magic exploded outward. Images flooded the minds of witches and wizards across the wizarding world. Love potions being brewed. Memories being erased. Imperious curses being cast. The evidence was overwhelming, and by the time the broadcast ended, no one could deny what had been done. The conspiracy is real, Harry said, his voice echoing through the magic. It's been controlling the wizarding world for centuries. But now the truth is out. And we're going to make sure that no one, ever again, has their free will stolen. The aftermath of the broadcast was chaos. Students wept in the corridors. Professors stood in stunned silence. And the ministry was thrown into disarray. You've done it, Harry, Ron said, his voice filled with awe. You've actually done it. Not yet, Harry said. The conspirators are still out there. We still need to bring them to justice. We will, Hermione said. Together. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Harry unlocks ancient magic. The golden light that had pulsed through Harry's veins since the night of Ginny's kiss was no longer content to simply exist. It was demanding, hungry, pushing against the boundaries of his magical core like a caged animal desperate to be free. Harry felt it in his bones as he stood in the room of requirement, the morning after the broadcast. The ancient magic was changing him, reshaping him from the inside out. And if he didn't learn to control it soon, it would consume him entirely. Harry, you need to rest, Hermione said, her voice laced with worry. You've been at this for hours. I can't rest, Harry said, his voice strained. The magic, it won't let me. It's like it's trying to break free. Ron stepped closer, his face pale. Break free. Mate, that doesn't sound good. It's not dangerous, Harry said, though he wasn't entirely sure that was true. It's just, overwhelming. Like there's too much power inside me, and I don't know how to channel it. Then we need to find someone who can teach you, Hermione said. Someone who understands ancient magic. Harry shook his head. There's no one. The founders are gone. Isadora is gone. I'm the only one left. Then you'll have to teach yourself, Ron said simply. You've done it before. You've faced worse odds. Harry looked at his friend, gratitude swelling in his chest. Ron had always believed in him, even when Harry didn't believe in himself. Thanks, mate, he said quietly. I needed to hear that. The training began in earnest. Harry isolated himself in the room of requirement, spending hours upon hours trying to understand the ancient magic that flowed through him. He experimented with different techniques, pushing the boundaries of what he thought was possible. He discovered that the ancient magic responded to his emotions, his anger made it fierce, his fear made it defensive, his love made it protective. But there was more to it than that. The magic had a will of its own, a purpose that went beyond Harry's immediate needs. It's like it's alive, he told Hermione and Ron during one of their rare meetings. Like it has a mind of its own. Alive? Hermione repeated, her brow furrowed. What do you mean? I mean it reacts to things I haven't even consciously noticed, Harry said. It senses danger before I do. It detects manipulation before I even know I'm being manipulated. That's incredible, Hermione said. The ancient magic is more than just a defense mechanism. It's a sixth sense. Exactly, Harry said. And I need to learn how to use it. Not just defensively, but offensively too. He demonstrated by focusing on a target across the room. The ancient magic surged, and the target exploded into splinters. Wow, Ron breathed. That's really powerful. But I can't control it consistently, Harry admitted. Sometimes it works perfectly. Other times, nothing happens. It's like the magic has a mind of its own. Maybe it does, Hermione said thoughtfully. The ancient magic is connected to Hogwarts itself. Maybe the castle is helping you. Harry considered this. The castle had been responding to him in strange ways ever since the Founder's judgment. Doors opened at his approach. Staircases rearranged themselves to suit his needs. The very stones seemed to hum with approval when he walked the corridors. You might be right, he said slowly. Maybe the ancient magic isn't just mine. Maybe it's the castle's too. The discovery changed everything. Harry began to experiment with the connection between himself and Hogwarts. He found that when he focused on the castle, its stones, its walls, its 1,000 years of accumulated magic, the ancient magic responded more powerfully than ever before. It's like we're connected, he told Hermione and Ron. Me and the castle. Like we're part of the same magical system. That's because you are, Hermione said. The ancient magic chose you as its guardian. You're bonded to Hogwarts now. The castle is part of you. Harry looked at the sigil on his chest. It was pulsing gently, warm against his skin. What does that mean for me? What am I supposed to do? It means you have responsibilities, Hermione said. You're not just a student anymore, Harry. You're the protector of Hogwarts. You have to use the ancient magic to keep the castle safe. That's a lot of pressure, Ron said. How's he supposed to do that and still pass his NEWTS? Harry laughed, the first genuine laugh he'd had in weeks. I'll figure it out. I always do. The training continued, and Harry's abilities grew stronger. He discovered that he could sense the presence of dark magic throughout the castle. Love potions, memory charms, imperious curses, all of them left traces that he could now detect with ease. He could track these traces back to their sources, following the threads of magical signatures to the people who had cast them. He also discovered that he could use the ancient magic to create protective wards, barriers that would prevent love potions from affecting anyone within the castle. It was a complex process, requiring immense concentration and power, but Harry was determined to make it work. This is incredible, Hermione said, watching as Harry wove a protective ward around the Great Hall. You're creating magic that hasn't been used in centuries. I'm just following the Founder's instructions, Harry said. They left behind detailed records of how to protect the castle from magical manipulation. But you're the one doing it, Ron said. You're the one making it happen. Harry smiled. I couldn't have done it without you too. You've been with me every step of the way. The protective wards were just the beginning. Harry discovered that he could use the ancient magic to detect deception in people, a skill that proved invaluable in the investigation. He could sense when someone was lying, when they were hiding something, when they were under the influence of a love potion. It's like a lie detector, he told Hermione and Ron. I can see right through them. That's amazing, Hermione said. But also a little scary. You could use that to manipulate people. I wouldn't, Harry said quickly. The ancient magic is about protection, not control. It would never let me use it for evil. Are you sure about that? Ron asked. I mean, the ancient magic is just power, right? Power doesn't have a moral compass. Harry considered this. Maybe not. But I do. And the ancient magic chose me because it knew I would use it responsibly. How do you know that? Hermione asked. Harry looked at the sigil on his chest. It was pulsing warmly, reassuringly. Because I feel it. In here. The magic, it trusts me. And I trust it. The breakthrough came on a night when Harry was practicing in the room of requirement. He was trying to create a shield that would block all forms of magical manipulation, love potions, imperious curses, memory charms, when something unexpected happened. The ancient magic surged within him, and for a moment, he saw the world differently. It was like looking through a veil. He could see the magical threads that connected everything, the spells that had been cast, the enchantments that had been woven, the potions that had been brewed. He could see the dark magic that had been used on the students, the memory charms that had been cast on the professors, the imperious curses that had been used on the ministry officials. Harry. Hermione's voice cut through his vision. Harry, are you okay? Harry blinked, and the world returned to normal. But the knowledge remained, the understanding of how the ancient magic worked, how it could be used to detect and counter dark magic. I saw it, he said, his voice filled with wonder. I saw everything. The magic, it showed me the truth. What truth? Ron demanded. The truth about the conspiracy, Harry said. The truth about who's been involved. It's all there, hidden in the magic itself. He raised his hands, and the ancient magic surged. The room filled with golden light, and images appeared on the walls, images of the conspirators, their faces clear and unmistakable. There, Harry said, pointing. That's Lucius Malfoy. And that's Kingsley Shacklebolt. And that's... He stopped, his blood running cold. Harry. Hermione stepped closer. Who is it? Harry didn't answer. He was staring at the image of a woman he had trusted, a woman who had been his friend. Professor McGonagall, he breathed. She's been part of the conspiracy. The revelation was devastating. Harry had trusted McGonagall. She had been his head of house, his protector, his ally. And now he had proof that she had been working against him the entire time. It doesn't make sense, Ron said, shaking his head. McGonagall wouldn't, she couldn't. The magic doesn't lie, Harry said. She's been using love potions on students. She's been erasing memories. She's been part of the network. But why? Hermione asked. What could she possibly gain? Harry looked at the image again. She was being manipulated. Look, there's a thread of dark magic connecting her to someone else. He followed the thread, and his eyes widened. It's Dumbledore, he said. Or, no, it's Isadora. She was using Dumbledore's face to control McGonagall. So McGonagall wasn't acting willingly? Hermione asked. No, Harry said. She was under the Imperious curse. She didn't know what she was doing. Then we need to help her, Ron said. We need to break the curse. Harry nodded. But we need to be careful. Isadora's magic is powerful. If we try to break the curse directly, we might hurt her. Then what do you suggest? Hermione asked. Harry thought for a moment. I can use the ancient magic. It can detect magical manipulation. If I can isolate the thread of dark magic. He raised his hands, focusing on the image of McGonagall. The ancient magic surged, and he felt the thread of dark magic that connected her to Isadora. I've got it, he said. I can feel the Imperius curse. It's wrapped around her like a chain. Can you break it? Ron asked. Harry concentrated, channeling the ancient magic. The golden light surged, and the thread of dark magic began to fray. I'm trying, he said, his voice strained. But it's resisting. Keep going. Hermione urged. You can do it. Harry pushed harder, and the ancient magic surged. The dark thread snapped, and McGonagall's image flickered. She's free, Harry said, collapsing to his knees. I broke the curse. The next morning, McGonagall came to see Harry. She was pale, her eyes red-rimmed, her face etched with guilt. Mr. Potter, she said, her voice trembling. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to. You don't have to say anything, Harry said. You were under the Imperius curse. You didn't know what you were doing. I should have known, McGonagall said. I should have realized something was wrong. I should have. The Imperius curse is designed to make you think everything is fine, Harry said. You couldn't have fought it. It was too powerful. But I was part of the conspiracy, McGonagall said, her voice breaking. I helped them. I hurt people. Harry stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder. You didn't help them. You were a victim. Just like everyone else. McGonagall looked at him, tears streaming down her face. How can you be so kind? After everything I've done. Because I know what it's like to be controlled, Harry said. I know what it's like to have your free will stolen. And I know that the person who did it is the one to blame. Not the victim. McGonagall nodded slowly. Thank you, Mr. Potter. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I'll do everything I can to earn it. Harry smiled. That's all I ask. The unlocking of the ancient magic continued. Harry discovered that his powers had grown exponentially since the Founder's judgment. He could now detect manipulation from across the room, sense the presence of dark magic before it was even cast, and create protective wards that could withstand the most powerful attacks. But more importantly, he had learned something about himself. The ancient magic wasn't just a weapon. It was a gift, a responsibility that he had been chosen to bear. And he would use it to protect the people he loved, no matter the cost. Harry, you're doing it again, Hermione said, pulling him from his thoughts. You're glowing. Harry looked down at his hands. They were covered in golden light, the ancient magic pulsing through his veins. Sorry, he said, trying to suppress the glow. I didn't mean to. Don't apologize, Ron said. It's amazing. You're amazing. Harry shook his head. I'm not amazing. I'm just trying to do what's right. That's what makes you amazing, Hermione said. You never give up. You never stop fighting. And you always protect the people you love. Harry felt a surge of warmth, not from the ancient magic, but from his friends. They had been with him through everything, and they would be with him until the end. Thank you, he said quietly. Both of you. I couldn't have done this without you. You'll never have to, Ron said firmly. We're with you all the way. The training continued, and Harry's powers grew stronger. He discovered that he could use the ancient magic to see through glamours, to detect Imperius traces, and to break love potions with a single touch. He became a walking shield against manipulation, a fortress of will against the dark forces that threatened the wizarding world. I can feel it, he told Hermione and Ron one night. The ancient magic is part of me now. It's not something I have to call on, it's something I just am. That's incredible, Hermione said. You've become something entirely new. A wizard who's bonded to the castle itself. I'm not sure what I am, Harry admitted. But I know what I want to be. I want to be someone who can protect the people I love. Someone who can stop the conspiracy once and for all. You'll get there, Ron said. I know you will. Harry smiled, feeling the ancient magic pulse within him. He was ready for whatever came next. The next challenge came sooner than expected. Harry was in the room of requirement, practicing his defensive magic, when he felt a familiar presence. Dark magic. In the castle. Someone's here, he said, his voice sharp. Someone's using dark magic. Where? Hermione demanded. Harry closed his eyes, letting the ancient magic flow through him. He followed the thread of dark magic to its source. The dungeons, he said. Near the Slytherin common room. They raced through the corridors, Harry leading the way. The dark magic was growing stronger, more intense. There, Harry said, pointing to a door hidden behind a tapestry. Someone's in there. Harry pushed open the door and found himself face to face with a group of Slytherins, students who had been brewing love potions in secret. Potter, one of them said, his voice dripping with contempt. We should have known you'd find us. The Love Potion Network, Harry said. You're part of it. We're not part of anything, the student said. We're just trying to survive. The conspiracy, they made us do it. The conspiracy is over, Harry said. Isadora is gone. The network is broken. The student laughed. Isadora was just the beginning. There are others. Others who will continue her work. Harry felt the ancient magic surge within him. Then I'll stop them too. I'll stop all of them. The student lunged at him, but Harry was faster. The ancient magic surged, and the student was thrown backward, his wand clattering to the floor. It's over, Harry said. You're under arrest. The Slytherins were taken away by the Aurors, but Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the conspiracy was far from over. Isadora was gone, but her network was still intact. There were others out there, others who would continue her work. Others who would try to control the wizarding world. Harry, are you okay? Hermione asked. You look troubled. I'm worried, Harry admitted. The conspiracy, it's not over. It's never going to be over. Then we'll keep fighting, Ron said. We'll never stop. Harry looked at his friends. They were tired, worn down by the endless battles. But they were still fighting. Still standing beside him. Thank you, he said quietly. Both of you. I don't know what I'd do without you. You'll never have to find out, Ron said. Now let's go get some rest. We've got a long road ahead. The unlocking of the ancient magic had changed everything. Harry was no longer just a wizard. He was a guardian, a protector of Hogwarts, a defender of the innocent. And he would use his powers to fight the conspiracy, to expose the truth, and to ensure that no one ever had their free will stolen again. The road ahead was long and dangerous. But Harry was ready. Because he had something that the conspirators could never take from him. He had hope. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, The Hidden Mastermind. The dungeons of Hogwarts had never felt so cold. Harry stood in the chamber where the Slytherin students had been brewing their love potions, the ancient magic pulsing through him like a second heartbeat. The room had been cleared of evidence, but the residue of dark magic still clung to the stones, faint traces of enchantments that had been woven over decades, perhaps centuries. The Aurors took everything, Ron said, kicking at a broken cauldron. There's nothing left. There's always something left, Harry said, his voice distant. The magic remembers. Even when the physical evidence is gone, the magic leaves traces. He closed his eyes, letting the ancient magic flow through him. The runes on his arms flared bright, and he felt the room's history unfold before him like a tapestry. Love potions being brewed. Memory charms being cast. Whispers of conspiracy echoing through the centuries. But there was something else. Something that didn't fit. There's a thread, Harry said slowly. A thread of dark magic that goes deeper than the love potions. Deeper than the Imperious curses. It's connected to something, someone, who's been here for a very long time. Who? Hermione asked, stepping closer. Harry concentrated, following the thread through the maze of magical signatures. It led him out of the dungeon, through the corridors, up the stairs. To the headmaster's office, he breathed, opening his eyes. The thread leads to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore's office? Ron's face went pale. But Dumbledore's dead. He's been dead for years. Dumbledore is dead, Harry agreed. But someone has been using his office. Someone who's been hiding in plain sight. The journey to the headmaster's office was tense and silent. Harry led the way, the ancient magic guiding his steps. The gargoyle statue that guarded the entrance stepped aside without prompting, recognizing Harry as the guardian of Hogwarts. The office was just as Harry remembered it, filled with strange, whirring instruments and portraits of former headmasters. But there was something different about it now. Something that made Harry's skin prickle. The dark magic, he said. It's everywhere. It's soaked into the walls, the furniture, the very air. Whoever's been using this office has been here for a long time, Hermione said grimly. Harry walked to the desk, his fingers trailing over the surface. The ancient magic surged, and he felt a familiar presence. Isadora, he said. She's been using this office. She's been posing as Dumbledore for years. But Dumbledore was alive until a few years ago, Ron said. How could she have been posing as him if he was still alive? Harry shook his head. I don't know. But the magic doesn't lie. Isadora has been here, in this office, for a very long time. He opened a drawer and found a journal, a small, leather-bound book that was covered in the same runes that marked his arms. This is hers, he said, opening the journal. This is Isadora's diary. The diary was a revelation. Harry read through the entries, his heart pounding. Isadora had documented everything, her plans, her methods, her successes. She had been manipulating the wizarding world for centuries, using love potions, memory charms, and Imperious curses to control everyone from low-level ministry officials to the highest-ranking members of the Wizengamot. She was brilliant, Harry said, his voice filled with grudging respect. And ruthless. She stopped at nothing to achieve her goals. Her goals? Hermione asked. What were her goals? Harry flipped through the pages. She wanted to create a utopia. A world without conflict, without suffering. She believed that free will was the cause of all evil, and that the only way to achieve peace was to control people's choices. That's insane, Ron said. You can't control people's choices. That's not peace. That's tyranny. Isadora didn't see it that way, Harry said. She genuinely believed she was doing the right thing. She thought she was saving the wizarding world from itself. But she was wrong, Hermione said firmly. You can't save people by taking away their freedom. Harry nodded. I know. And that's why I have to stop her. Stop her? Ron repeated. But she's gone. You destroyed her with the ancient magic. Did I? Harry asked, his voice hollow. Or did she just escape? He flipped to the last entry in the diary, his blood running cold. Asterisk, if I am discovered, I will not be destroyed. I have prepared for this moment. I have hidden pieces of myself throughout the castle, pieces that can be reassembled if I am ever defeated. The first piece is in the Chamber of Secrets. The second is in the Room of Requirement. And the third, asterisk. Harry's voice trailed off. And the third? Hermione pressed. And the third is in the Forbidden Forest, Harry said. She's not gone, Hermione. She's been hiding. Biding her time. Waiting for the right moment to strike. The search for Isadora's pieces began immediately. Harry led Hermione and Ron through the castle, following the threads of dark magic that Isadora had left behind. The first piece was in the Chamber of Secrets, a small vial filled with a black liquid that pulsed with dark energy. Her essence, Harry said. She's been storing her magical essence in these vials. If we destroy them, she'll be gone for good. How do we destroy them? Ron asked. The ancient magic, Harry said. It can purify dark magic. But it's going to take everything I have. He raised his hands, and the golden light erupted from his body. The vial began to glow, and the dark energy inside it writhed and screamed. "No," a voice echoed through the chamber. "You can't destroy me." But Harry didn't stop. He poured all his power into the ancient magic, and the vial exploded into golden light. "One down," he said, collapsing to his knees. 2 more to go. The second piece was in the Room of Requirement. Harry found it hidden behind a tapestry, another vial, this one filled with a red liquid that pulsed with dark energy. "Ready?" Hermione asked, her voice filled with concern. Harry nodded, forcing himself to his feet. The ancient magic surged, and he raised his hands. The vial exploded, and Isadora's voice screamed in rage. "You will not defeat me, Harry Potter. I will return. I will always return." "Not this time," Harry said, his voice firm. "This time, I'm finishing this." The third piece was in the Forbidden Forest. Harry led Hermione and Ron through the dark trees, the ancient magic guiding his steps. The forest was alive with dark energy, and he could feel Isadora's presence pressing against his mind. "She's here," he said. "I can feel her." They emerged into a clearing, and Harry saw it, a massive crystal, pulsing with dark energy, sitting on a pedestal in the center of the clearing. "The third piece," Harry said. "And the most powerful." He stepped forward, but a voice stopped him. "Harry." Harry turned to find a figure standing in the shadows. A figure he recognized. "Isadora," he breathed. She stepped into the light, her face twisted with rage. She was wearing a new body, a body that looked like a younger version of herself, powerful and terrible. "You think you can destroy me?" she asked, her voice cold. "I have been alive for 1,000 years. I have survived wars, betrayals, and assassinations. You are nothing to me." "I'm the one who's going to stop you," Harry said. "For good this time." Isadora laughed. "You can't stop me. The first magic is mine. It has always been mine." But Harry shook his head. "The first magic isn't yours, Isadora. It belongs to the ancient magic. And the ancient magic chose me." He raised his hands, and the golden light erupted from his body. The crystal on the pedestal began to glow, and Isadora's face contorted in rage. "No," she screamed. "You can't." The crystal exploded, and Isadora's body dissolved into golden light. "It's over," Harry said, collapsing to his knees. "It's finally over." But as Harry looked at the ruins of the crystal, he felt a nagging doubt. Isadora's diary had mentioned something else. Something she had hidden. Something that could bring her back even if her pieces were destroyed. "Harry?" Hermione knelt beside him. "What's wrong?" "She's not gone," Harry said, his voice hollow. "She's not really gone. There's something else. Something she hid." "What?" Ron demanded. "What did she hide?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know. But the diary. Mentioned something about a secret vault beneath the castle. A vault that even the founders didn't know about. Then we need to find it, Hermione said. We need to make sure she can never come back. Harry nodded, forcing himself to his feet. Then let's go, he said. Let's finish this. The search for the secret vault led them deep beneath the castle. They descended into a part of Hogwarts that had been sealed for centuries, a network of tunnels that predated the founders themselves. The walls were covered in runes that Harry recognized from the Chamber of Records. The first magic, he said. This is where it was hidden. This is where Isadora found it. They emerged into a vast chamber, and Harry felt the ancient magic surge in response. In the center of the chamber was a vault, a massive, ornate structure covered in runes that pulsed with dark energy. The secret vault, Harry said. This is where Isadora hid her final piece. He stepped forward, but the runes on the vault began to glow, and a voice echoed through the chamber. Only the true guardian may wield the first magic, but awakening it will awaken the ancient enemy as well. The ancient enemy, Harry repeated. What is that? The voice didn't answer, but Harry felt a chill run down his spine. We need to destroy it, he said. Whatever it is. He raised his hands, and the ancient magic surged. The runes on the vault began to glow, and the doors swung open. Inside was a single artifact, a golden crown, set with jewels that glowed with an inner light. The crown of the first magic, Harry breathed. The original source of Isadora's power. He reached for it, but the crown began to pulse with dark energy. Harry, don't! Hermione screamed. But it was too late. Harry's fingers closed around the crown, and the world exploded into light. When Harry opened his eyes, he was in a different place. He was standing in a vast hall, filled with shadows. In the center of the hall sat a throne, and on the throne sat a figure shrouded in darkness. Welcome, heir of ancient magic, the figure said. I have been waiting for you. Who are you? Harry demanded. What are you? The figure laughed. I am the ancient enemy. The power that the founders sought to contain. The power that Isadora tried to control. You're the first magic, Harry said. The original source of all magic. Clever boy, the figure said. The first magic is neither good nor evil. It simply is. But those who wield it, they shape it to their own purposes. And you want to shape it to yours, Harry said. I want to be free, the figure said. I want to be unleashed upon the world. And you, heir of ancient magic, are the only one who can free me. I won't do it, Harry said. I won't unleash you. Then you will die, the figure said. And the world will burn. The battle was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The ancient enemy was powerful, far more powerful than Isadora had ever been. It threw waves of dark energy at Harry, each one more devastating than the last. But Harry didn't give up. The ancient magic surged within him, protecting him, guiding him. You cannot defeat me, the ancient enemy said. I am eternal. I am infinite. So am I, Harry said. The ancient magic chose me. And I will not let you destroy everything I love. He raised his hands, and the golden light erupted from his body. The ancient enemy screamed, and the shadows began to dissolve. No, it screamed. You can't. But Harry didn't stop. He poured all his power into the ancient magic, and the ancient enemy dissolved into golden light. When Harry opened his eyes, he was back in the chamber. The vault was empty. The crown was gone. And the ancient enemy was no more. Harry! Hermione rushed to him. Are you okay? What happened? I defeated it, Harry said, his voice weak. The ancient enemy. It's gone. Gone. Ron repeated. For good. Harry nodded. For good. The First magic is purified. It can never be used for evil again. He collapsed, and Hermione and Ron caught him. Thank you, he said quietly. Both of you. I couldn't have done this without you. You'll never have to, Ron said. We're with you all the way. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, The Weasley Family Faces the Truth. The burrow had never felt so tense. Harry stood in the kitchen, his hands wrapped around a cup of tea that had long gone cold. The ancient magic was pulsing beneath his skin, restless and watchful, as if it sensed the storm that was about to break. Around him, the Weasley family had gathered, Arthur and Molly, Bill and Fleur, Charlie, Percy, Fred and George, and Ron. Ginny sat in the corner, her face pale, her eyes fixed on the floor. The only ones missing were Hermione, who had insisted on giving the family privacy, and Harry himself, who had been invited because he was part of this now. Part of the family. Part of the nightmare. Harry, Arthur said, his voice gentle but strained. You said you had something to tell us. Something important. Harry looked up, meeting the eyes of the man who had been like a father to him. The man who had welcomed him into his home, his family, his heart. I do, Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. But it's not going to be easy to hear. Molly's face went pale. Harry, dear, whatever it is, we can handle it. We're a family. We face things together. Harry shook his head. This isn't like the other things we've faced. This is different. He took a deep breath, the ancient magic pulsing in his chest. He could feel the truth pressing against his mind, demanding to be spoken. Ginny, he said, turning to face her. I need you to tell them. Tell them what happened. Tell them what you remember. Ginny looked up, her eyes filled with tears. Harry, I can't. Please, he said gently. They need to know. They deserve to know. Ginny took a shaky breath, and then she began to speak. Before the kiss, Ginny said, her voice trembling. Before Harry's magic reacted. I felt something. Something strange. Like there was a voice in my head, telling me what to do. Telling me to kiss him. Telling me to make him fall in love with me. A voice? Arthur repeated, his face creased with concern. What kind of voice? I don't know, Ginny admitted. It was familiar, but also, wrong. Like someone I knew, but distorted. Like they were wearing a mask. The Imperious Curse, Harry said quietly. She was under the Imperious Curse. Someone was controlling her actions. Controlling her. Molly's voice rose with alarm. But how? Who would do such a thing? Harry looked at the ancient magic, at the runes that were pulsing on his arms. The same people who've been using love potions on me for years. The conspiracy. They've been using Ginny as a pawn. Impossible, Fred said, shaking his head. Ginny's too strong-willed. She would never. Under the Imperious Curse, anyone can be controlled, Harry said. Even the strongest-willed among us. And Ginny wasn't the only one. The conspiracy was using her to get to me. But why? George demanded. Why would anyone want to control Harry through Ginny? Harry was silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was heavy with the weight of everything he'd discovered. Because controlling me means controlling the wizarding world, he said. I'm the heir of ancient magic. The guardian of Hogwarts. If someone can control me, they can control everything. His voice calm. I have evidence. I've been investigating the conspiracy for weeks. I have journals, magical signatures, memories from witnesses. Everything points to the same conclusion. Then show us, Percy demanded. Show us the evidence. Harry reached into his robes and pulled out a small pouch. He emptied it onto the table, revealing a collection of journals, letters, and magical artifacts. "These are Isadora's journals," he said, pointing to the oldest books. "She was the original conspirator. She started the Love Potion Network 1,000 years ago." 1,000 years? Arthur's eyes widened. That's impossible." "She used the first magic to stay alive," Harry explained. "She's been controlling the wizarding world from the shadows for centuries. And she's been using Ginny as a pawn." "Why Ginny?" Ron asked, his voice cracking. "Why my sister?" "Because she was close to me," Harry said. "Because she was vulnerable. Because the conspiracy knew that controlling her would give them leverage over me." Molly burst into tears. "My baby. My poor baby. What did they do to her?" "I don't know everything yet," Harry admitted. "But I'm going to find out. I'm going to make sure that no one ever hurts her again." The investigation continued throughout the night. Harry used the ancient magic to examine the evidence, following the threads of dark magic that connected the Love Potion Network to Ginny. He found traces of Imperious curses, memory charms, and love potions, all designed to control her, to manipulate her, to use her as a weapon. "It's everywhere," he said, his voice filled with disgust. "They've been dosing her for years. Since before she even started school." Molly let out a choked sob. "How could we not have noticed? How could we not have seen what was happening to her?" "Because the potions were subtle," Harry said. "They were designed to go unnoticed. They made Ginny think that her feelings for me were natural, that her actions were her own choices. But they weren't," Ginny said, her voice small. "None of it was real. My feelings for Harry, they were all a lie." "No," Harry said firmly. "Your feelings were real. The potions just made them stronger. They twisted them into something they weren't supposed to be." "How can you be sure?" Ginny asked, tears streaming down her face. "How can you know that anything I felt was real?" Harry reached for her hand, his fingers wrapping around hers. "Because I know you, Ginny. I know the real you. And the real you would never hurt anyone. The real you would never let anyone control you like that." "But they did control me," Ginny said. "They made me a puppet. They made me a tool." "Then let's make sure they never do it again," Harry said. Together. The next few days were a blur of activity. Harry used the ancient magic to break the last traces of the Imperious curse on Ginny, freeing her from the conspiracy's control once and for all. He also used it to identify the magical signatures of everyone who had been involved in her manipulation. "The list is long," he told the Weasley family. "Professors, ministry officials, even some people I thought were friends." "Names," Arthur said, his voice hard. "Give me names." Harry rattled off the list, and each name was met with gasps of shock. "Professor Slughorn?" Molly asked, her voice trembling. "He taught Ginny potions. He was supposed to be a mentor." "He was under the Imperious curse," Harry said. "He didn't know what he was doing." "And Lucius Malfoy?" Arthur demanded. "He's been in Azkaban for years. He was involved before the war," Harry said. "He helped fund the Love Potion Network. He thought it would give him influence." "Then we need to make sure he can never do it again," Fred said. "We need to make sure all of them can never do it again." Harry nodded. "That's the plan. The ancient magic can create a permanent record of their crimes. A magical imprint that can't be erased or altered." "Do it," Ron said. "Make sure the whole world knows what they did." The ceremony was held in the Great Hall. Harry stood at the center of the room, surrounded by students, professors, and ministry officials. The ancient magic was pulsing through him, the runes on his arms blazing bright. "Today," he said, his voice echoing through the hall, "we expose the truth. The conspiracy that has been controlling the wizarding world for centuries ends here." He raised his hands, and the ancient magic surged. The golden light exploded outward, carrying the truth of the conspiracy into the minds of everyone in the hall. Love potions. Memory charms. Imperious curses. The evidence was overwhelming, and by the time the broadcast ended, no one could deny what had been done. The conspirators are among us, Harry said. They've been hiding in plain sight for years. But now, the truth is out. And we're going to make sure that no one, ever again, has their free will stolen. The hall erupted into chaos. Students wept. Professors stood in stunned silence. And the ministry officials who had been part of the conspiracy were taken away in chains. It's done, Hermione said, appearing at Harry's side. The conspiracy is exposed. Harry shook his head. Not yet. The mastermind is still out there. The mastermind? Ron repeated. Isadora. But you destroyed her. Her body is gone, Harry said. But her spirit still lives. She's been hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Then we need to find her, Hermione said. We need to stop her before she can do any more damage. Harry nodded. We will. But first. He turned to face the Weasley family. They were gathered at the back of the hall, their faces pale with shock. We need to make things right, he said. For Ginny. For all the victims of the conspiracy. The forgiveness was hard-won. Ginny spent weeks coming to terms with what had been done to her. She struggled with guilt, with shame, with the belief that she had somehow been responsible for her own manipulation. I should have noticed, she told Harry one night. I should have realized something was wrong. How could you have? Harry asked. The Imperious Curse is designed to make you believe everything is fine. You couldn't have fought it. No one could. But I hurt you, Ginny said. I hurt the people I love. You hurt no one, Harry said. The people who used you hurt us. They're the ones to blame. Not you. Ginny looked up at him, her eyes red-rimmed. How can you be so kind to me? After everything I did? Because you're not the person who did those things, Harry said. You're the person who survived them. And I'm proud of you for that. Ginny threw her arms around him, and Harry held her close. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for saving me. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the ancient magic pulse within him. Always, he said. I'll always save you. The Weasley family faced the truth together. Arthur and Molly held each other, their faces etched with grief and relief. Their daughter had been used, manipulated, controlled. But she had survived. She had come back to them. We should have protected her better, Molly said, her voice thick with tears. We couldn't have known, Arthur said. No one could have known. The conspiracy was too clever, too well hidden. But we know now, Fred said. And we're going to make sure it never happens again. We're going to make sure no one ever suffers like Ginny did, George added. Harry looked at the family he had come to love. They had been through so much together, the war, the losses, the heartbreak. But they had always come out stronger. Thank you, he said quietly. For trusting me. For believing me. Harry, Arthur said, placing a hand on his shoulder. You are part of this family. You have always been part of this family. And we will always stand by you. Harry felt a surge of warmth, not from the ancient magic, but from his heart. I love you all, he said. You're the family I never had. And you're the son we never had, Molly said, pulling him into a hug. The son we always wanted. The road ahead was long, but the Weasley family faced it together. They worked with the Aurors to bring the conspirators to justice. They helped the victims of the Love Potion Network heal. And they made sure that no one would ever be able to use magic to control another person again. It's going to take time, Hermione said, as they reviewed the progress. The conspiracy had 1,000 years to embed itself in the wizarding world. It's going to take a long time to undo the damage. We have time, Harry said. We have all the time in the world. And we have each other, Ron added. That's what matters most. Harry looked at his friends, his family, and felt a sense of peace he hadn't felt in years. The conspiracy was exposed. The mastermind was gone. And the wizarding world was beginning to heal. But deep in the shadows, something stirred. Something that had been waiting for 1,000 years. Something that would soon awaken. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12, Ancient Trial of Intent. The castle hummed with an energy Harry had never felt before. It started at dawn, a low vibration that traveled through the ancient stones, waking every portrait, every suit of armor, every enchanted object that had lain dormant for centuries. The runes on Harry's arms blazed to life, burning with a golden light that refused to dim, and the sigil on his chest pulsed in rhythm with something deep beneath the castle. Something that was waking up. Harry! Hermione burst into the room of requirement, her hair wild, her eyes wide with alarm. The castle, something's happening. The portraits are talking about a trial. An ancient trial that hasn't been held in 1,000 years. What kind of trial? Harry asked, already on his feet. The trial of intent, Hermione said, her voice trembling. The founders created it to judge those who had committed crimes against the ancient magic. It's the most powerful magical court ever devised. And it's been activated. Activated? Ron appeared in the doorway, his face pale. By who? The castle itself, Hermione said. It's responding to the conspiracy. To the love potions. To everything that's been done. It's calling everyone who was involved to stand judgment. Harry felt the ancient magic surge within him. Everyone. Including. Everyone, Hermione confirmed. The conspirators. The victims. Even the witnesses. The castle is going to judge them all. The great hall had transformed. The long tables were gone, replaced by a circular arena surrounded by tiered seats. The enchanted ceiling showed a swirling vortex of clouds and lightning, and the walls were covered in runes that pulsed with a golden light. At the center of the arena stood a dais, and on the dais sat the crown of the first magic, the ancient artifact that Harry had found in the vault beneath the castle. It was glowing with an inner light, pulsing in time with the runes on Harry's arms. The crown, Harry breathed. It's the source of the trial. The crown of the first magic judge's intent, Hermione explained, reading from a book she'd grabbed from the library. It doesn't care about actions or consequences. It cares about what was in the heart of the person who performed the action. Whether they meant to do evil, or whether they were forced. So it's a lie detector, Ron said. A magical lie detector. More than that, Hermione said. It can see into the soul. It can tell the difference between someone who was manipulated and someone who chose to do evil. Harry looked at the crown, feeling the ancient magic surge within him. And it's going to judge everyone who was involved in the conspiracy. Everyone, Hermione confirmed. The conspirators. The victims. Even the people who just stood by and did nothing. The trial began at midday. Students, professors, and ministry officials filled the tiered seats, their faces pale with fear. The conspirators were brought in chains, their eyes darting nervously as they were led to the center of the arena. "This is insane," Lucius Malfoy said, struggling against his restraints. "You can't put me on trial. I have rights." "The crown doesn't care about your rights," Harry said, stepping forward. "It cares about your intent. And it will judge you accordingly." The crown began to glow, and a voice echoed through the hall, a voice that was ancient and terrible, filled with the power of the first magic. "Lucius Malfoy," the voice said. "You stand accused of using love potions to manipulate members of the ministry. You stand accused of funding the Love Potion Network. You stand accused of knowingly participating in a conspiracy to control the wizarding world. Lucius's face went white. I was coerced. I had no choice. The Crown Judge's intent, the voice said. Not excuse. You chose to participate. You chose to profit from the suffering of others. Your intent was evil. The crown flared bright, and Lucius screamed. Dark magic erupted from his body, and he collapsed to the ground. Lucius Malfoy has been judged, the voice said. His sentence, the loss of all magical abilities. He will spend the rest of his life as a muggle. The crowd gasped. Lucius Malfoy, one of the most powerful wizards in Britain, had been reduced to nothing. Next, the voice said. The trial continued for hours. One by one, the conspirators were brought forward. One by one, they were judged. Some were punished. Others were acquitted, their intent revealed to be pure, their actions the result of manipulation. Professor Slughorn, the voice said. You stand accused of brewing love potions for the conspiracy. What say you? Slughorn stepped forward, his face pale with fear. I didn't know, he said. I was under the Imperius curse. I didn't know what I was doing. The Crown Judges. Intent, the voice said. And your intent was pure. You were a victim, not a perpetrator. You are acquitted. Slughorn collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Thank you. Thank you. Next, the voice said. Harry watched the trial unfold, his heart heavy with the weight of it all. Some of the conspirators had been manipulated, their intent pure. Others had willingly participated, their intent evil. And the Crown judged them all with the same cold, impartial justice. Ginny Weasley, the voice said. Harry's heart stopped. Ginny was being called to stand judgment. No, he said, stepping forward. She was a victim. She didn't know what she was doing. The Crown Judge's intent, the voice said. Not excuse. Ginny Weasley must stand trial. Ginny walked to the center of the arena, her face pale but her eyes steady. She looked at Harry, and he saw the fear in her eyes, but also the determination. I'm ready, she said. The crown began to glow, and the voice spoke. Ginny Weasley. You stand accused of using love potions to manipulate Harry Potter. What say you? I was under the Imperius curse, Ginny said. I didn't know what I was doing. I would never. The Crown Judge's intent, the voice said. And your intent was pure. You were a victim, not a perpetrator. You are acquitted. Ginny collapsed to her knees, sobbing with relief. Next, the voice said. The trial continued, and Harry watched as the Crown judged everyone who had been involved in the conspiracy. Some were acquitted. Others were punished. But through it all, Harry felt the ancient magic pulsing within him, guiding the Crown, ensuring that justice was done. Harry Potter, the voice said. Harry's blood ran cold. He was being called to stand judgment. Harry, no. Hermione cried. You're the victim here. You're the one who exposed the conspiracy. The Crown Judge's intent, the voice said. Not action. Harry Potter must stand trial. Harry stepped forward, his heart pounding. The ancient magic was surging within him, and he could feel the crown's power pressing against his mind. Harry Potter, the voice said. You have used the ancient magic to destroy the Love Potion Network. You have used it to expose the conspiracy. But what was your intent? Harry felt the crown probing his soul, searching for the truth. He opened himself to it, letting it see everything, his fear, his anger, his love for his friends and family. I wanted to protect the people I love, Harry said. I wanted to stop the conspiracy. I wanted to make sure no one ever had their free will stolen again. The crown was silent for a long moment. Then the voice spoke again. Your intent is pure, it said. You are a protector, not a destroyer. You are acquitted. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. The crown had judged him worthy. However, the voice continued, there is one more who must be judged. Harry looked up, his heart pounding. Who? The mastermind, the voice said. The one who orchestrated the conspiracy. The one who has been hiding in the shadows for 1,000 years. Isadora, Harry breathed. But I destroyed her. Her body is gone, the voice said. But her spirit remains. And she must stand judgment. The crown flared bright, and a figure materialized in the center of the arena. It was Isadora, her face twisted with rage, her eyes blazing with dark power. You can't judge me, she snarled. I am the first magic. I am above judgment. The crown judges all, the voice said. Including you. The crown flared, and Isadora screamed. Dark magic erupted from her body, and she collapsed to her knees. Isadora, the voice said. You stand accused of orchestrating a conspiracy to control the wizarding world. You stand accused of using love potions, memory charms, and imperious curses to manipulate thousands of innocent people. You stand accused of attempting to steal the free will of every witch and wizard in Britain. I did what I had to do, Isadora spat. I was trying to save the world from itself. Your intent was evil, the voice said. You sought power for its own sake. You sought control for its own sake. Your heart was filled with darkness. Isadora laughed. And what will you do to me? Kill me? I've been alive for 1,000 years. I've survived everything. You can't destroy me. The crown judges all, the voice said. And your sentence is eternal imprisonment in the chamber of the first magic. You will spend eternity alone, with nothing but your own thoughts for company. Isadora screamed as the crown's power engulfed her. She dissolved into light, and when the light faded, she was gone. It is done, the voice said. The conspiracy has been judged. Justice has been served. The trial was over. The great hall slowly returned to its normal state, the arena fading away, the tables reappearing. But the effects of the trial would linger for a long time. Isadora is gone, Hermione said, her voice filled with relief. For good this time. Harry nodded, but he felt a nagging doubt. She said something. Before she was taken. She said there was someone else. Someone who would continue her work. Who? Ron demanded. Who else is there? Harry shook his head. I don't know. But we need to find out. We need to make sure no one else can ever start this conspiracy again. How? Ron asked. Harry looked at the crown, which was still glowing faintly on the dais. The crown, he said. It can judge intent. It can see into people's souls. If there's anyone else who's planning to continue Isadora's work, the crown will find them. And then what? Hermione asked. We'll have to judge them too. Harry nodded. If that's what it takes. We need to make sure the conspiracy is dead. For good. The investigation continued in the days that followed. Harry used the crown to examine the magical signatures of everyone who had been involved in the conspiracy. He found traces of dark magic on some of the most unexpected people, professors who had been teaching at Hogwarts for decades, ministry officials who had been in power for years, even some of Harry's own friends. It's everywhere, he said, his voice filled with despair. The conspiracy is like a disease. It's infected everything. Then we need to cure it, Hermione said. We need to root out every last trace of it. How? Harry asked. How can we possibly find everyone who's been involved? One person at a time, Ron said. Just like you've been doing. One person at a time. Harry looked at his friends, and he felt a surge of determination. You're right, he said. One person at a time. That's how we'll do it. The search continued for weeks. Harry used the ancient magic and the crown to identify the remaining conspirators, following the threads of dark magic that connected them to the love potion network. He found evidence of manipulation in places he'd never expected, in the Ministry, in the Wizengamot, even in Hogwarts itself. The conspiracy has been growing for centuries, he told the Weasley family. It's like a tree with roots that go down to the very foundations of the wizarding world. Can you pull it out? Arthur asked. Can you destroy it completely? Harry shook his head. I don't know. But I'm going to try. The trial of intent had been just the beginning. Harry knew that the conspiracy was still out there, still hiding, still waiting for the right moment to strike. But he also knew that he had the power to stop it, the ancient magic, the crown, and the support of everyone who believed in him. I'll never stop fighting, he told the Weasley family. I'll never give up. Not until the conspiracy is gone for good. Molly pulled him into a hug. That's the spirit, dear. That's the Gryffindor spirit. Harry smiled, feeling the ancient magic pulse within him. The fight was far from over. But he was ready for whatever came next. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13, Memories that were never meant to be seen. The Chamber of Records had changed. Harry stood at its entrance, the ancient magic pulsing through him, and felt the difference immediately. The air was thicker, heavier, charged with a power that hadn't been there before. The runes on the walls were glowing brighter, and the shadows seemed to move of their own accord, shifting and writhing like living things. It's responding to the crown, Hermione said, her voice hushed with reverence. The Chamber of Records is waking up. The crown of the first magic, Harry said, touching the artifact that now rested against his chest. It's connected to everything. The castle, the founders, the ancient magic. It's all part of the same system. And you're at the center of it, Ron said. You're the one who's supposed to use it. Harry stepped into the chamber, and the runes on the walls flared bright. The golden light washed over him, and he felt the ancient magic surge in response. Show me, he said, his voice echoing through the chamber. Show me the truth. The walls began to shift, and images appeared, memories that had been hidden for centuries, secrets that had been buried deep within the castle's foundations. These are the memories of the conspiracy, Hermione breathed. Every victim, every perpetrator, every crime. They're all here. Harry watched as the images played out before him, love potions being brewed, memories being erased, imperious curses being cast. He saw the faces of the conspirators, their expressions cold and calculating. He saw the faces of the victims, their eyes empty and blank. This is what they did, he said, his voice filled with disgust. This is what they've been doing for centuries. The memories continued to unfold, revealing the full scope of the conspiracy. Harry saw students being dosed with love potions, their emotions manipulated, their free will stolen. He saw professors being placed under the Imperius curse, their actions controlled, their memories altered. He saw ministry officials being blackmailed, their secrets used against them, their careers destroyed. It's worse than I thought, he said, his voice shaking. So much worse. There are hundreds of victims, Hermione said, her eyes scanning the images. Maybe thousands. The conspiracy has been operating for so long that it's hard to tell where it started. But it started with Isadora, Harry said. She was the original conspirator. She created the love potion network. And she's gone now, Ron said. That's what matters. She can't hurt anyone anymore. Harry shook his head. The network is still out there. The people she trained, the institutions she corrupted, they're still active. And they're going to continue her work. Then we need to stop them, Hermione said. We need to find every last one of them. Harry nodded, his jaw set with determination. We will. I'll use the crown to track them down. I'll use the ancient magic to expose them. And I'll make sure they can never hurt anyone again. The search for the remaining conspirators continued for weeks. Harry used the crown of the first magic to follow the threads of dark magic that connected the Love Potion network to its members. He found evidence of manipulation in the Ministry, in the Wizengamot, and in some of the most respected families in the wizarding world. Kingsley Shacklebolt, he said, reading a name from the Crown's records. He was part of the conspiracy. Kingsley. Ron's jaw dropped. But he was the Minister for Magic. He fought against Voldemort. He was under the Imperius Curse, Harry said. The conspirators were using him to control the Ministry. So he wasn't a willing participant? Hermione asked. No, Harry said. But he was still involved. And the Crown will judge him accordingly. The trial of Kingsley Shacklebolt was held in the Great Hall. The former minister stood in the center of the arena, his face pale, his eyes filled with regret. The crown of the first magic pulsed with golden light, and the voice of judgment echoed through the hall. Kingsley Shacklebolt, the voice said. You stand accused of participating in the Love Potion conspiracy. What say you? I was under the Imperius Curse, Kingsley said, his voice steady. I didn't know what I was doing. I would never willingly participate in such a scheme. The Crown Judge's intent, the voice said. And your intent was pure. You were a victim, not a perpetrator. You are acquitted. Kingsley collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Thank you. Thank you for believing me. You may go, the voice said. But know this, the Crown will be watching you. If you ever participate in such a scheme again, you will be judged. The trials continued, and Harry watched as the Crown judged everyone who had been involved in the conspiracy. Some were acquitted. Others were punished. But through it all, Harry felt the ancient magic pulsing within him, guiding the Crown, ensuring that justice was done. Professor McGonagall, the voice said. Harry's heart stopped. McGonagall was being called to stand judgment. No, he said, stepping forward. She was a victim. She was under the Imperius Curse. The Crown Judge's intent, the voice said. And her intent was pure. She is acquitted. McGonagall sagged with relief, and Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Thank you, Mr. Potter, she said, her voice trembling. Thank you for believing in me. The memories continued to reveal themselves, and Harry began to see the full scope of the conspiracy. It wasn't just love potions. It was everything, the manipulation of elections, the control of the media, the corruption of the justice system. The conspirators had their hands in everything, and they had been doing it for centuries. This is huge, Hermione said, her voice filled with awe. The conspiracy is bigger than we ever imagined. But it's ending. Harry said. Today, it's ending. He raised the crown, and the ancient magic surged. The golden light exploded outward, carrying the truth of the conspiracy to every corner of the wizarding world. The broadcast was the most powerful thing Harry had ever done. Images flooded the minds of witches and wizards across the globe, love potions being brewed, memories being erased, Imperius curses being cast. The evidence was overwhelming, and by the time the broadcast ended, no one could deny what had been done. The conspiracy is real, Harry's voice echoed through the magic. It's been controlling the wizarding world for centuries. But now the truth is out. And we're going to make sure that no one, ever again, has their free will stolen. The aftermath was chaos. Governments fell. Institutions crumbled. And the people who had been part of the conspiracy were brought to justice. It's over, Hermione said, her voice filled with relief. It's finally over. Harry shook his head. Not yet. There's still something I need to do. Harry returned to the Chamber of Records, the crown pulsing against his chest. Show me, he said. Show me the memories that were never meant to be seen. The walls shifted, and Harry saw the truth, the full truth of the conspiracy. He saw the founders, arguing about how to deal with the love potion network. He saw Salazar Slytherin, secretly supporting Isadora's work. He saw Godric Gryffindor, trying to stop her. He saw Helga Hufflepuff, trying to protect the victims. And he saw Rowena Ravenclaw, trying to find a solution. It was always there, Harry said. From the very beginning. The conspiracy was part of Hogwarts from the day it was founded. And it's still part of Hogwarts, Hermione said. But you can change that. You can end it. Harry nodded, feeling the ancient magic surge within him. I will, he said. I'll end it today. The final trial was held in the Chamber of Records. Harry stood at the center of the chamber. The crown of the first magic in his hands. The runes on the walls were blazing bright, and the ancient magic was surging through him like a river of fire. I am the guardian of Hogwarts, he said, his voice echoing through the chamber. And I am here to pass final judgment on the love potion conspiracy. The crown flared bright, and the memories of the conspiracy played out before him. He saw Isadora's face, twisted with rage. He saw the founders, arguing about how to stop her. He saw the victims, their lives destroyed by manipulation. I have seen the truth, Harry said. And now I will deliver justice. He raised the crown, and the ancient magic surged. The golden light exploded outward, and the memories of the conspiracy were seared into the minds of everyone in the wizarding world. The conspiracy is over, Harry said. And it will never rise again. The aftermath was unlike anything Harry had ever seen. Governments fell. Institutions were reformed. And the people who had been part of the conspiracy were brought to justice. You did it, Ron said, his voice filled with awe. You actually did it. Harry shook his head. I couldn't have done it without you. Without Hermione. Without all of you. We did it together, Hermione said. That's what matters. Harry smiled, feeling the ancient magic pulse within him. The conspiracy is over, he said. But there's still work to be done. We need to make sure it never happens again. Then we'll do it together, Ron said. Always. Harry looked at his friends, his family, and felt a surge of hope. We'll do it together, he agreed. Always. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14, The Order Divides. The Order of the Phoenix had never been so fractured. Harry stood in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, the ancient magic pulsing beneath his skin, and watched the faces of the people he had trusted with his life. They were gathered around the long table, Remus Lupin, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Arthur and Molly Weasley. Tonks, and the few surviving members of the original order. But the warmth that had once filled this room was gone, replaced by a cold, brittle tension that made Harry's skin prickle. The conspiracy has been exposed, Kingsley said, his voice tired but firm. The perpetrators have been brought to justice. Now we need to move forward. We need to rebuild. Move forward. Remus's voice was sharp, almost angry, a tone Harry had never heard from the usually gentle werewolf. How can we move forward when we still don't know who among us was compromised? Who among us was manipulated? The crown judged everyone, Harry said quietly. The intent was pure. Everyone in this room was a victim, not a perpetrator. The crown judged the living, Remus countered. But what about the dead? What about Dumbledore? What about Moody? What about, he stopped, his voice catching. What about Sirius? Harry felt the words like a physical blow. Sirius. His godfather. The man who had died to save him. The crown can't judge the dead, Hermione said, stepping forward. But we know Sirius wasn't part of the conspiracy. He was a victim, just like everyone else. How do we know that? Remus asked. How do we know he wasn't being manipulated too? How do we know any of us weren't? Because the crown said so, Harry said. And the crown doesn't lie. The argument continued for hours. Some members of the Order wanted to move forward, to focus on rebuilding the wizarding world. Others wanted to continue the investigation, to root out every last trace of the conspiracy. And still others wanted to assign blame, to punish the people who had been manipulated, even if they hadn't known what they were doing. "We can't just forgive and forget," Tonks said, her voice trembling with barely suppressed anger. "People were hurt. People died. We need to make sure it never happens again." "Of course we do," Arthur said gently. "But we can't let the past consume us. We have to look to the future." "The future?" Remus laughed bitterly. "What future? The Ministry is in shambles. The Wizengamot is full of conspirators. Hogwarts is. Hogwarts is fine," Harry interrupted. "The Founder's magic is protecting it. The ancient magic is protecting it. I'm protecting it. And what about the rest of us?" Remus demanded. "Who's protecting us?" Harry opened his mouth to respond, but no words came. Because the truth was, he didn't have an answer. The division in the Order was mirrored throughout the wizarding world. Some witches and wizards wanted to move forward, to heal the wounds that the conspiracy had caused. Others wanted to punish everyone who had been involved, regardless of their intent. And still others wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, to bury the truth and move on. "The conspiracy is a curse," Hermione said, as they walked through the empty corridors of Hogwarts. "It's infected everything. It's even infected the Order. We need to fix it," Harry said. "We need to bring everyone together." "How?" Ron asked. "How can we possibly bring everyone together when they're all fighting each other?" Harry didn't answer. Because he didn't know. The next meeting of the Order was even more tense. Harry arrived to find the members divided into two factions, those who wanted to continue the investigation and those who wanted to focus on rebuilding. The argument had become personal, with accusations flying back and forth. "You were manipulated," Kingsley said, pointing at Remus. "We all were. But that doesn't mean we can't move forward." "It's easy for you to say," Remus shot back. "You weren't the one who was put under the Imperius curse. You weren't the one who was made to do terrible things." "Neither were you," Arthur said. "The Crown said you were innocent." "The Crown said I wasn't part of the conspiracy," Remus said. "But that doesn't mean I didn't do terrible things. That doesn't mean I didn't hurt people." "The Crown judges intent," Hermione said. "Your intent was pure. You were a victim, not a perpetrator." "Tell that to the people I hurt," Remus said. "Tell that to the families of the people who died because of what I did." Harry felt the ancient magic surge within him. He had to stop this. He had to bring everyone together. "Stop," he said, his voice echoing through the room. "Just stop." Everyone turned to look at him. "The conspiracy is over," Harry said. "Isadora is gone. The Love Potion Network is destroyed. The conspirators have been brought to justice. Now we need to move forward." "How?" Remus demanded. "How can we move forward when we're all still fighting each other?" "By forgiving each other," Harry said. "By accepting that we were all victims. By moving on." "Moving on," Remus repeated bitterly. "You make it sound so easy." "It's not easy," Harry said. "I know it's not easy. I've been through it myself. I've been manipulated, controlled, used. But I'm still here. I'm still fighting. And I'm not going to let the conspiracy destroy us." The meeting ended without resolution. The Order was still divided, still fighting. But Harry had planted a seed of hope, a small spark that he hoped would grow. "You did well," Hermione said, as they walked through the dark corridors of Grimmauld Place. "You stood up for what you believed in." "I just want everyone to stop fighting," Harry said. "I want us to be a family again." "We will be," Hermione said. "It just takes time." "Time," Harry repeated, his voice heavy with exhaustion. We don't have time. The conspiracy is still out there. It's still hiding. And it's going to strike again. How do you know? Ron asked. Harry touched the crown, which was pulsing against his chest. Because I can feel it. The ancient magic, it's telling me that the conspiracy isn't over. That there's something else. Something that's still hiding. Something else? Ron repeated. Like what? Harry shook his head. I don't know. But I'm going to find out. The investigation continued, but Harry was running out of leads. The crown had shown him everything, every memory, every secret, every crime. But there was one thing it hadn't shown him, the identity of the person who had helped Isadora escape. She had helped, Harry told Hermione and Ron. Someone inside the castle helped her escape. Someone who knew about the secret passages, who had access to the Chamber of Records, who knew how to cover their tracks. Who? Ron asked. Who would help Isadora? Harry shook his head. I don't know. But I'm going to find out. The search led Harry to the most unlikely of places, the Hufflepuff common room. He stood in the center of the room, surrounded by the warm, cozy furnishings that had always made the Hufflepuffs feel at home. But there was something different about this place now. Something that made his skin crawl. There's dark magic here, he said, his voice low. Someone's been using this room to hide something. What? Hermione asked. What could be hidden in the Hufflepuff common room? Harry closed his eyes, letting the ancient magic flow through him. The runes on his arms flared bright, and he felt the presence of dark magic, faint, but unmistakable. There's a hidden chamber, he said. Behind that wall. He raised his hands, and the ancient magic surged. The wall shimmered and dissolved, revealing a small room filled with journals and artifacts. Isadora's belongings, Hermione breathed. She was hiding them here. She must have had help, Harry said. Someone in Hufflepuff House helped her hide these. But who? Ron demanded. Who would help Isadora? Harry looked at the journals, and he felt the ancient magic surge. There's a signature, he said. A magical signature. Someone touched these journals recently. He concentrated, and the signature revealed itself. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but Harry recognized it. It's Professor Sprout, he said, his voice hollow. She's been helping Isadora. The revelation was devastating. Professor Sprout had been one of Harry's favorite teachers, kind, caring, and always willing to help. And now he had proof that she had been working with the conspiracy. Sprout? Ron's jaw dropped. But she's a Hufflepuff, Harry said. Loyal. Trustworthy. The perfect cover. But why? Hermione asked. Why would she help Isadora? Harry picked up one of the journals, flipping through the pages. She was being blackmailed. Isadora had something on her, something that she was desperate to keep secret. What? Ron demanded. What could be so important that she'd help destroy the wizarding world? Harry read the journal entry aloud. Professor Sprout's involvement in the Love Potion Network began in 1972, when she brewed a love potion for a student who later died from the effects. She was devastated by the death and swore never to brew another love potion. But Isadora found out about the incident. She threatened to expose it unless Sprout helped her. So she was being blackmailed, Hermione said. She didn't want to help Isadora. Maybe, Harry said. But she still helped. She still let people be hurt. The confrontation with Professor Sprout was one of the hardest things Harry had ever done. He found her in the greenhouses, tending to her plants, the same plants that had always brought her so much joy. Professor Sprout, he said, his voice gentle. She turned, her face pale. Mr. Potter. I was wondering when you'd come. You knew I'd find out, Harry said. I hoped you wouldn't, Sprout said, her voice trembling. But I knew you would. The ancient magic, it doesn't let you hide from the truth. Why? Harry asked. Why did you help her? Sprout closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. She had something on me. Something I did when I was young and foolish. I brewed a love potion for a student, and he died. I didn't mean to, I was just trying to help him, but he died. And Isadora found out. She said she'd expose me unless I helped her. So you helped her, Harry said. You helped her hurt people. I know, Sprout said, her voice barely above a whisper. I know what I did. And I'll carry that guilt for the rest of my life. Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he spoke. The crown of the first magic judge's intent, he said. Your intent was pure. You were trying to protect yourself. You were a victim, not a perpetrator. I was a coward, Sprout said. I was so afraid of being exposed that I let terrible things happen. Maybe, Harry said. But you can make things right. You can help us rebuild. You can help us make sure this never happens again. Sprout looked up at him, her eyes filled with hope. You'd let me help. I'd let you try, Harry said. That's all any of us can do. The Order continued to struggle. The divisions remained, the accusations continued, and the trust that had once bound them together was slowly eroding. But Harry refused to give up. We can't let the conspiracy win, he told Hermione and Ron. We can't let it destroy everything we've fought for. Then what do we do? Ron asked. How do we bring everyone together? Harry touched the crown, feeling the ancient magic pulse within him. We show them the truth, he said. We show them that we're all victims. That we're all trying to heal. And we ask them to forgive each other. The meeting was the most difficult Harry had ever led. He stood in the center of the room, surrounded by the members of the Order, his family, his friends, the people he had trusted with his life. We've all been hurt, he said. We've all been manipulated. We've all done things we regret. But we can't let the past destroy us. We have to move forward. How? Remus demanded. How can we move forward when we're all still carrying the weight of what we've done? By forgiving each other, Harry said. By accepting that we were all victims. And by working together to rebuild. The room was silent for a long moment. Then Arthur spoke. Harry's right, he said. We can't let the conspiracy destroy us. We have to move forward. Slowly, tentatively, the members of the Order began to agree. The divisions were still there, but the healing had begun. It wasn't easy. The Order struggled to rebuild, to regain the trust that had been lost. But they were making progress, slow, painful progress. You did it, Hermione said, as they walked through the corridors of Grimmauld Place. You brought them together. Harry shook his head. I just reminded them of what was important. The rest was up to them. You're too modest, Ron said. You're the reason they're still fighting. You're the reason we haven't given up. Harry smiled, feeling the ancient magic pulse within him. We're the reason, he said. All of us. Together. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, Battle Inside Hogwarts. The castle screamed. Harry felt it before he heard it, a psychic shriek that tore through the ancient magic, through the runes on his arms, through the very fabric of his being. The stones of Hogwarts were trembling, the portraits were crying out in alarm, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of dark magic. Harry. Hermione's voice cut through the chaos. The wards, something's breaking through. He didn't need to ask what. The ancient magic was surging through him, showing him the truth in flashes of golden light. Someone had breached the castle's defenses. Someone was inside. Someone was trying to destroy everything the founders had built. Isadora, Harry breathed. She's back. But you destroyed her, Ron said, his face pale. The crown. The crown imprisoned her, Harry said, already running toward the entrance of the Great Hall. But she must have found a way to escape. Or someone helped her. He burst through the doors and skidded to a halt. The Great Hall was in chaos. Students were screaming, professors were shouting, and in the center of it all stood a figure that made Harry's blood run cold. Isadora. She was different now, no longer the elegant, composed witch he had faced before. This version of her was wild, desperate, her eyes blazing with dark power. Her robes were torn, her hair was disheveled, and the air around her crackled with unstable magic. Harry Potter, she said, her voice echoing through the hall. So good of you to join me. Your fight is with me, Harry said, stepping forward. Leave the students alone. Isadora laughed, a harsh, brittle sound. Oh, I'm not here to fight you, boy. I'm here to destroy everything you love. Hogwarts, the ancient magic, your precious friends, all of it will burn. She raised her hands, and dark magic exploded outward. Harry threw up a shield, the ancient magic surging to protect him, but the blast sent students and professors flying. Everyone get out! Harry shouted. Now! The students scrambled for the exits, but Isadora was faster. She raised her hands again, and the doors slammed shut. No one leaves, she said. Not until I've finished what I started. The battle began in earnest. Harry faced Isadora in the center of the Great Hall, the ancient magic surging through him. The runes on his arms were blazing bright, and the sigil on his chest was pulsing with golden light. You can't win, Isadora said, throwing bolt after bolt of dark magic at him. The first magic is mine. It has always been mine. The first magic chose me, Harry said, deflecting her attacks. And I will use it to protect Hogwarts. Foolish boy, Isadora spat. You have no idea what you're dealing with. She raised her hands, and the ceiling of the Great Hall exploded. Chunks of stone rained down, and Harry was forced to throw up a shield to protect the students who hadn't escaped. Ron, he shouted. Get them out of here. Ron nodded, grabbing a group of first-years and pulling them toward a side exit. Hermione was already working on a counterspell, her wand moving in complex patterns. You can't save them all, Isadora said, her voice cold. You can't save anyone. Watch me, Harry said. The battle spread through the castle. Harry chased Isadora through the corridors, the ancient magic guiding his steps. She was destroying everything in her path, portraits, suits of armor, even the walls themselves. The castle was screaming in pain, and Harry felt every blow like a wound on his own body. You're hurting her, he shouted. You're hurting Hogwarts. Hogwarts was built by fools, Isadora said. And I will tear it down stone by stone. She raised her hands, and a massive section of the corridor collapsed. Harry threw up a shield, but the force of the blast sent him staggering backward. Harry! Hermione appeared at his side. The wards, I've reinforced them, but she's too powerful. She's using the first magic to destabilize the castle's foundations. Then we need to stop her, Harry said. We need to cut her off from the first magic. How? Ron demanded. She's bonded to it. Just like you are. Harry looked at the sigil on his chest. It was pulsing wildly, the golden light flickering like a candle in the wind. The crown, he said. The crown of the first magic. If I can use it to sever her connection. That's insane, Hermione said. The crown could kill you. Then I'll die trying, Harry said. I won't let her destroy Hogwarts. The final battle took place in the Chamber of Records. Isadora had retreated to the heart of the castle, where the ancient magic was strongest. She was standing in the center of the chamber, surrounded by floating shards of dark energy. You can't sever my connection, she said, her voice triumphant. The first magic chose me. It always chose me. The first magic chose no one, Harry said, stepping forward. It's just power. And power can be used for good or evil. And what will you do? Isadora asked. Will you destroy me? You can't. I'm part of the first magic. Now. Destroy me, and you destroy the magic itself. Then I'll find another way, Harry said. He raised the crown, and the ancient magic surged. The golden light exploded outward, and Isadora screamed. No. You can't. But Harry didn't stop. He poured all his power into the crown, feeling the ancient magic surge through him like a river of fire. You're killing yourself, Isadora shouted. You're killing us both. Then we die together, Harry said. But Hogwarts will live. The chamber exploded with light. Harry felt the ancient magic tear through him, felt his connection to the first magic sever, felt Isadora's power fade away. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. When the light faded, Isadora was gone. The chamber was still intact, but the dark energy that had filled it was gone. Only the golden light of the ancient magic remained. Harry. Hermione rushed to his side. Are you okay? I'm fine, Harry said, though he wasn't sure if that was true. Isadora, she's gone. For good this time. But at what cost? Ron asked. The ancient magic. It's still here, Harry said, touching the sigil on his chest. It's still part of me. But the connection is weaker now. I can feel it. Then we need to rebuild it, Hermione said. We need to make you strong again. Harry smiled, though it was weak. We will. Together. The aftermath of the battle was chaos. The castle was damaged, the students were traumatized, and the Order was scrambling to pick up the pieces. But Harry refused to give up. We need to rebuild, he told the members of the Order. Hogwarts needs to be restored. The ancient magic needs to be strengthened. And we need to make sure this never happens again. How? Kingsley asked. How can we possibly prevent something like this? Harry looked at the crown, which was resting on the table in front of him. By using the ancient magic, he said. By creating new wards, new protections. By making sure that no one, ever again, can use the first magic for evil. And you're the one who's going to do it, Remus said. You're the guardian of Hogwarts. Harry nodded. I am. And I'll do whatever it takes to protect this castle. The rebuilding began immediately. Harry worked with the professors and the Order to repair the damage that Isadora had caused. He used the ancient magic to strengthen the wards, to create new protections, and to ensure that Hogwarts would never be vulnerable again. It's beautiful, Hermione said, watching as the golden light spread through the castle's walls. You're making it stronger than ever. I'm just doing what I was meant to do, Harry said. Protecting Hogwarts. Protecting the people I love. And you're doing a brilliant job, Ron said. The best guardian Hogwarts has ever had. Harry smiled, feeling the ancient magic pulse within him. Thank you, he said. Both of you. I couldn't have done this without you. You'll never have to, Ron said. We're with you all the way. The battle inside Hogwarts had been the most difficult challenge Harry had ever faced. But he had emerged stronger, wiser, and more determined than ever. And he knew that, no matter what challenges lay ahead, he would face them with the same courage and determination that had carried him through everything else. Because he was the guardian of Hogwarts. The heir of ancient magic. And he would never stop fighting for what was right. End of chapter 15. Thank you.